Good morning, my MGTOW brothers. 2:30. Time to roll. Got to get down to McAllen. Good morning.
BT, man, you're up early, dude.
Eh, it happens. I went to bed early too.
I hope you got in a fucking full 8 hours, man. That's like, I don't know where you are, like time zone wise, but damn.
Central.
In fact,
Central. Yeah.
Central. All right. So what is that? 2:35. No, I just got off a stream with a buddy of mine from Turkey, and EZ was on there, and Indy Outlaw had to peace out Chris, but literally just got it done, and I was like, oh, let me see what's going on. And then I saw your stream come up. So thought I would join you for the early hour start off. And when Hemi wakes up because he was snoring, not that I've ever done that. He might join us here. So where are you headed to?
I'm headed down to McAllen, Texas. I'm just leaving Italy, Texas.
Italy, Texas?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that. Is that central or southwest?
It's just south of Dallas.
Okay.
You know, Dallas to on Highway 35 east stretches from Waxahachie, Texas, all the way up to Deming. So, you know, Italy is the first town, fairly decent sized town south of Waxahachie on I-35 East, if you want to look it up.
I-35. All right.
Yeah, I-35 splits in half as it goes through Dallas, Fort Worth. The east side goes through Dallas, and the west side goes through Fort Worth.
I know roughly where you're at, but
Yeah.
I'll definitely have to look at Google Maps.
Well, some people like to follow along, some people don't. Oh, that's a bad way to start the morning. There's a panel
What
van
was
off the
that?
side of the road. That was a panel van. Fucking run off in the ditch. Probably went to sleep while he was driving.
You know, like I am like somewhat jelly. Like wherever you go, people like, you know, want to get on and talk or whatever. And like, look, as a trucker, it makes the miles go by quicker.
Yes.
But I'm
does.
not envious of the fact that
That's one of
you're
the
up
reasons I do it.
at 2:30 in the morning. Like, do you have a timeline that you've got to get your load back to unload by a certain point?
Yeah, I do. And I'm running behind. It took the Tyson company up in Arkansas 18 hours to get my truck loaded. So I'm supposed to be there in McAllen at 7 a.m. I'm not going to make it. I'm hoping to get there before noon.
Well, I remember you talking about picking up some chickens, but is that what this load is for? It's like poultry?
Yeah, this is poultry. This poultry's ultimate destination is Seoul, South Korea.
Really?
Yep.
We're export. Wow. All right. That's interesting. Not gonna lie, I just thought South Korea would
I think
be.
it's turkey. I believe is what I've got. It's frozen turkey. Ah, the Road Pirates got them a speeder. Good. So I have decided that, because one of the reasons I was going to go to Philippines was I was looking for a place to retire. And I decided that with them not allowing foreigners to buy land, I'm not really interested.
Yeah, there is that, but you know what? I wouldn't want to buy land in Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines. You don't. I mean, they have no zoning aspect there. I mean, they do depending on your area. Phuket, they do, but you're not. You're going to pay a premium for that. So, Brandon, like for me personally, I don't see. And in fact, there was a guy like the Philippines Info Channel. He's like, why would you want to buy? if you bought like even if you had a bungalow built for you for 85, $110,000, you don't know what is going to come next to you. It could be a fucking night bar. It could be if you bought like, a condo in, you know, God forbid, like you bought a condo in Bangkok, you know, close to the BTT. Well, what happens when the old apartment building that got raised and then they built up a huge, nice, expensive, luxurious? It really made me go, and unless you can get 45% return on your investment, it's not worth it. Why would you put
Well,
your
I
money
would
into that?
never, I would never buy a condo to begin with. One of the big fights I had with my second ex-wife was she bought this fucking apartment in this shitty old, uh, I guess it'd be a Brezhnev era building in Kiev. Uh, And I was like, why are you doing this? Oh, we don't want to have to pay rent every month. Yeah, but why here? It's like, you know, uh, apartment condos are a fool's purchase.
Yeah, yes. Like I would never buy a condo. I would do maybe like a townhome, preferably like an actual home. But you're right. Like you can't do that unless you're married to a Filipino or a Thailand or a
Right.
Thai woman. But then again, it's like, all right, so what? Next year it might be, uh, you might go from, like depending on where you're at, 800 to 1,000 a month, and yeah, in 20 years it might be $1,400 a month. Or
Or more, depending on what the state of the dollar, you know.
well, true, and like what the Thai bot is, but then you're like, all right, cool, peace out, I'm out. Like I'll go to Ecuador or I'll go to Tanjamian. Um, I don't like I would never buy real estate in a foreign country. And again, that's maybe my perspective of where you're never going to be again, different if you marry a Thai or a Filipino or a Malaysian girl, which I have no interest in doing ever again. Will never get married ever again,
No.
because I look at it as like, not that you have kids, so you're a little bit different than me, but I don't really have a legacy to give to anybody other than my charity uh, organizations that I want to give to. So why would I do that? I wouldn't. Like if it gets too expensive in one area, I'll just move to another. Um, Now I do get the whole aspect of having a place that you could say this is mine. Like when you're 65, 68, you probably don't want to be moving around. Yeah. You want to know that you've got community, you've got people around you. Hopefully, a sense that if you had some type of catastrophic illness, that somebody would care about you. So I do get that. But do you really have an interest in staying static? Like if you moved down to Peru, like I think one of your posts was you looked at like Chile, or was it Peru
Yeah,
or
I've
like
been I've been
Ecuador?
looking I've been looking all around. This month I've been focusing on South America, and I liked what I saw for sale in Chile. I liked what I saw for sale in Peru. I liked what I saw for sale in Argentina.
Is that more
Especially,
the
I especially liked Argentina. It's so beautiful. It's almost like Kansas, but South America.
is that more
Plus,
from a cost of living or like amenities or both?
well,
Or
the cost of living is, I'd say at least 35%, if not more, um, of what we have.
yep.
Price of land is in part, it goes right along with that. You can buy still for what an average guy would make. You can buy a decent sized piece of land. If I'm to, if I was to borrow against my retirement, I could pay for 2 square miles of fucking riverfront property in Chile right now. Come on, you can't, for $300,000, you can't fucking get that in the United
Well,
States
yeah.
anywhere. Even in Alaska where there's nobody, you can't buy land for that price.
Yeah, no,
Even
if,
you know, even in
but
in what's really surprising is the price of land in Wyoming. They don't have enough fucking people, but the price of land is too much to buy. It makes no
so
fucking sense.
I mean, yeah, well, and my take on real estate is that it can't, like, if you look at like the escalation from 2008, 2009 to where we are now, dude, I
Yeah.
mean, I get it, like, it's not gonna there is no more land to buy. There properties are, it's all supply demand. And yeah, like, some of the latest metrics are is that, we have more building taking place, more building permits taking place, and that's the US. My biggest take is, like, what's your bond tent? Basically your social security. If you got a pension, I mean, that's even better. Um, and if you go out to ssa.gov and figure out, all right, I'm going to get, I don't know, 2,800 with my full retirement account. You look at your taxes. So, so here's my thing too, Brandon. Um, if you look at when people, I mean, most people look at what they make. They don't look at what they actually get. And there's some bend point curves with the Social Security tax rate structure. I mean, there are some people that they get uh, over, like, they're married, so a little bit different than single people. In fact, hopefully, there's one guy that I follow that, because he knows, like, he called me out, like, oh, pooping while signing. He's going to be like, oh, how come you don't fucking deal with single people? And I've called him out on this multiple. Like, I literally shown him, because I mean, to me, there are issues with the fact that not only are men not forming families, like, it's not just men, because he's a trad con, good wife, Charlotte, his wife, he's got 4 kids, good for him. But at the same time, too, it's like, dude, you are always focusing on couples and how taking Social Security at 62 versus 65, or FRA or 70, and then what the widow's tax trap is. Like, you're very focused in on families, which I don't disagree. But by what, 2030, you're going to be dealing with roughly 45% of your audience. They're going to be like, well, make it relevant to me. And that's exactly what I told them. Like, I'm not trying to make it all about me, Josh, but I'm trying to tell you that you keep going after, like, single Susie, widower, or never married or whatever, it's always about the female. Like, let's just talk about real life with somebody that is single,
Listen,
divorced.
can we talk about something that's germane to both of us versus a conversation you had with somebody else?
Sure, sure. No, no, no.
Because I really don't give a fuck about your talk with some other guy and how you prove that that MGTOW was yeah.
No, no, no.
Let's I'd rather plan for the future than focus on some misguided blue pill out there.
Uh,
Yeah, my goals are a little different than yours. I'm not averse to buying property overseas. I've traveled extensively, and I'm looking for a place that's going to be mine. That's going to basically be my home base. I'm going to continue to travel, but I'm not ever going to rent. I think renting is absolutely uh, a bad a bad way to plan out the future with the monetary policies and the what I see as the you know my crystal ball tells me what's going to happen to the dollar in the next 10, 15 years. um, I don't see us getting out of I don't see the dollar ever gaining value back, and we have generation after generation of politicians who have no problem, uh, you know, printing more money to devalue the national debt so that the United States doesn't go into default. Well, we're about at the end of that fucking ride. I really, especially with young men stepping out of the workforce and everything like that, I just don't see the productivity of the United States being able to match pace with uh, the fiscal policy. And I don't want to be around when the bullets start flying here or anywhere else. But if I'm going to be somewhere else, you know, I want it to be a sizable tract of land so I can just go sit in the middle of it, set a few traps. If anybody comes, I make my last stand and that's it. Versus having mobs of people run, because we literally have nearly 400 million people in the United States. Somebody somewhere is going to want to come and fucking take my shit. Even as remote as my place is, somebody's going to want to fucking come and take what I got. And I'd rather kill a bunch of fucking foreigners than my own people. Does that make any sense to you? Yeah.
I thought it was relevant to single men that he wasn't really receptive to. My only point is that, like, much like you, like, we all look for solace of where we can go for peace. Um, we have some type of, like, I don't know what's the right word. Just like, I don't know, just like community station, and when we're 65, 70, that we don't have to deal with the bullshit that's taking place. Um,
Dude, I'm not going to keep, you keep dropping, man. Poop, you've dropped.
BT, can you hear
Oh,
me?
yeah. Okay, there you go.
Sorry, I'm out walking my dog. So, um, no, I was, you know, like apologies that I wasn't making it between me and this financial like retirement person, but I did think it was relevant to where there's not a whole lot of focus on retirement for single
Yeah. Well,
people versus
what are
married
you gonna do?
people.
You
No,
know,
no, all right. So no, I'll tell you
what are
exactly.
your plans for retirement? What are you gonna do?
All right, so I've gone out to SSA.gov. I understand what my PA is. I know what I could get at 62, 67, 70. That's my bond tent. That's my guarantee, assuming that that will continue or that, the government will honor its obligations. I look at where I need to restructure where I am right now because I'm making money. I'm at 90/10, probably a little bit, I'm your age, so it's probably a little bit aggressive, and I probably need to drop that down. My goal, and I look at, assuming that I don't get anything else from, when my dad dies, I don't plan on it. Um, if I can live in a place, and I get it, it's like to have like, if I went out and bought a $400,000 home where I live, that's fixed. And I
Yeah, but
might
what
get,
are you planning on doing? You know, where do you want to live?
well, much like you, I don't really want to live here in the US.
Okay,
But
you want to travel around and rent different places where you settle for 6 months or so. Is that
yeah,
what your plan is?
yeah. Like I would like the life of like Vagabond Awake,
Yeah,
where like he travels around.
yeah.
He'll spend 3 months, 2 months in one country, go to another. Um, I mean that would be my dream.
Yeah, the
South America.
vagabond is a great fucking way to go. You know, I know you're going to be doing it in style, but you know, it's still the vagabond lifestyle. It's a good way to do it.
Well, no, have you ever looked at his channel, Brandon? I mean, I feel like you're kind of discounting exactly what I'm saying, but
No, I
like
wasn't
if you not
dissing on you.
watched
I was
it,
just
then
trying
I
to.
don't.
I was actually just trying to get you to get to the point. Uh, I'm really not dissing on you. Yeah, it's 2:30 in the morning. We can be a little abrupt. It's okay. Nobody else is
Well,
listening.
no, I know, but I'm just saying, dude. I mean, like if you've not seen his channel, like you can't really fucking condemn him. I
Oh
mean,
no, I'm
honestly,
not.
like you've already done that twice. Like, look, I mean, you're right. It's 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever, 2:30 in the morning or whatever, 3 o'clock in your morning. But I'm like, dude, you kind of come off a little bit brusque. Like
I
I'm
am
on your team.
sometimes. I am. That's just That's I apologize if I'm a little bit brisk.
No, that's
Uh,
cool. I mean, I'm just, I think I look for me personally, like I'd like for somebody to go, hey, are you not aware of this, or you not consider this, or I mean, I appreciate when somebody tells me like if like from a financial investment, hey, like WTI, have you not looked into that? Here's the reason why that you need to look at UNG, WTI, or commodities or whatever. You're looking at it from a technology, like of course, because everybody is in that particular sector. Well, have you looked at the sector rotation? I'm like, you know, yeah, I know about sector rotation, inflation, tech, you get out of, you go more. Anyway, so I'm very much into where if I can learn from something, I'm gonna be I will look. I mean, if I can either make money or Anyway, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of annoying you at this point. So
No, no, you're not annoying me. I don't want you to put that thought out of your head. If I'm annoyed at you, I'll tell you, and that's sort of hard for some people to take. And you know, I try to be as plain spoken as I possibly can. Like if I was pissed off at you or something like that, I'd tell you about it. And I don't mean to be offensive. I'm just, you know, you remember, oh, Dragnet and Henry Morgan, his character,
yeah, very
you know,
direct. Yep.
right. That's kind of who I am, just a fact.
No,
I,
no, like Brandon, like that's one of the things that I appreciate you is that your directness and honesty.
you know,
Um, there is an
just,
element where you have to understand that sometimes you can come off as being dismissive or this is not what I want to hear. And so therefore I don't want to talk
oh
about
yeah,
that. So there is a
dismissive
balance.
of a lot of
You have to
people.
understand that.
There's a lot of things that people are wanting to do that I think are stupid. And I'm at the age where I can tell them. I don't care. You know,
Well,
there's, the way I'm going to run my life and the way you're going to run your life are two different things. I wasn't trying to reach some type of consensus with you. I was just, I just was interested in how you're going to, how you're going to spend your retirement. You're wanting to travel. I'm interested in travel. You know, I see what you're going to do, and I think it's a great idea, and it fits you. It's not the way I'm going to do it, but hey, that's just the way things are. And I haven't, I'm exploring all kinds of options right now. But just like you, at the end of the day, it's me that's going to sign the check,
right.
right?
And probably much like you, I don't have anyone else to fall back on.
Yeah,
Right. So, which is like freedom in some large extent where I don't have like, a wife that I have to maintain until she retires or she's old enough to retire. But at the same time, too, there is an element of where, yes, would I like to have a homestead? Kind of what we were talking about before that we got off track on that, where, like Philippines, obviously you can't own land. Thailand, you can if it's a 49% condo. Um, Granted, yeah, you've said, and I would agree, it would not be my preference. I would rather have land with a
yeah.
couple of dogs. Chile, Peru, I don't know, like my goal, like if I had to go back in time, 2019, I would have bought property in the Gold Coast of Portugal.
Oh yeah. Back
And
then, that would have been a good time to buy.
yep, but now with the golden visa, like you've got to have like 400, well, depending on the area, 400 to 500,000 euros. I'm not willing to make that investment in a country that who knows. Like I would rather buy land or property in West Virginia, Eastern Tennessee. Like I'm not like if it would require that kind of money, I don't think I would put it into a country like Portugal, where or even Malaysia, the whole Malaysia to home. Back in
Yeah.
2016, 250,000 would get you a permanent resident visa if you bought in Georgetown, and you could buy a property in Georgetown for that. Now,
You need half a
you're
million.
yeah. I was going to say 600 euro. What's that? 720 roughly US. And who knows if they're not going to change that. And that's my biggest issue is that If you buy property in another country, what's to say that they're like, well, we're going to change that. We're not going to grandfather you in. Oh, you're not a native. You're not a native Chilean or Peru.
Well, the
We'll,
thing with
we'll
Chile
change it.
versus Peru, because Peru is sort of weird. You know, they have a huge and powerful native rights movement, and it's communists. You know, that whole native movement is all socialist and communist. Um, and it's the part of Peru that I like is bordered by Bolivia, which is a fucking, it's a basket case. Bolivia's, it's completely, who knows what's going to happen there.
Yep.
You know, Chile is a little better than either one of those two places socially, but um, and you can become you can either be a permanent resident if you can prove to Chile that you've got $1,000 coming in a month, or you can actually emigrate to Chile. They're accepting immigrants.
But hey, Brandon, the one thing I don't know about Chile per se, but other countries, you can't look at investment income. You can't look at dividends. You've got to have it guaranteed. You either have to have an annuity, Social Security, and what else would be guaranteed? Like that's the only two that we can think of.
Yeah.
Real estate doesn't count. So you could be a millionaire, multimillionaire on paper without that guarantee. Which again, like if you've got a couple million in the bank, you could buy like a 5% annuity, and you could use that as your bond tent. But it's
Well, what I was thinking of, at least this was the sort of ethereal plan that I was thinking of. I'm just waiting until I retire, and I've got that guaranteed retirement coming in from my Social Security. It's well over 1,000. It's like 1,800 a month or something like that, or even more. I can't remember. It's been years since I looked at it.
definitely, dude. One of the biggest things that I would say to anybody, first of all, you got to go back and look at your PIA. You got to go back and look at your income statements and make sure that every dollar, if you got like the last 7 years of tax returns, go back and make sure that the Social Security office has the same. And there have been mistakes that have been made where they're like, no, I made like 80,000. That should be part of my PIA. Not what you're gonna get, but they didn't like annotate that correctly. Oh, well, you made 67, right? And granted, over the
50,
grand scheme of
56, but yeah,
things, but
yeah.
SSA.gov, I mean, they've updated their website. It's a good way to look at if you retire early or if you have enough, like, in a non-taxable account, if you're under the age of 62, um, you've got pre-tax money, and you can live off of that for a while, and you don't need to take it until you're 65, 67. And again, you're single, so that completely changes the whole premise of what you should do. And if you don't want to leave money to somebody else, um, I mean, there's so many different factors with retirement that most people think, well, if I have like, 2 million, I should be good. You know what? I mean, like anything else, it all depends on what you spend, right? Um,
Yeah. Luckily, I'm not in debt for anything, and I don't have my children's debt. The one daughter that I had that was doing university is through it. I paid cash for that. And I have another. My son is doing university right now, but he is not in a STEM field. And I told him if he wasn't going to go into STEM, I wasn't going to co-sign his loans. I still slide him some money, even though the fucker doesn't talk to me. But I brought him into the world, so why not? I'm not spending it on anything else. But I refused to co-sign his loans, so he's not able to.
Fuck no. No.
He's not able to get into as much debt as he could had I fucking signed off on his shit.
Yeah, no, fuck no. I'm smart for you for
Yeah,
team.
he won't even fucking talk to me, so I don't even know why. I fucking got some fucking emails about him wanting me to co-sign his loan. I'm like, fuck you. No.
Fuck no. Fuck no. Whether or not if he talks to you or not, that's but everything before that, I'd be like, oh fuck no. I am not your fucking Uncle Sam, and
It's fucking. What do you do with a history bachelor's degree these days? Not a goddamn thing. It's a peach school. You're gonna want to fucking go into this economy and have your base starting pay fucking $45,000 a year? Are you insane?
yep.
What the fuck?
Yep. It's with the BA in history, like teach, I mean, suck off the what? Teach, suck off the welfare system, which
Yeah.
some people do it,
Well,
right?
I don't blame him for not engaging in, you know, any, I don't blame him for fucking trying to, just laying down and not really engaging with society that hates him. I don't blame him for that. But going into debt to do it, no, that's not smart. It's a debt that you cannot get out of, even with bankruptcy, and it will be more than he could ever pay off. No,
Yep.
I'm not gonna fucking finance that.
Yep. I would not disagree, Brandon, at all.
It's too bad we're so early in the morning. Up here in about 30 miles, there's a really good place to eat breakfast. I used to live down in Waco, and at the north end of Waco, there's a little town called Elm Mott, Texas, and there's a restaurant down there called Dee's Delicious Donuts. The only thing that sucks in Dee's Delicious Donuts are the donuts.
These nuts.
Well, the rest of the food is great. The donuts suck ass.
Mm.
And it's run by an old friend of mine who he was the singer in our band, and
Don't you wish you could go back to the old days where if you made a mistake, it wasn't so life threatening? Like like your son. That all right. So a BA in history, like what? Literally, what? And you're right. What are you going to do now? Conversely, probably money not well spent. If he was a plumber, even on his own rig, would be making six figures. And if he had a couple of trucks with him, build up a company, he would be well compensated. 4 trucks, he's probably making 250 a year. But again, it's plumbing, and yeah, it's hard work, but it's well compensated. But for men like you and I that are at our age, where like even playing the market, like one of my biggest regrets was when the 2008 2009 GFC crisis took place. I didn't buy more real estate.
Yeah. Well, I try not to focus on the past. You know, what's done is done. You learn your lessons, you move on. I, I, I really, there's all kinds of stuff in your life you can look back and go, yeah, I did that wrong. I should have done this. I should have done that. It's just, but it's not productive because you can't go back and change it.
True. True.
Yeah, all kinds of things I could have done that I'd be freaking a lot more wealthy than I am right now. If I'd
True.
only known then what I know now, but I didn't know it then. You know, how
Yep.
do you learn it? You have to fucking learn it the one way or another. Unfortunately, and a lot of that I learned it the hard way, and that's not profitable. You know.
Nope. Nope. And yeah, no, you paid for it as well as I have.
Yeah. So
No, it's I don't know. I don't know. Like Chile, Peru, Ecuador, Cuenca, Nicaragua. Like literally, like one of the guys I used to work with, an architect, quit his job, went through a divorce, went down to Nicaragua, and well, all right. So there was another guy that I worked at another engineering firm. Um, he went down to Savannah, had a hot dog stand. Um, he's like, I make, between $2,000, $3,000 a week during the summer months, and after that, I just took off time.
yeah,
But to your point, like if all right, so if you assume that roughly if you moved to Thailand or where like in Nicaragua or Chile, Peru, it's 30%. And even with inflation, assuming that your investments are at minimum 45% increasing, that's and I don't know what you have for investments there. You don't need to share that, but if that makes, and then you have the bond guarantee tent, and all right, so my biggest thing is like where should you be with your where you with your where I can't speak. You need to speak drink. Where should you be um with your allocations, 80/20, 70/30? Like have you ever done like like easy money or right capital, or I forgot what Prudential uses. I mean, there's three major platforms: right capital. Some people call it nest egg, but same fucking difference. Easy, I think it's easy money, and the other one I can't think of. Um, like basically like gone through and said, I've got this amount in this category. I'll draw from my my pre-tax, or excuse me, post-tax, because whatever you're making now, 15, 18, 25%. Um, when you retire, it's going to be much less. You're not going to spend as much, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Right now, I'm putting about 90% of it away. I'm got my short term. I haven't decided. I'm undecided about a lot of stuff short term. So I've got it all in money markets right now. Um, what the fuck is coming up on the road?
I mean, honestly, right now, Schwab pays like 4.8% on their money market, and I've got like a third of my investment portfolio pre-tax, or excuse me, post-tax, in like non-IRA or Roth in that. Yeah, I mean, like with inflation, excuse me, with inflation,
Yeah, it's not even keeping up with inflation. It's
it isn't, but it's
really
not losing.
disheartening.
I mean, yeah, I mean, all right, so it is, but I look at it like, all right, so my Roth, my IRA, probably got a good third in UNG commodities, VCN, MDX, WTI, oil, and I've lost a lot in that
Yeah.
area. But you can't tell me at some point, like natural gas right now, because people are like, oh, it's all for heating. No, it's not. It's for energy, it's for production. Natural gas is not just heating your fucking home. It's more, it's way more than that. And WTI oil, um, like that is something which that I think it's been artificially suppressed. And Biden sold off all the SPR reserves. Yeah, at some point it's got to come up. So like I'm literally down like 28, 32%. Do I think that it's gonna stay at that? Like I wouldn't sell at this point. Like I'm gonna wait for that. Would I go into like, like when Nvidia and AI, like, dude, if you if you like, and I really regret selling my stock in Nvidia, but would I buy into it now? Fuck no. Like that
Nuts.
train has
2 years
already
ago,
gone.
yeah. Now, no.
Exactly. Exactly. Like I don't like, I, I trade like 10% of my portfolio. The rest of it is all sector rotation. And I have been very disappointed in energy stocks, XOM, ExxonMobil, but UNG particularly, I mean, that's down like 32%. It's going to come back. But getting back to your point, um, where do you go? Like, do you go to a low tax or a low Social Security tax state, like Tennessee? They have 0% tax on your Social Security, but you don't know if your Social Security or your property tax may go up. So you buy like a $400,000 home or area in Tennessee, and you're in the middle of nowhere with 10 acres and solar. Okay, is somebody going to buy it for that? Like, it's not worth anything until you sell it.
Yeah, fiscally, you're correct. You know, but I place a huge value on my solitude. Uh, and how do you, how do you get that solitude without the land? You just, you own it. You put up a fence. You keep people out. That's to me. That's value. You
Yeah.
know,
Yep.
and it's right there. You can look at it every day. Is that valuable to everybody? No, it's not. Of course, some people really need their socialization. They wouldn't know what life would be like without living in a city. I'm happy with a fucking camp chair and a fire, and someplace cold to keep my food, and someplace, where I can take a dump in peace. You know, that's about it. That's all I need.
Yeah.
I
And
don't need a McMansion in the middle of, a resort or anything like that. I'm planning on building a fucking stone house so I don't ever have to paint it. You know, yeah, I'm looking at shit for the long term. It's going to be one story. So when my knees go out, which I know they're gonna, I don't have to climb stairs. The only time I'll have to climb stairs is going down into the root cellar to get the shit that I grew in the garden last year out of the can, so I can heat it up and make dinner.
no, I hear you. Like the older that I get, then the more Ted Kaczynski that I become.
Yeah. When it gets cold in the winter, I'll light a fire. I'm planning on having a nice little thermal project going. My land is right next to a reservoir, and I'm going to use the reservoir as my heat sink and get down below the thermocline with my heat exchange field, so that I'll be able in the summertime to just pump in chilled water for my I won't even have to run an air conditioner, just a fan across the heat exchanger in my house that goes out to a thermal exchange field underneath the fucking lake. What
Yeah,
more,
like
how much fucking better could it be? Free fucking air conditioning. You know, I
like
have
like
trees on my land, free heating. The sun shines. There's my solar for my lights.
have you
Why
ever
need
looked at like one of these guys that does a like an earth trip?
Earth ships are primarily for the desert, but
Yeah,
you can
that's right.
modify, the environmental designs. You have to modify them for the environment you're in. So yeah, there's um, a really cool channel called Oranges in Nebraska, and that's that's maybe a little colder than where I am in the wintertime, but that's the type of technology that I need for where I'm living. And you can passively uh, grow citrus fruit year round without any additional energy input in a place that with winters as nasty as western Nebraska. And it is nasty out there in the wintertime. So, that's what I'm looking at doing as far as my housing and how I'm going to run my food. Because I want a pomegranate tree wherever I grow. I love pomegranates. I'm not going to be able to do a mango because that's my favorite fruit, but I can live without mangoes. I love
So
mangoes.
all right. So here's my dilemma.
Yeah.
Like, do you put down roots in whatever state and build up? Get 10 acres. Might cost you half a million or whatever. Or do you look at like you're I don't know. Like to me, like I don't know if we have in the US more than 5 years of where things are going to get bad. So if it's going to get bad, where do you go to where it's not going to be so bad? Like, and again, Brendan, I look at if the West falls, the U.S. falls,
The
it's a
world will
domino
fall.
effect.
Yeah.
And again, like you were talking about Chile, Peru, you're going to always be the outsider. You will never be
Yeah.
you will always be the farang or whatever you call them down in South America, but you will always
Yeah.
be
The gringo.
the gringo. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where I keep teetering back and forth, like
The same.
much like,
I'm the same.
like Better Bachelor, like, do you make a stand and just choose the best state, West Virginia, Tennessee, Florida? That's gotten crazy. I don't really want to live in Florida. Um, like, you know, North Carolina is blue. Most parts of it are. Southern Virginia, blue, or purple. North Carolina is purple in some areas, but blue in others, in major metros. Where do you go? And it's not like what you said. It's not even so much what you give to your offspring, your own children, your nephews. Um, Still come. Um, like or the other thing, like instead of putting down 400, 500 on property, I could live that and I could experience, and before the world really goes to shit, I could live a little bit in Malaysia, Puerto Rico, Thailand, Cambodia. I don't know. I mean, I keep waffling back and forth between, and then I think of like, well, where do you want to be when you're 75? That's my biggest issue. Is like,
Yeah.
if I know that nobody's going to take care of me when I'm that age, do I want to live in a foreign country and I can't move back to the U.S. because I can't afford it? And then I'm like, well, there's always the Smith and Wesson plan. I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'm drunk and I'm just
Well,
I'm just
there's some other things I've been thinking about. They're way the fuck out there, and they're not really serious plans. One of them is buying a boat and just sailing wherever the fuck I want to. But boats are a ongoing fucking expense, and you can't grow food
huge.
on them.
Yep.
You
Yep.
I like traveling, but I don't know if I'd want to have a full time fucking job just supporting that damn boat.
Oh, look. I mean, I don't know if you saw that couple. He sold his business, and his whole family lives on that wide catamaran.
Yeah.
It sounds idyllic, and I'm sure it was. I would imagine that when he sold his business, he had probably $34 million, because that catamaran cost him at least 1.2, maybe. Well, I would say 800 to 1.2, depending on what the age of the boat was.
Right.
And that's not realistic for most people, right? And then there are guys that they go out on a fucking 20-foot or 25-foot catamarina, and they're like in their 30s. They're not like in their 60s still. And then you got portage fees and dock fees, and then, yeah, I mean, yeah, I looked at that as well. Going, like, that seems idyllic, much like the whole van life, until gas prices went, $3.50, $4, $5.50. Yeah, it sounded great at that time. Like
Well,
back in
it's great.
2020.
But I've never understood the van life. I've never understood that the being a fucking, you can't really earn any money unless you're a hot chick with a fucking internet channel.
Well, there are
Yeah,
some that people that they can work remotely, but no,
yeah,
like if you go to Sprinter van or a Mercedes van, it's going to be $80,000 to $105,000 minimum,
yeah.
and that's I mean, like you talk about a boat, like a fucking van, that's depreciating much more. Like if you sold it in 3 years for 70, you would be fucking
You get
fortunate.
25% of what you paid into it. It's
Yeah,
a terrible investment.
terrible.
One of the things I'm thinking about in the very short term, because I was getting pissed off at my job this last week. I had one time where I sat for 3 days waiting for a fucking load to come in. This last, you know, this last pickup, I sat for a day, almost a whole day. I lost a whole day of fucking driving. And I lose about 75% of the money that I could make if I'm sitting. It really doesn't pay to just sit. And that's done because of factors that are outside of my control. I don't write the contracts that my company has with these suppliers and or the buyers or anything like that. And I have a set amount that I get paid if I'm having to sit, and it's not anywhere close to what I make when I'm driving. It's about
Yeah,
25%.
yeah.
Uh, and I'm getting pretty frustrated with that, and I'm thinking to myself, well, why don't I just buy a truck? So I've been doing some research into that. Um,
Dude, they're like 180 to 200
you can buy used ones for quite a bit less, but then you're running into the
maintenance.
maintenance expenses that are going to be higher and that type of thing. But if you're planning on using them for a year and then getting something better, if you can make that work, then you can make it work, and you'll wind up being a hell of a lot more profitable than you are working for a bigger company. But on the flip side of that, I've been watching the freight rates, and as the economy has been getting in trouble, the freight rates are going down, and it's I don't know. I don't know if it, from the math I'm doing, unless you've got 100 trucks running, you're not going to be making any money. Just trying to go out there and do it with one truck, like you've been able to do in the past. Lots of people have been able to do in the past. I don't think those it's going to work unless your shit's all the way paid off. If you're having to make a truck payment and deal with these market fluctuations,
Well, very very similar to real estate investments, in my opinion.
yeah,
Uh, if you own 10 or more properties, even with a property management company, yeah, like you're in that for the long term. Like, that's your bond 10. Your real estate investment are your bond 10. If you're expecting cash flow, you're a fucking idiot. Buy a fucking apartment complex and make sure it's rented out at least 90%. If it's not, you're not making money.
right,
You're stabilizing, and then you're hoping that when you retire and you want to exit, you hope that some of the other commercial buyer wants to go in and buy your property, your multi-tenant entity, and that's where your cash out is. And God help you if you sold that in 2008 or 2009. Um, yeah, like real estate, like, real estate is one of those things, like the average mom and pop that owns 3 or 4, that is not like, and again, it depends on the person. I would say if you're not intimately involved by REIT, and just take those gains, and utilize that to invest in. I mean, same thing you could say about dividend stocks. There were those that made, like, that was their whole retirement plan, was dividend stocks.
Yeah.
Is it now, like, given the economy? And actually, BT, like, you're more on the pulse of where I think most people, like, if you see a slowdown in trucking, that's a fucking huge, or people buying trucks to lease to make money. That's a huge indicator, better than CPI. CPI. Well, CPI is so fucking manipulated, but trucking, like, that's week to week. That's like month to month. If you don't see as many trucks on the road, the average
Well, I see
investor
lots of
should
trucks
start
on the
getting worried.
road, but I see a lot of companies going bankrupt too. There's, look right now in front of you, almost every car on Highway 35 is a truck. There's pretty much each truck is carrying about $500,000 worth of shit. And I'd say northbound, I'm guessing there's 50 trucks a mile. Southbound, it looks like we're a little bit thinner on the traffic. But that's the northbound guys, or everybody who's going to go make a delivery in Dallas this morning. So there's a huge amount of commerce that's happening. But it's not paying what it used to. And people that have had bad financial plans, who have overextended themselves in debt, are going under. The guys, it's gotten to a point where the guys that are driving the beautiful flat-nosed Peterbilts, because they get worse gas mileage than these piece of shit Cascadias like I'm driving, or any of the other more modern aerodynamic trucks, they're losing their businesses because they're losing 8-10 cents a mile. And when your margins are depending on the pennies per mile, you're fucked.
Yeah.
What
about the volume? Like, have you seen, like, just your anecdotal experience, like, independent operators, or like, so I don't think that look, I mean, our country cannot go with the Paul Volcker 20% inflation, even though back then it was like 13%. Volcker went in back in the 80s, said, we got to clamp this shit down. We don't have that volition or that fortitude that we did back then. And literally that did ruin Jimmy Carter's. It literally made him no longer, no matter what you thought of him, but Volcker, he did the right thing. He tamped that shit down. Interest rates went to 18%, but he was like, if I don't put the brakes on the train, it's going to get bad. This administration, Obama, Trump, not going to happen. It's all political. even back then it was, but it was like, we still had like the Fed being less removed from where we are now.
Good morning.
And
Whoever just came in, I didn't read it.
It's me, Eric Zombro.
What's up, EZ?
How are you? On this phone, I have a copy of my Sodom and Gomorrah mug from Strong Successful Males channel. It's Sodom and Gomorrah 2.0, my coffee cup.
All right.
How are you guys doing? Am I too loud with the treadmill?
Say it again, Eric.
Am I too loud with the treadmill?
No, you're fine. You're
Okay.
fine. I can't even hear your thumping today. Oh, there, I hear it now that nobody's talking.
All right, I'll mute myself. How you doing? How you doing, PWS?
good, man. Dude, what I want to know is, like, I don't know, you're like Central Time, right? 4 o'clock roughly. What are you doing this time working out?
Well, you know as well as I do, it gets really, really hot in Oklahoma in the summer months. And I have everything set up in the garage. So nighttime's a little cooler. And since I always worked midnights when I was a cop, I kind of got used and have an off schedule. So I'm retired. I just, I work out when I feel like it, when it's cool. I exercise, I shower, I sleep. I do it at my leisure.
Amen to that, brother.
Right on. Hey, listen, EZ.
Yes.
We've talked a little bit about we haven't talked directly, but dude, you have a bond tent that's so fucking golden that most people would live for. Even all the issues that you've had health wise, dude, if you can live into your 85, man, I'm fucking jelly. Like, you have no risk in the markets.
I have.
You have zero.
I'll say this much. The police department usually screws everybody, but they took good care of me.
Well,
I will say that because they kept me on midnights, so I got the night diff, and that increased my pension. They let me stay an extra 3 months so that when I finally was retired, I got a whole recharge of 27 more vacation days and a whole bank of time. So they really took, the police department took care of me in my case.
well, and you don't have to worry about the fluctuation at all, dude. I mean, that would make me sleep like a fucking baby.
I actually just got a little bit of a raise, so now I'm almost at 6,400 tax free every month.
Dude.
And down here, $6,400 in Oklahoma goes a lot longer than it did in New York.
And it's guaranteed. That's the one thing. It's like a fucking bond tent. Like it would be the equivalent of owning a duplex, multi-duplex. Like,
Yeah.
and you're not even retired. Like, you don't even, you haven't, even, dude.
And as far as making it to 85, I think I'm in pretty good health. Brandon has seen me in person. I'm not the picture of health, but I'm a healthy guy. But
I will verify that.
with all the cancer I had and all my time at Ground Zero, though, I doubt very much. You know what I mean? I'm sure I got another something coming my way.
I would sleep like a fucking baby, dude. I would be. Dude,
I can tell you this, my brother still gives me shit for it every once in a while. He's like, You're so lucky. I always get on him about it. Like, really? I'm lucky. I had I have a giant car accident, almost died, massive head injury, lost a career I love. Yeah, they might have taken care of me, but I wouldn't call it luck.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like you could be the opposite of Derek Shaman.
Yeah, no, I'm very blessed.
Or you could be that fucking twant that worked at Starbucks. 25 million. And,
You're fading out.
million. And she, well, her, her attorney got probably 34, 38%. And it's, what is that? Roughly, dude, Gold Monkey. You know what? Huh?
Are you talking about that lady who, like, she won the lottery and then dropped dead?
No, this is the Starbucks manager that sued. $25 million.
Oh yeah, she got 25 million because they fired her for being white.
Yeah,
Because they wanted to show the people that they were diverse and inclusive. Okay.
Yep. And like 30% roughly. I'm sure it was on the contingency. And look, I mean, no shortage to her. But anyway, so what's 25 million or 30%? $18 million. So settled out of court for that.
Right. I think I think she gets like a lump sum payment, and then they're paying her like I think either yearly or every 6 months. I don't think it was just one big check.
Well, I wouldn't take it as such. Well, it's much like lottery winners that well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would
No, I
say
get it.
talk to a CPA. But yeah, she is like she's fucking set for life. For what? Would a white man get that? Fuck no. He would not get any. And again, I can't say what a jury would judge, but
Oh, remember, I was turned down. I was turned down 5 times from my when I filed for my WTC compensation to pay my medical bills. But they paid out millions to people. I think I got denied because I think me and so many other guys got denied because they ran out of money trying to be charitable. I would love to see an audit, a full audit of where that money went.
Well, Easy, you and I know that probably went to a lot of political organizations. I mean, and this is my trouble or confliction of, all right, so I'm in the 22% tax bracket. It's tough for me to, even though I mean, there are others that make more than I do. It's really tough for me to see my IRS statement, my FICA statement, other than IRS that I'm obviously paying into, going towards what? Towards what? National debt? Like you and I owe roughly $250,000 right now.
Right. And that's only on the national debt. That doesn't count the unfunded liability.
Unfunded, exactly, which is which is like 10 times that.
Right. If you add that in, it goes up to about the rough estimate is 120 to 170 trillion.
Yep.
And and if you go by the bookkeeping, like the Pentagon, I mean, they just came out with an article and a statement saying that they lost 2.2 trillion. They just don't know where it is.
Yep, I saw that yesterday.
2.2 trillion just gone. So and nothing's going to happen to anyone. No heads are going to roll.
Yep.
It's just, time will march on and, business as usual. The military industrial complex shall continue. It's insanity. But if you and I, if you and I did something crooked, we'd be rotting in jail for 50 years,
Yep.
It's been a slow descend, but we finally hit rock bottom. We are now a banana republic. It really is. It's a banana republic.
Well, and that slow descent has become like a fucking fireball down to the depths of hell.
Right.
And I literally like we're all pretty much the same age. We're in our 50s.
Yes.
I literally look at kind of like what BT and I were talking about, like, where do you go? Get land in another country. Okay. I think that's not, unwise. But if you do that, you're going to be placeholding into that country. If you decide to be nomadic, which I'm kind of pinning towards, and just writing out, like, just give me 20 years where I can live my life out, where I can enjoy what other countries' cultures, food is. Is that the right way? Or do you just buy like land in West Virginia, solar, or Tennessee, whatever, or North Dakota, South Dakota, and just have an aspect of where. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Or just have like an aspect where you've got like some basis of. I mean, who would have thought 30, 40, 50 years ago that most men just want a piece of property? Don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you, and I'm good. And that seems like the American dream today. I'm in awe of, or fucking disgust at the fact that if you're not like a multi-millionaire, like $8-10 million, if not on up, you're looked at as a peasant class, Anyway,
I will say this: where I am, houses are still affordable. Like, people are still buying. It's slowed down a lot. Don't get me wrong, but
They're affordable for people coming out of places like New York.
right.
They're not affordable for the people that have lived there their whole life.
That's what I mean. So, like, if you're looking to move someplace and start a fresh start, I would recommend Oklahoma. But if something does go down, areas like this, you can find a good little bug out group to go to. So this place has got its benefits, definitely. I love it here. I really do.
So easy. Like, what is the average cost of a home? Like 350, 450?
Yeah, about that. I paid 348, and I did a 30-year loan. I locked in at a great rate, 3.44. So I'm happy. I'm not going to refinance again because I have a credit rating of 780, and I don't want to pay, additional fees because I did the right thing, and I'm going to fund people who didn't do the right thing. So
Yep.
I'll never take a mortgage again. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but Biden's plan to help the credit rating challenged.
Oh no. if you're above a certain amount, yeah, no, I know.
Oh, that
Like,
credit thing.
no,
Oh,
you've done the right
fucking.
thing.
Yeah,
That's
like
such a horrible idea. Oh my
of
god.
course it is. Like it's Dodd Frank all over again.
Exactly. Red line,
I
fuck
think I
you.
think it's worse.
Right. Like everyone wants to blame the banks and they were predatory lenders. No, the whole financial collapse of '08 can be laid at the feet of liberalism and Dodd-Frankville,
Yep.
forcing the institutions under threat of millions of dollars of fines and government takeover to
Racism. If you
right.
don't if you don't get rid of like the redlining and the credit scores and the people that can actually pay back the loan, you're fucking racist.
They were giving loans to people who were making $28,000 a year and giving them loans for houses up to like 400 to 500,000. Like what planet did they actually think that this was a good idea on? And every banker told them like, hey, you shouldn't do this. This is pretty shit, messed up.
But
You know,
those
I mean,
CEOs, easy, man, a lot of Wall Street banker and institutions made fucking bank.
of course, because they
Yeah.
aligned themselves because they saw the writing on the wall. I mean, yeah, it might suck that they made money, but like you also have to think about the investors they had, the people they had working for them. They had to align themselves so that they could, soften the blow when it came. And then you have idiots like Christian Bale and Steve Carell going on, oh, it's criminal what happened to yeah, you know, no one does a deeper dive into this stuff. On the surface, yeah, it looks awful. Absolutely awful. But when you dive deeper into it and you see what was the actual cause, you find out that, you know, policymakers who have absolutely no idea of finance or how this stuff actually works should really listen to the experts and keep their noses out of it.
Well, I mean, did you really think that like they didn't know what was going on? I think that they literally looked at it as we can like with CDOs we can take Moody's and S&P. We're complicit. Like if that wasn't a way for the government to go, we need to regulate that. Those fucking two AIG as well. Regulate those fuckers. They basically took subprime. They're like, you know what, subprime. Yeah, we know they're shit. But instead of making them shit and taking the risk like hedge funds did, we'll just then merge that into the fucking patty and we'll grind the fucking beef into all the fucking shit. And when you take a fucking bite of it, you don't know that you're eating fucking dog shit
Of
with
course
your
not.
beef. Like, and then meanwhile, Goldman Sachs, well, Lehman Brothers went down, but I mean, multiple banks should have gone, or lending institutions should have gone down. Like Michael Berry. I mean, yes, he's kind of like like the shift, the whole gold aspect. But Michael Berry has been talking about like the debt crisis for I don't know 9 years now. Like, all right,
Oh,
so the GFC took place
oh yeah.
2009. Like he's been talking about we never took the lumps from the GFC crisis in 2008, 2009. And I literally, I think he's right. But like, when you know that it's going to pop, it will pop. And it, like, Eric, like, if you bought your place for 350, granted, Oklahoma, it might go down to 325, 300 or whatever. Like, it's not a huge haircut off of you, but those people that, in major metro areas that bought $1 million home and now it's 700. And
My ex-wife, the house that we did and we fixed up, and we converted it to a 2-family home, moved my parents in. Well, now she's stuck with a house in an area where the economy has been hit, everyone's laid off, and there's no way on hell she's going to be able to sell it and get out of it. No way in hell. So the house appraised at about 680. If she gets 400, she'd be lucky. Lucky. And I know for a fact that she remortgaged it, because my daughter told me she took out a giant mortgage and she fixed up the inside, which she had always wanted to do. And now she's stuck with a ginormous payment and too much house.
I've got my mortgage plus a balloon payment, but you know what? Look at my pillows. Look at the pillows in my living room. And sorry, I'm making fun of her, like, it's the same fucking typical twant thinking of.
And I even said to her when we were going through the process, because I signed the house over to her, I just said 100%, it's all yours. Do what you want with it. And then she's like, so what does that mean? And the lawyer, the arbitrator, was like, well, that means that you are responsible for 100% of the payments, 100% of the upkeep, 100% of this. She thought I was going to be paying 50% of everything. So when I did that, the judge, her lawyer, the arbitrator, and they all had a smile on their face, because they knew I had talked to people and I knew what I was doing when I went in. Everyone told me that if you have no attachment to the house or the area, or you want to move, just sign it over, because she can bleed you dry. Yep. And there's nothing you can do about it. It hurt because I sank a lot of money into it. What's that?
Yeah. I got the same advice. And it was the best fucking advice I ever got.
Yep. Because
my divorce,
if she stayed there for 20 years and you only wanted 40% of the house, that means you have to pay 40% of the electric, 40% of the oil bill. If the oil burner breaks, you got to come up with 40% of the cost. So there's no way. So anytime I hear of a man going through divorce and he has a house, I sign it over to her. Just give it to her. And,
my ex-wife, I had a paid off $750,000 house. Paid off. I said, hey, I don't want my name on there anymore. That was part of the divorce decree. And she told me, I'll take the house and you can keep your retirement. Great. That's the way we're going to do it.
Absolutely.
And she went and refinanced that thing and lost that house in 3 years.
Yeah, my ex had
3 years.
3 years.
My ex had 1 year to get my name off it, and she couldn't. It was something she couldn't do until my name was off it. So it worked out good.
So I'm really curious. 3 years. So BT, did she refinance and she got equity out of the house, and then she couldn't?
But you got to understand that when we got divorced, she was making fucking $12 an hour, and she went and she's living in a fucking Um, she had a time adjusting to making $12 an hour and making that fucking run the household versus what I was making at the time. And she had a big fucking wake up call. Even if she was getting fucking $1,500 a month for the kids, and an additional $300 a month for being, in alimony. They call it maintenance here in Texas, but it was alimony.
You don't call it maintenance.
Yeah. After 3 months of me hiring a PI to watch and make sure that what was happening was actually what happened, because there was a rider on her fucking alimony that said if she had anybody move into the house for more than 30 days, the alimony ends. So, the guy that she fucked around on me with moved in because he was a low rent motherfucker. And, why not move into the fucking McMansion?
Right.
So, after 3 months, the fucking, the alimony went, the alimony went away. So now she's only got the fucking kids' money at $1,500 a month, plus her fucking pissant salary. She couldn't make it work.
Now, you want to hear something really funny? Now, because my pension is tax free, it comes up different. So, at the time we were getting divorced, she was making $167,000. Now, after taxes and everything, we made about the same amount every month. However, in New York, it doesn't go by what your net income is. It goes by your gross.
Gross. Okay.
So my salary was much lower than hers, so much lower that she had to pay me alimony.
Oh, that fucking burn.
Yes. However, she had custody of the kids. She had custody of the kids. So what they did was they take what the alimony is and minus that off of the child support. So my monthly child support obligation was just $900. No, $1,014. So what I did was I split it up. I paid her twice a month like she asked. And then when I won custody of the kids, then she had to pay me alimony and child support.
Dude, you know what? Right into Strong Successful Male and tell him how you made that work, because that's fucking brilliant.
And then the topper was I won custody. My daughter Chris came to Oklahoma. Kate, she got a job. She got a job doing medical equipment sales. So she dropped out of college and she's doing the medical equipment sales. And, so I didn't have her. So I stopped the child support on that. And she's happily married, living, north of Manhattan, and away we go. But I had Kristen, and as I said, I won custody in New York, out of state, full custody. And as Terrence Popp says, I'm an anomaly. He has never heard of anyone having such success as I had in New York.
Was your drug? Your judge must have been on absolute drugs. Like
my judge was a female, and when my ex said she didn't want to pay child support, the judge said, "Well, would you expect him to pay child support if you won?" And she said, "Well, of course. That's his obligation." And she said, "Well, now it's your obligation." And my ex started crying, bawling, and so it was, how would you say, glorious?
Yeah. Well, no, here's the thing. I love the fact
that Eric.
Like your pension was not imputed with your total income,
no.
Right? and
My
that's
pension,
huge, especially tax-free
it's
pension.
a totally separate thing.
Yeah, that's
Totally separate.
fucking
On
brilliant.
paper, I look like I'm a pauper.
Yep.
But when you sit back and say, wait a second, he's getting that tax free.
Huge. I mean, I told you this on another live stream. Like, dude, you have like almost like a $1.8 million portfolio that it's not even like it's like a $1.8 million annuity. Like, it's guaranteed. Obviously, unless New York goes bankrupt. But
Well, no, even if New York goes bankrupt, the PBA, the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, picks up the pension, and they're funded for. They have something like $300 billion invested in all over the place. I get the monthly and quarterly statements. So if the
dude,
city goes belly up like it did in the 60s and 70s,
yeah,
the PBA and like all the like the captains union, the lieutenants, the sergeants union, the detective union, they all pool their money together and pay the pensions of the retirees until the city gets back on its feet.
damn.
Then they bill the city for what they had to lay out and get it back. But usually what happens is like what happened in the 70s. Remember Koch, he had to lay off a whole bunch of cops.
Yep.
Well, they
Well,
also
I mean,
stopped.
yeah. I mean, I don't remember Koch, but yeah, I mean, I remember Koch, but I don't remember the
Koch
name
had
of
to stop
Koch.
payments on the Koch had to stop payments on the retirees at the time. So the unions paid for all the retirees until the city got back on its feet. And then the city reimbursed the unions for what they laid out and took over the payments. So that's what would happen again. Now, if the entire system crashes, I've got a nice backup of gold, silver, and I got a nice bug out location in Arkansas. I told you about it, talked to Brandon about it. I'll just sit back and watch the show.
I mean, you know, and look, Easy. I know
I
you.
was thinking about that, and
Like I said,
you're actually you're flying distance from me in my ultralight as well.
Terrence Pop says, and even Red Pill Rhino all said, I'm an anomaly. I'm like an 8-leaf clover in a field of 4-leaf clovers. It was hilarious when I was telling Red Pill Rhino. He was shaking his head with his jaw, like he goes, "If my jaw could open anymore, it would." It was hilarious.
Honestly, Easy. I'm shocked that your wife, her lawyer, didn't try and access part of your pension. Like, I would assume that you guys, like y'all have been married for at least 15, 20 years, right?
21 and a half. Well, you got to remember too. I even said, I told her because she had talked about that, and I said, look, I was like, you make more than me. I was like, you already saw what happened with this.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Like,
Literally, if she made 40,000 or whatever, 80,000 as a teacher,
yeah, she made
like
167 as a phys ed teacher.
160,000 as a fucking phys ed and a fucking local. Literally, you got to be fucking kidding me, dude. I'm sorry, but I know that money goes differently elsewhere, but holy fucking shit.
Just for your own curiosity, look up Long Island schools, Suffolk County, New York, and look up all the school districts in Suffolk County, New York, and you'll see just how far in the red they are and how screwed they are because the teacher salaries from all the freaking during the 90s and the Clinton years and in the early years of Bush when, things were rolling, they gave out these exorbitant contracts and these crazy, benefits. Like my ex-wife, she started there with a master's, but at the school, the district says if you get like an additional 15 credits, they'll give you another 5,000, then 5,000 more. Then if you get like masters, she's on masters plus 75. So she has all the step increases that you could possibly get. And then she gets, the salary bonuses on top of it. Last time I looked, and because they publish the teachers' contracts in the paper every time they go for, negotiations, you know what she's making now? 184.
Oh, that's a fucking look, all right. No wonder people want to leave fucking New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, like locusts.
Yeah, there's a janitor at her district that was making 220.
Oh my fucking! All right, so this is why I want to take my investments, put it like half of it into annuity, and get the fuck out of the U.S.
Yeah,
and provided that I put it into the right annuity company it's got some legs to it. You got to be fucking kidding me! Like literally, like my ex-girlfriend, she had her stepdad was a detective, 134. This was back in 2006. Guaranteed pension.
Okay, you want to see something interesting too? Look up the Nassau County Police Department and the Suffolk County Police Department. They have guys making $800,000 a year with overtime. Sergeants and cops. It's insane. New York has priced itself to death. Long Island, New York, you cannot. That's why, when everyone wants to retire and leave because they take those exorbitant salaries with them.
Dude,
That's why Carolinas, Georgia, Virginia, Florida, they're loaded with ex-New Yorkers.
No, I could totally, literally, like my ex-girlfriend, my ex-wife, like her dad was a detective in Little Egg Harbor, New Jersey. I don't know if you know that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Egg Harbor. Yeah,
That's
I know.
Hampshire's hometown.
Yeah, no, not quite. But I have been over
Hampshire.
Barnegat Bridge, so there's that, right? That's an.
Oh, Hammy.
Oh yeah.
What's going on, brother?
That's Hamster.
Oh, that's Hampshire.
Yeah. So I was like floored. Like he retired when he was like 48. Like he worked there 21 or I don't know, 22 or whatever. And I'm like, you're able to do this at 48? Maybe he's 49. But it's like, yeah, no, I have a full pension, guaranteed health benefits.
Meow.
Her or his husband, my ex-wife's mom worked for New Jersey Bell. She had a fucking guaranteed pension as well. And they were like bitching and complaining about like all the taxes that they had to pay. I'm like, but I don't know exactly what you make, but knowing anecdotally from another ex-girlfriend from New York, that Long Island, like you probably got to be making like he was like 100 and I don't know what it was, 118, 128, I can't remember exactly, but New Jersey, you're probably making 100, 105 guaranteed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But see, the thing now is a lot of police departments, a lot of companies, with all the bloat from all the people living longer, because you got to remember when some of these contracts are made, like 20-year retirement, people weren't living much more than 3 to 5 years after they retired. So they're like, yeah, we're good,
Right.
Like if I keep going strong, I can really bilk the city. Not bilk it, but you know what I mean. I can.
You can milk it, baby. Milk it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like bilk it, milk it, whatever you would call, fucking
Drain it.
Yeah. And some people say it's, well, you didn't even work there that long. What right do you have to collect such a long pension?
Well, they signed the contract. Fuck them.
They signed the contract, and because, I got screwed up in an auto wreck that nearly killed me.
Yeah.
Because I got cancer at ground zero. I don't know. I think I paid my dues, don't you?
You deserve every fucking penny and more, dude. You know that. Yeah, these fucking whining babies. Oh,
Well, that's what
But-
my brother is. My brother is so, I don't know if the word is jealous or mad
Probably.
or
yeah.
Hey,
I
Joey.
don't.
I mean, but yeah, hey, look, easy. Your experience in York is so far fucking different than my ex-wife's father in Long or Little Egg Harbor. I mean, it was
Oh,
like the worst
I know
that
that
you would
area.
have is a DUI stop during the peak of summer. I mean, it was fucking a penis. It was like going down to Myrtle Beach and going, "Hey guys, just put down your fucking boobs. Just calm down. Just oh, have you been drinking? I mean, DUI stops were the worst that he ever had to deal with.
Yeah, well, Hamster can tell you like the difference between New York City and like areas of New Jersey, like the Jersey Shore and Suffolk County and Nassau County. But all those places get exorbitant pay compared to the NYPD. And I get it. Like,
I know for sure,
I get it. You
Zombro. I haven't lived there for years, so I don't know what's going on.
But even when you lived there, you knew that the pay disparity was crazy. I started in New York City making $27,000.
Yep.
The cops in Suffolk and Nassau started at 72. That was their academy pay.
I mean, otherwise you can't get people to work. I mean, you can't live in fucking Long Island without getting a lot of money. I mean, that's well, I mean, even New York City. I mean, come on, you gotta pay people.
Definitely.
I mean, that's the thing about my industry. The electronic shit. There's always people hiring in California, right?
Oh yeah, and you
it's
can
like,
you can
have
work
to give
remotely,
me about a 30 or 40% increase just to break even.
and you can work remotely, right?
Well, you can, but they're very much frowning upon that these days. I heard a theory is because since managers don't do anything but have meetings with people, they want you to be there to have meetings. I don't know.
It's got to justify their existence.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But I mean, you talk to these people from California. It's like, oh yeah, we got this great job in Mountain View or whatever. So well, what's the pay? Oh, it's this. It's this shit. That's like 10% more than I'm making now. Sorry, it's going to cost me. My rent here is expensive, like $1,500 or whatever. It's going to cost $3,000-$4,000 a month just for fucking rent in California. I mean, it's insane. So you're going to have to bump me up what $3,000-$4,000 a month. You're going to have to give me a whole lot more money, right? Just to pay rent. You're going to have to give me a $2,000 a month, like $24,000 just for the rent. So don't even talk to me. Plus, there's I'm at the level where you have to pay a 13% state income tax on top of the federal in California.
Oh, in California, yeah.
Yeah. So you're paying your margin. I don't know what they call it. Marginal. The rate you're paying is probably 30 to 40% of your income. But that's a lot of fucking money just for taxes.
No, exactly. Hamster. The more you go up in the ladder, the more you pay.
Yep.
So it's like, all right, so I'm at 150. Well, I could be in Oklahoma for 120, and depending on
do a hell of a lot better. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Like it's not even like in California 13%. Anyway, yeah, it's like.
Well, I mean, the idea would be if you could get a remote gig in California and they pay you California, that'd be excellent. But that wouldn't be the way it would be. They would pay you if you lived in Montana or something. They would pay you at the Montana rate,
right?
Which would be fine. That'd be all right with me. I wouldn't care.
Yeah. But Curly, if you came to Oklahoma making 120, you'd be set. If you average if you convert my income to a regular income with taxes and everything else, I make a little under 99 a year. Yeah. I'm at like 98.7.
Yeah, but
before
yeah,
tax.
all right. So,
And I'm doing quite well for
Oh,
Oklahoma.
good. Congratulations, man. That's wonderful.
like,
I'm
like,
happy.
like my biggest issue right now, like I'm here in the Carolinas, so
Yeah.
um,
See, but that's
I
the cost of living there is climbing rapidly.
Oh, fuck.
It-
Try to get around
it-
Raleigh.
Dude.
Forget about it.
you can't lease a house for under $2,800 a month, and I'm
Like-
not
Oh, yeah.
even talking a nice. I'm talking like a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house for outside of Apex. Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly where that is. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're not running that for under 20 and buying it 450, 500
Right.
easily.
Hamster, you remember MAGA Man?
Probably. I don't know.
His name's Wally. He was from New York.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was in the plumbers union.
Mm.
He moved down. He got divorced. He moved down to North Carolina. He was saying, and this was like about a year ago. He was saying he might have to move because the cost of living has jumped so much and prices are going up so much because
Yep.
all the people coming in, they're driving the
Yep.
cost of everything up.
Yep.
Well, I mean, you've got.
SCE had to move out of Dallas and up
Yeah.
to Oklahoma City because of the same thing.
Yeah.
Mhm. Well, I mean, Texas
Arkansas
is just getting out of control with
Yeah,
Austin and all
Arkansas
that shit.
too. Northwest Arkansas, they're building like crazy. The rent and
Yeah.
the prices of homes are going up like mad.
Yeah.
So to be honest, I think I got in here where I am outside of Tulsa at the right time because I
Mhm.
think eventually it's going to catch on here too because they're building like crazy. The oil industry here is booming in the natural gas. They're
yeah.
drilling like crazy. They're laying
Mhm.
pipes.
Laying
Pipeline.
pipes.
Sorry. And they're even doing some of that wind farming. So
No, the reason that you guys got my attention is the teachers making a good salary wherever with Long Island, you say.
yes.
But the biggest fucking lie that is still perpetuated by the fucking media is teachers are underpaid.
Oh, I know.
Bullshit. That
My
is
ex-
not true.
I'm
That
here
is
with
not
you,
true.
teacher.
My
And-
ex-wife used to be printed with a picture of her in the paper every time they went to contract. And she used to get hate mail. Her tires used to get flattened.
Hmm. I mean, I don't agree with any of that. I don't like violence
Oh,
based.
I don't agree with it either. Like,
But don't fucking tell me teachers are underpaid. They are not underpaid. It's
No.
bullshit.
You know,
What they do, and it's a really simple trick. What they do is they give you the cash value of their salary. They don't talk about all the benefits. They don't talk about the vacation, the gold-plated fucking pensions these people have. Shut the fuck up.
that's
Don't
another thing
fucking
too.
tell me this
Our
bullshit.
pension's
You're lying
guaranteed
to
by the
me.
state.
Exactly. So yeah, that one gets me all the time because poor teachers are paid. No, they're not.
Yep.
No, they're not. It's a fucking lie. Now they're not making the kind of money that I make, but they're not doing bad for a really easy to get 4-year degree. Come on now, stop it.
And
What's the old joke?
even with the masters, which some states require, so what a master's is what, 30 grand to get through your
Oops.
2 years. Oops.
Yeah.
That's like nothing compared.
It's too, if you're in education.
Copay twice a year. Yeah. Right.
No, I mean, let's just really think about this, right? I've taken some master's level classes, right? And to get a master's degree, it's 2 more years. And in engineering, you have to do some kind of project or some shit, right? You got to do something, right? It's not quite simple. What do you got to do if you're a teacher getting a master's degree? Let's be honest. Come on.
You got to write a paper.
Write a few papers. That's it.
My ex-wife, because I was retired, my ex-wife had me write the thesis for her.
There you go. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not taking away from the effort that it takes, but it's not on the level of a science. I'm sorry, it is not there. It's not there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got my master's in mechanical, and I had to actually build something that worked.
Uh-huh.
That was a new and novel fucking approach.
Yep.
And I was not allowed to fucking keep it. But you know, you got to build something that's patentable
Yeah.
to get your masters. That's what they call a practicum.
Or you got to come up with some kind of novel solution to some problem, right?
Right.
There's a better way to compute this, and it'll save this much. Blah blah blah. Right? There's a million things you could do.
You know,
So
I built this
I
fucking
just couldn't do it.
completely impractical fucking thing.
a
But
Brendan
I stopped
Goldberg
after my
machine.
second. I stopped education after my second bachelor's degree.
Yeah.
just
Well,
couldn't do it.
you're greedy. That's what you are.
Yeah.
Mr. Degree Boy. In retrospect, I should have just went for the masters. I only had like maybe a year left. I could have got it done, but you live and learn, right? You live and learn.
well, I thought it was really a fucking cool deal at the place I got. I went to Pitt, right? And
Yeah.
you got a fucking budget
Mm-hmm.
when you're doing your masters for fucking building whatever, because Pitt made fucking money off of some of these patents.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It was big. It was a big fucking deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I want, I took and modified the fucking propeller on a PT6. If anybody knows it, yeah, it's a high bypass turbo shaft engine. It's used in all your turboprops and most of your helicopters. And I modified a fucking PT6 engine so that it would run a turbo fan, and the internals of the fan were hollow, so you could use the fucking rotation of the fan as a centrifugal compressor. So it's like another stage of compression for the PT6 engine.
Cool.
Right, but it was fucking heavy as fuck.
Mm.
So obviously nobody's ever going to build it.
Right.
Yeah, but it worked.
Proof of concept, right? Hey, we can do this if we wanted to.
Yeah. But why would we? Yeah.
Right.
To the engineers in the audience, Hamster,
What?
did you read about the Titanic submersible?
Yeah.
Man, I really feel bad for those people. It's
You know what? If you're under the age of 54, you don't have the right to talk about this, because we need woke,
Inspirational people. That's what he said. He wouldn't hire 50-year-old white guys.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to inspire people.
Yeah.
But my question is this: he said they employed all the greatest aerospace engineering minds to create this thing, and I thought, well, airplanes go up, the submersible goes down, and isn't it like every 33 feet or 33 and a half feet? It's like 10 times. Yeah,
Yes, you double the pressure.
You double the pressure.
Feet.
And I just don't understand why you would talk to aerospace engineers and not deep sea engineers, or people who.
Because they were stupid. That's why.
I hope all the families. I hope all the families sue, and I hope that the guy that he fired and got blackballed, I hope he sues too.
Well, he did.
Well, they might.
Eric, you're absolutely right, man. Because the pressure in an airplane's cabin is all external. You're pressing out on the skin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's completely
but
opposite.
it could have been the aerodynamic shape of the thing that he was taught. I don't know, right? I don't know all the details, right? I'm just thinking that maybe the aerodynamic part is, basically water it's similar to air, right? So to get it through the water, it has to be aerodynamic. I thought
it was that. I mean, water is the hardest substance on Earth, and I thought it was denser than air because, you get hit by a shot of water, it hurts like hell.
Well, I mean, it is, but I think
it's a fluid.
Yeah, it's just running through the air is similar. Yeah.
But it's similar, but not.
Right.
The speed of sound changes, and your dynamic changes, your vibrations all change, and all that shit.
Right.
He did.
No, I understand the whole concept of like, the lift, the drag, the force to propel you, but I just always thought it was not even a different animal, it's just like a totally different species as far as like, going under just even going down 60 feet can screw you up physically for, forever. You can do permanent damage to your body.
But
It's just scuba diving.
well, I mean, you hear all the time, and you hear, well, he's a NASA engineer. That doesn't mean shit.
No.
Okay, people work at NASA on one thing their entire career. That doesn't mean you're very smart. It just means you worked on one thing your entire freaking career. That's all it means.
Clearly. And I mean, I saw this video that this one guy was like, his take on it was just goes to show that sometimes billionaires and rich people go too far with their hobbies.
Well, I mean, I was thinking about the whole concept. Why the fuck would you want to? I mean, yeah, it's cool, the Titanic, all that crap. Why would you go 2 miles under the water? I don't. It's just not. That wouldn't be for me. I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, and to make that commercialized, where you've got the safety of engineering that said, look, we need the Maritime Institute to basically say that we're our vessel is able to do it, right? And whatever Hamish or whatever the guy's name, the CEO of Ocean Galactic, said, yeah, that's going to take too much time, too much money, bad optics. Yeah, we're not going to do that. And like the director of operations got fired in 2018, and they settled. All right. And then get this. So when he came out with his story afterward, they then countersued him for that, saying, no, it should have been tested. It wasn't, right?
It's sad. It really is. It's sad because
and literally easy. The only look, I want that vessel to be recovered. I hope that people are still alive, but I don't really, and I don't care. Like they have Sony forms like, hey, you go out onto the ship, you're signing off, you know that you might die, that there is so much negligence that's taken place there, and yet I really feel, depending on their attorneys, I'm concerned of which that there's no retribution for their families. Hamish, fuck, man. Hey, you know what? Been drinking too many Belgian beers, 9.4%.
I mean, that's a horrible way to go. All the power went out. You're drifting down to crush depth. Can't see anything, and it's it's horrifying. Horrifying.
Dude, you know that your chance of being rescued are less than 1%. If you're at 12,000 depth,
there's nothing on this earth that can go down there and rescue them. I mean, they're done.
They're pretty much fucked. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, like 2 vessels. That's it.
But I mean, isn't this thing? I guess this thing is not tethered, huh? Like, there's not a tether to this thing. It just goes down by itself.
No. They have they're either you come up and you're rescued.
I thought it was like a didn't it have like a Logitech joystick? This was another thing that really struck me too. Like on Amazon, it's rated like a 2.0, 2 stars, and it's like everyone hates the thing, and that's what they use in the guide to thing.
Yeah, I don't know about that. seems unrealistic.
I really thought it was like a joke.
I think it is a joke. I'm betting it's a joke.
I mean, it was a PlayStation 4 controller.
Yeah.
Basically, like, your little joystick moving forward, dude.
Imagine this really is just a hoax, and they've mobilized this entire bunch of 50-year-old white men to come and try to save them. That would be screwed up. I mean, I really hope that they're not dead. I hope there's a way they can be rescued, but I highly doubt it. I think the Titanic has taken more bodies with them. It's sad.
It's very sad, but this whole joystick from Amazon, I'd find that hard to believe.
Well, I bring
mean,
that up because I thought it was tethered to something that the joystick controlled, and that's how they would rise and fall to control the descent. But I guess I was wrong.
They rise and fall using buoyancy.
Got it.
Yeah, I looked at their design. Their design is, it's got a funky shape to it, but it's basically the same as every submarine that's ever been built. It's got a small the deep dive submarines they've all got the spherical fucking life support capsule, and then they have ballast tanks and some electric motors to give them some thrust.
Right.
The only issue there is that
their whole depth is controlled by the buoyancy, and they carry ballast with them. And when they want to come up, they just dump their ballast.
Right, and then they
works
shoot
great
up.
as long as you fucking can dump your ballast. And apparently they had a electronic ballast control versus like the James Cameron just had a submarine built for him, and he went and set or matched the dive off of the Marianas Trench, the deepest place on the ocean and the earth. And just like the old Argonaut back in the 1950s, who first set that depth record, they had a mechanical fucking dump valve. So in case everything fucked up, you could just pull a fucking lever and you go up to the surface.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they carry lead shot, and back in the 50s, they had mercury. They don't do that anymore, thank God. But you dump your ballast and you rise.
And then I was reading.
Very fucking simple shit.
Then I was reading that the guy who got fired, he claimed that it was only that the sub was only safe up to about 1,000 meters, and he was fired. He was blackballed. Like the billionaire dude, I forget what his name is. He literally was like, "That's not true. That's not true. It can go deeper. It can go deeper." But it only got certified for 1,000 meters.
No. All right. So what I read was
I don't know about that.
And in fact, that was why the director of Marine Operations, got fired in 2018.
Right.
Why? Because he said, there's there's a maritime, they basically certified marine vessels and submarines, and he's like, we should do that. And he got basically canned, literally, within moments of him or whatever board, and said, "Get the fuck out! You're presenting the wrong optics." And there's there's now stories of which that he was 52, 54 years old, and I get it. Now it's become more of an ageist issue, but no, this guy's like we have a carbon skin that's pressurized and certified based on aeroflight, but not relative to depth. And aeroflight or atmospheric is different than depth. Things like, shouldn't we have this certified by an independent contractor? No, done.
That's crazy.
And they pay
$250,000
a person to go down there.
$250?
Yeah.
Yeah,
wow.
$250.
I mean, there's got to be a regulatory authority You know, they can't just make anything up and go down. Somebody had to fucking check off on it, right?
You would think. Like,
I'm certain somebody had to sign off on it.
Well, I thought maritime law said you really weren't supposed to disturb shipwrecks or go down to them because they're graveyards.
Well, I mean, you can look, but I don't think you can go down and start pulling stuff off. I think that's probably not legal, but
Oh, okay.
No,
you
it's
can
not.
look. Yeah.
Yeah. The one of the things that people are getting really pissed off about is a lot of the shipwrecks from World War II are being salvaged by the Chinese.
I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. Pulling all that great steel.
See, now I heard, and again, maybe this was a rumor, but I had heard at some point Vietnam did that as well, didn't they? Some of the tanks and shit that we left over there, they reused them.
Well, yeah.
I thought.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm
I
sure
don't
of that.
believe that. You know, I don't
I mean, I
believe
would,
that's
you know,
a problem.
why not? Yeah.
But maritime law does state that, you know, a shipwreck that's had loss of life is a graveyard and shouldn't be disturbed.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the Chinese don't really give much of a shit about that. You know,
Oh, God.
Yeah.
they don't care.
It's a sad situation all around.
It is.
All those families
is.
now. You know,
It's
all
just
those families.
And I mean, it's got to be terrible for the people, you know, if they are still alive. I mean, they know they're going, right? There's no option. Yeah, it's terrible.
I find it hard to believe that they're still alive if they've lost electricity.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
I mean,
there's only so much air in that dive bell.
Right.
so
Even worse, even best case scenario, it doesn't implode and they have air.
well,
Still
I
got to
mean,
be at least 0 degrees down there, so they're freezing hypothermia.
well, yeah, there is that. Like, and again, I don't know if this is accurate or not, whatever. But they do have sonar. There are people that are pounding, but they have until like what is it? I think it's 8 p.m. tonight, and then they're done. Like the O2 scrubbers, they're shot.
Right. Not only that, I mean, there's food and water as well, right? They probably only went down with maybe. Yeah.
I'd say there's a lot of water.
I mean, you know, like Sunday to today, like Thursday. I mean, you could live. I mean, water. I would assume they would have that, but anyway,
Yeah, but
three, whatever. Like
Yeah.
they could make do, but yeah, without O2. But like the reports that I've read, like 8 p.m. tonight. Thursday. Yeah. So they went down Sunday. Like 8 p.m. tonight, they're done. Like there
does
is
anyone know how long it's supposed to be? Is it just for a day or what?
Oh,
The
no,
original.
they
What was the
pushed
mission?
them
They were
down.
going to go down for a day.
They're
and
going to
look
go
at the
down,
Yeah,
look around, and come up.
Yeah, like 4 hours down and then come back up.
Okay, so they likely didn't have a lot of extra water, food, and all that because they weren't planning on. But
Right.
who knows, right? They might have had some emergency shit too. Who knows? I don't know.
But they lost
but
contact
good.
with them an hour and a half in or something like that.
All right. So the call out came out like about 8 hours after they lost contact. So not quite sure, but all right. So like the whole 3 minutes, like drowning, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. That's kind of a basic, like if you can't meet that, you're probably going to die. And so 3 days without water, I don't know what, I'm sure that they have that on board, right? Fuck me, $250,000. It would be like Jeff Bezos going up and putting up people in a rocket and it gets fucking exploded. And immediately people would be like, what the fuck happened? And here, now we're like trying to do a rescue without going why did this even happen to begin with? Right? And or at least in my opinion, what like and everything that we've known where we've had like, a former employer saying, yeah, I was the director of marine operations and I wanted to be independently certified, and the CEO, whatever his billionaire or the billionaire's name was, well, that doesn't prevent or present the right optics. And he was let go and immediately fired right then and there. But all right, so here's my thing. Right now, we're looking at 12,000 square meters of area that we could go in and find out where they are, and if they are able to, and again, like go to the Gateway Pundit. Like there is audio file where this I don't know, I can't remember the marine organization that they put down sonar buoys, off their boats. They captured like the banging on it, assuming it didn't implode. But again, like whatever you want to think about Gateway Pundit, their validity, I don't like. For me personally, I don't think the Gateway Pundit has been wrong too many times, but they
Right.
do have audio recording where there is, and it sounds legitimate. I think that there are people alive. They are probably freezing their ass off.
Yeah, like you don't know if they're like at the bottom of the very ocean, or if like everything just gave out and they're just floating, being taken by the current. Floating down there at like say 1,300 feet, 1,400 feet, and just with electrical failure, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we only have we have one unmanned vehicle that can go to that depth, and then we have one actual rescue vehicle that can go to that depth.
Right. And like
that's it.
in the search area, I mean, they say, well, they're searching an area the size of Connecticut. Well, Connecticut's a pretty big state when you're looking for something, a small submersible stub with a very small sonar echo.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, Hampshire, you and all three of us have seen a map. When you think about it, Connecticut's a pretty big state. And it's sad.
Four of us, but yeah.
I mean, literally, they are fucked. I mean, there's like if they're at the bottom, they're done.
Yeah, they're done. But they could also be, like I said, they could be stuck, say, at like 1,500 feet and just being taken by the currents, out to Timbuktu,
Well, that too, and what was really the CBS correspondent that went on the prior depth to it. He was like, we encountered turbulence. We went towards the rear propeller. We got stuck for a while. And he said, like, I didn't know that we could get out of that. I thought we were going to die. We couldn't get out of the Titanic propeller.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we would, that's it. I mean, nobody's going to come down. There's no Navy rescue sub coming down, and if you can just hold tight like you were in a fucking like coal mine, dude, you're done.
Yeah,
right?
It's sad because this guy really just threw safety into the wind and just wanted to get down there because he's rich. I want to do it.
Yep. Yep. He was a multi-billionaire that what was it, Hamish or Hamish? I don't know what you call it.
I just wanted to get what you engineers thought of this whole situation.
Well, I for one wouldn't go down in the first place. So I wouldn't do that. It's not for me. That's not for me. I wouldn't. I'm not that adventurous. I can look at the pictures that people have taken. That's good enough.
Yeah, I'll look at the video James Cameron took.
I was going to say, James Cameron did a fucking brilliant job. And, like, you know, he already went to the Mariana Trench, which was below what the Titanic went to. And I mean, part of me is like, you know what? That is a graveyard.
In the Mariana
Respected.
Trench.
What's that?
Can't you fit Mount Everest in the Mariana Trench?
Is Mount Everest in the Oh, no. The Mariana Trench is way deeper than.
Yeah, I know, but you can fit the whole Mount Everest in the Mariana Trench, and it would still be underwater.
Times two.
Yeah, it's
way deeper.
Well,
like you
really,
get
the
some,
largest,
you get some bigger.
the largest mountain on in the world is actually the Big Island of Hawaii. You know, if you measure it from the base of the mountain up to the top, even though it's not the highest peak.
Right.
So, anyways, you know, it's there's no way you can test these bathyspheres. There's no way to test them. We don't have the facilities to pressurize and certify or anything like that. It's all done by analysis. You know, and apparently, you know, if you have one analysis that says one thing and another analysis says another, you can go with the one that supports your business model.
Right.
And that's the whole reason I fucking got on the outs with Raytheon, was because we had an analysis that was life limiting to an aircraft modification that we did. But the company that we paid to do the analysis said that if you give us $800,000 more, we can give you an analysis that will not be life limiting for your airframe. So,
wow.
And I called them out on that, and it killed the program. And Raytheon was not very happy about that. So.
You got the snot-nosed MBAs in there. Well, we got a schedule. We got a budget.
Yeah.
I know.
We got a water brain. Come on.
Oh, I'm sure you and Brandon have seen that loads of times, Hamster.
So, you know, it's, you know, I don't know. If I was going to spend $250,000 to go to the bottom of the ocean, which I would do, unlike James.
I'm a chicken shit.
I'd want the damn thing to have worked a few times before I fucking did it.
I spent $250,000 to go in the ocean. I'm going on a yacht that's traveling around the world like 3 times.
Yeah, that would work.
You know, all expenses paid, great food, great ports of call.
No, I mean, I can't imagine that they didn't do test runs, right? Why
That's the whole
wouldn't you?
thing. I don't think they did.
I don't think they did, James.
Jesus Christ, that's fucked up. What are they doing?
I mean, I think they did test runs on scale models, but nothing in reality.
No, I would expect it to be tethered to something, and you drop it down to the lowest possible, and then take all the readings and make sure your analysis makes sense with reality. That would be what I would do.
Right.
But
and even like submarines have a location buoy, and if something goes wrong, they can fire it off, and it sends a line up with a flashing noise saying we're here. But they had nothing.
The problem is, you know, even if they're, you know, whatever depth they're at, it's going to be really hard to go down and get them, right? How do you do that?
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, they did do that. There was a Russian sub that we recovered, but I don't think it was anywhere near thousands of feet deep, right? I think it was just off Hawaii.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that was Howard Hughes, right?
Yeah.
And they just grabbed like a claw to the bottom of another sub or something.
Yeah, they wanted to pull up the sub to get the all the secrets, all that.
All the info, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
And
it
they
broke
gave
in half.
the sailors a burial at sea with full honors, which was good. Yeah, the Russians, I believe, they either didn't know where it was or they didn't think they could get it back, and the U.S. went and got it. So interesting story.
Yeah, I
Well,
remember.
apparently there was also some type of Russian shit down by the Titanic, and that's why they funded it and allowed that the first exploration to find it to happen in the first place.
Oh, really?
And that was also a big cover story. Finding the Titanic was not the real fucking not the real reason they were allowed to do that.
Probably would have been better if they never discovered it.
I agree.
Well, I mean, the Russians lost.
They've lost a
think we
lot of
did too.
submarines and ships.
Submarines and nuclear reactors and that kind of shit. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the Chinese, they just made their 2 aircraft carriers go back to port immediately. Because one of them, and there's a satellite photo, it's literally cracking in half. There's a giant crack on it, and it runs on the flight deck, down the port side, and they said it's even leaking water underneath. They think the whole front half of the ship is going to fall off. Because the engineering is how would you say, not up to snuff. And
on a Nimitz class carrier, this will support your story here. On a Nimitz class carrier, they have a one passageway underneath the flight deck that goes from the very back of the ship all the way to the front. And in the middle of the night, you can stand on either end and look down that passageway, and you can see the carrier flex as it's going through the fucking water.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, it's constantly, those structural members are facing constant fucking expansion and contraction just by the motion of the ship in the ocean. The motion of the ocean, baby.
My father told me when he was on a destroyer, he said you could feel the ship bowing, like in storms and in heavy seas.
Yeah.
Said, he goes, it was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences he had going through a typhoon on a destroyer.
Well, I don't doubt it. Getting tossed around like that on a little ship. Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
It was pretty spicy, even being on a carrier in some of the weather we went through. So, but yeah, if you don't design for that constant expansion and contraction, you're gonna get cracks. It's gonna fail.
Oh, that.
Uh-oh.
Didn't that happen to the a cruiser in World War II, the USS Pittsburgh? The bow of it fell off right up to its one of its bulkheads.
Yeah.
No, probably. Yeah. No, there was a lot of shit during World War II because they had to make so many ships, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure they had to cut corners somewhere, right? So.
Right.
I mean, there's no option when you have to produce 1,000 ships a year or whatever. You got to do it,
So no one else thinks that maybe this might be a diversion from the whole fucking Hunter suite deal. Like, oh, look at here. Yeah.
Oh, I think it happened, but I think that you could be right about that too. That they're really playing this up so that.
I mean, I mean, somewhat facetious, but I can't help but think that what a great timing for the whole fucking Hunter Biden sweetheart deal. I mean, literally, I mean, you could not ask for, oh my God, look at all these people. There's 5 people down in that submarine.
Yeah.
But did you know, like, all the bullshit that took place, 5 years of investigation and 2 misdemeanor and 1 deferment for a gun charge? Meanwhile, like, Kodiak Black and Lil Wayne we're looking at 10 and 3 years prospectively. Oh, that's different. You know, I mean, literally, I want Trump to run and look at what Lil Wayne, like all you fucking Democrats, they're like, oh, but you know, we want to look out for black people. Look at what happened with, you know, Kodak Black and Lil Wayne. Look
But
at what happened.
Didn't their lawyer point out that they did the same thing, and there's 2 different sets of laws? I think one of their lawyers pointed that out. I could be
Not,
wrong.
not certainly not hunters. No.
No, not hunters. But it just goes to show you, crime pays if you have, you know, if you're connected.
Yeah, it's like, dude, if you have money like Epstein, if you have, or political connections, I mean, come on. I mean, look, Mike Pence should be in jail. Biden should be in jail. Hillary should be fucking in jail. According to the Presidential Records Act, all of those fuckers should be in jail.
Right. If you go by the same standard that they locked Trump up on, then Hillary Clinton should be sitting in the seat next to him, what she did.
Yep.
And she admittedly destroyed evidence, admittedly set up her own server, which is highly illegal, admittedly said that her maid or her cook was taking faxes, picking up faxes off the fax machine and delivering to her from her kitchen to the den.
Yep. And literally, I don't even see Hillary go to jail. I'm going to see all of her fucking staffers, the ones that destroyed the 8 Blackberries.
Yeah.
Like, no. Obstruction of justice or evidence? Come on, man. I mean, I had this conversation with a fucking neighbor about this. I'm like, remember like the bleach pit, like, you know, hammers to personal government property to destroy evidence?
Well, as the FBI said, what was her name, Comey? He said she just had a bad lapse in judgment. Well, how about Trump? Why didn't he have a bad lapse in judgment?
It wasn't malicious. It like, look, like I don't know who said it. I think it was like there used to be a premise where you would go after the person, or excuse me, you would go after the crime to find the person. You know what? It was Dan Bongino, and I'm not going to get this exactly right, but a great quote or a great premise. Like, we used to go after the crime to find the person. Now we've gone after the person to find the crime.
All because they don't like.
Yeah, it's like, you know, like if I just said that blatantly to most informed people, what would that represent to you? Like, who would that?
That's
who
what
would be
that
the
guy.
person?
That's what that guy MAGA Hulk said. He's like, for all this attention they're giving to one person, it makes me want to vote for the guy that they're indicting, going after, always in the news, because that seems to be the person that's putting us first and them last.
Yep. Well, I mean, you literally have to look at somebody that literally has billions of dollars, or you know what, multi-millions of dollars, didn't give a shit, and he wanted to do right, versus somebody that didn't have anything and wanted to make multi-millions for him. Like, all right, is that Trump or is that Biden? Like, which box would you put that in? Was that the person that had billions but wanted to do right by the American public, or wanted to make millions to do right by himself?
Right.
But you know what? Hey, Eric, The way I look at it, the presidential is pretty much fucked. I would be surprised if Trump won. It's all about the states and local politicians, and that's the only way that conservatives can fight back. Everything else is just fucking smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I'm going to jump off.
Yeah,
Later, Eric.
I'm at mile
Hey,
6.67. So, yeah,
I have one question for you before you go.
sure.
I'm looking forward towards this fall and putting together a MGTOW meetup in Little Rock, Arkansas. I'm thinking the end of October would be a good time weather-wise to do it. Because one of the things I want to do at the meetup is go out to Diamond State Park and do like the
Do some
cannon
mining,
for
yeah.
diamonds.
You can,
So
yeah, you can do.
when do you think would be a good time to do it? When would fit your schedule?
Well, it
You don't have
starts.
to give me an
It
answer
starts.
now.
Starts cooling off here in the end of September. So, the end of October, early November would be good.
Okay. Well, do you have anything like going on during that time that you're going to have to plan around?
As of right now, no.
Okay.
I do have 2 scans coming up. For my cancer. I have 2
Right.
scans coming up, and then in September I'm supposed to go to New York for my neurology appointment with my retirement doctor.
Right.
But the end of October, early November, I could swing that. As of right now, definitely.
Okay.
What about you, Hamster?
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll have a motorcycle by then. But if not, I think we can probably work something out. It's a long fucking trip, though, isn't it? What is it, about 8 hours to Little Rock from here?
From you,
no.
yeah.
Probably about 8. Yeah.
For me, it's about 3.5.
Let's see. Well, let's look. By golly, by gee whiz, we got a freaking internet and everything. Oh my God.
Now, Hamster, I have a bunch of my friends. I won't be going, but a bunch of my friends will be at that hotel, the Hyatt, for a retirement party next month.
Yeah. Good.
I'm missing this one, but next one I want to get to.
Let's see. It says 5 hours, 20 minutes. That's not so bad.
No, that's not too bad.
No.
But
it was farther than that. But yeah, that's right. We're halfway down the state of Missouri here in St. Louis. I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna jump off, gentlemen, and finish my 7 miles. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, you go get off there, Eric. You go get off, bro.
Take care, guys. Good talking to you all.
Yeah, see you later. Man, there's some really hinky shit on this, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Are you working already?
Yeah.
Damn, Hamster, good on you.
What the fuck? Oh my God, these fucking people.
I guess we'd lost Poop as well.
Poop was having some drinks this morning, huh?
Yes, he is. I believe he's still up from last night.
Oh, jeez. That's almost like that's a Polska Bob right there.
Yeah.
What the fucking hell? Oh, no.
I believe I offended Poop.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What'd you do? Why'd you do that, bastard?
He started telling me about a conversation he was having with a guy I didn't know and about a subject I didn't really care about. So I told him to talk about something else.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why are you so mean?
Because I'm an asshole.
You're such an evil bastard. Oh my God.
Yeah.
See, created on. Yeah, I'm fucking working. Oh, wrong one. So where you're going to Mexico, I guess, Laredo or?
Well, I'm going to McAllen.
McAllen, Texas, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Started out 18 hours behind, and now I'm going to be, what? It was due at 7. I'm going to get there around 11-ish. So I made up, what, 12 hours? They were really slow getting me loaded up there in Pine Bluff.
Mm.
So I'm going to be 4 hours late when I started out 18 hours late. So I'm feeling pretty proud of myself. But once I get down here to Highway 10, I've got to stop for my half-hour break. That'll put me at 11:30. So that's still 11 and a half hours made up versus 12. So that's pretty good. Luckily, I had them document it so we can back charge the fucking Tyson company.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll have to talk to you about what I'm working on here offline, but it's just unfucking believable. You don't even want to know.
It's still that same outdated design that you're wanting to build?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll shoot you a text or something, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
God. Oh no.
If you don't have to run off to a meeting, I can talk to you about that about noontime.
Oh, shit, I don't even know what the hell.
You always seem like you have to run off to a meeting. So,
Well, I'm looking at the calendar. No, today's Thursday, right?
I don't know. It's 21st.
I think it is. 22nd.
Oh, 22nd? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, then I mislabeled
Thursday.
my fucking... Yeah. I mislabeled the world tour. Oh, my God.
This is the second day of summer, I guess.
Ooh.
Woohoo.
Already past the equinox.
Longest day of the year, I guess, huh? What's that?
Or, no, not equinox. It's solstice.
Yeah. The equinox is when the day and night is the same. Bastard.
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll be racist one of these days. Oh, well, that's just because it's based on Europe. Oh, my God. Evil white people. Ah! Yeah.
Yeah.
First day of summer. Let's look it up. Summer was yesterday, first day. Isn't that exciting? Yes. June 21st, the longest day of the year.
I've got a hard on right now thinking about it.
Yeah. Happy summer solstice. Here's the Jacksonville.com Florida Times Union. In Florida, it's always fucking summer in Florida.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Let's see here. It says sun rises over Stonehenge on summer solstice. Ooh.
Woo.
And the UFOs landed in Las Vegas. Shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Oh, okay. They actually have a they have a video.
They have
There's
a video.
bunch of people there. Look at that.
Yeah. Until they've got video of people talking to aliens,
Mm.
I'm gonna have to call bullshit on all the alien shit.
You think it's military? That's what I think it is.
Yeah.
It's a convenient way to cover up the black projects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Personally, from looking at it, it looked like a fucking meteor to me.
Oh, the one up in Las Vegas? Yeah, it was just a
Yeah.
fucking meteor. That's nothing. Yeah, there's no 10-foot people in the backyard.
No.
Because as you obviously are well aware, that every time an alien, a 10-foot alien with big eyes and shit shows up, nobody seems to have a camera.
Nope.
Nobody.
There was the
Nobody
light
has a
in the
fucking
sky. Everybody got pictures of the light in the sky.
But no aliens. Nope.
But where's the fucking ship? If it was broke and they were walking around somebody's backyard, is there a component in somebody's backyard? Did they run out of fuel and had to fucking, and they're eco-aliens, so they power their fucking ships off of dog shit? Why the fuck would an alien be in somebody's backyard unless it was fucking getting away from a ship that was burning? But where's the fucking ship? There's no wreckage. There's no burned out area where, a ship was. There's no chemical, like say, okay, you've got a self-destruct on it and it's going to have some acid go and eat the ship and you're going to be an alien on a fucking foreign planet and you have to make do, You could go be a showgirl because you're trans alien.
Right. They come here because we accept the yeah.
Right. Or,
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
They just figured, they could go around Vegas because what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just find it interesting that you're going to jump in a spacecraft and you're going to fly how many millions of light years or whatever. And the first thing you do when you get to the Earth, turn on all your fucking lights, because who wouldn't? And number two, crash. I mean, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? You got an intelligent species for or whatever they from a time dimension, whatever the fuck, and they come here and they crash. Cut me a fucking break. Come on now.
Yeah.
Please. Come on now.
First off, I don't think that faster than light travel is possible.
Well, according to Einstein, yeah, that's right.
Even if you had the Alcubierre drive, which, uses the Einsteinian rules, the quantum rules, it's great, but have you ever looked at the fucking power and mass charts for what it would take to make that thing work?
Yeah, it might be possible, but yeah, it takes an unbelievably large amount of energy.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing with Star Trek is they had a neat idea. They bent space instead of time. So they weren't really going faster than the speed of light. Right. But it seemed like they were.
The whole idea of a warp drive.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. They warped space. Yeah.
Which is what the Alcubierre drive is.
Oh, it is. Okay. All right.
Yeah. And, that's great. But you basically, to do that, you have to simulate a gravity field that's greater than our star for a little thing to go someplace.
Yeah.
And to do that, you need mass and energy that's greater than our star.
Yep.
on board your ship.
Again, that's the physics that we know.
Yeah.
There's probably shit that we don't know yet. I would be certain of that. There's stuff
Well, I'm
we
certain of that
haven't
too,
discovered
but,
yet.
You know, that exceeds what is theoretically possible with fucking antimatter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let alone the
I
fucking
would.
mass. You know, we don't know anything about fucking gravity. We don't know how to
Right.
fucking do anything but measure it and predict its effects
Mm-hmm.
accurately.
We don't know we don't know how it happens yet.
Right.
That's one of the big secrets, right? It's like how does it tie into electromagnetics? Everything's gotta tie together somehow. We just haven't figured it out yet.
Right. And that part,
So,
you know, an alien species might have, and we don't. That
right.
part I'll give them.
Right.
But you still, you know, the energy requirements are still going to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unless they can somehow take somehow figure out how to get gravity from a star or something and you know, narrow it down into a beam or some shit, right?
Yeah, I've heard people talk about, you know, using wormholes to supermassive black holes, and you know, just having the gravity effects go through the wormhole to modify the space around you. But still, how the fuck do you do that if you don't understand gravity?
Right. Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
But again, it seems to be, and I know, you know, religious people, Christianity, you know, we're the only people. I don't believe that. I mean, it would be a vast waste of space if we're the only critters,
right,
you know, anywhere in this universe. I find that hard to believe, because I don't necessarily see anything wrong with believing we had a creator and evolution. I don't see any problem with that.
No.
So
everybody who believes in intelligent design would agree with you.
Yeah. And I mean, we from the chemistry that we know, we can take chemicals, put them together, and create shit. So I mean, that's got to be happening somewhere else than here. So
what is that? The Fermi paradox?
Yeah. Why don't we hear from them? Yeah. Why aren't they here? Exactly. Yeah. And it's an interesting question. But I mean, you look at just our galaxy, Milky Way galaxy, just some unremarkable galaxy out in the middle of nowhere in a particular cluster of galaxies. You know, our galaxy has what, 100 trillion stars or some shit.
I don't
just
know.
Just one galaxy.
As Isaac Asimov said, there's billions and billions of stars.
No, that was that other guy, wasn't it?
Oh, was it that? Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It was
whatever his name was. Yeah.
The fucking guy that did the fucking thing for Voyager.
Yeah, the record with all the pictures and all that.
Yeah.
Can't think of his name for some reason, but yeah. We know who he is. But to imagine that somewhere other in this universe somewhere that something else isn't happening. Come on now. I just don't. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the same problem we have here is that they haven't figured out how to get around the limitations that we understand. So they're there. They can't get here yet, or they don't even know we're here yet. Right.
Right.
Or they don't care. It's like, fuck them.
Well, the closest anybody could, you know, if you look at the signals we're emitting as a, you know, even semi-technical society, radio waves started being produced, what, 150 years ago?
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
If that long?
Yep. Yep. So we're only out of our area by 100 light years.
Right.
That's nothing.
If anybody could even discern a radio pattern from that distance away, given the power levels that we were broadcasting at and still are broadcasting at.
Right.
You know. So.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Centauri is our closest star, 4.3 light years away. So if somebody's on Alpha Centauri, they probably could have picked up our radio waves a while ago. But
Right.
Yeah.
But Alpha Centauri, from what I've read, is a nasty place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a binary star. One of them's a fucking what, blue dwarf?
Well, it's probably a red dwarf. Or a red. I don't know who. We could look it up.
Yeah.
But I think it's either a binary or triple. I can't remember. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on at.
Yeah, because there's Alpha
Centauri.
Centauri and Proxima Centauri.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, let's see. I'm trying to walk through my apartment and I'm tripping over everything. It's great.
My goodness gracious. Well,
I haven't
clean
even
your
had anything to
fucking-
drink yet. Damn it.
Yeah, as Jordan Peterson would say, clean your room.
I really need to. Yeah. All right. Well, let's look it up. Alpha Centauri, which I believe is also Rigel Kent, right? I think that's what they call it. Alpha Centauri, triple. It is a triple. Okay.
Oh, a triple, okay.
There's Rigel Kent, Proxima Centauri, and another one, Ptolemy. I've never heard of that one. Alpha Centauri and Beta Centauri, sun-like stars, form the binary system Alpha Centauri AB. Proxima Centauri is a small, faint red dwarf, not visible to the naked eye. Proxima Centauri is the closest star to the Sun at a distance of 4.24 light years, slightly closer than Alpha Centauri. Interesting. So it's a triple. They're getting all crazy up there with triples, man.
Yeah.
So,
Which makes it
but even there,
you
you know.
Yeah. So.
So I believe
the sky would be beautiful there.
Oh, I'm sure it'd be cool. Yeah. But I believe what I've read, and I don't know how right it is, but most stars are actually binaries. They've discovered. So we're a little bit unique that our failed star, Jupiter, didn't light up. Wasn't quite big enough.
Yep.
But that would have been our other one.
So our star is non-binary.
Very good, Brandon. Very good. Yeah, so. But yeah, I mean, I could imagine the closest thing. Go ahead.
Let's start a fucking internet troll on that, and we'll claim that transgenderism is stellar in nature.
It's in nature. See, look.
Yeah, because our star is one of the few. You know, it's how life actually begins. Is you have to have a non-binary star, and we're about ready to transcend to the next level of being by all becoming non-binary, and that the non-binary people are just ahead of their time.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you people would pick up on that. That could be fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, you just put it out there as a web page, and and then leave it, and then 10 years later they're going to come back to us, and that was a troll.
Why are you so evil? You evil man. You.
I know, it'd be beautiful, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. But getting back to, aside from trolling on binaries, I think if we are being visited by alien craft or whatever, I would say I would go for time travel. I think that's probably more possible.
Yeah.
So our future people are coming back.
I don't
No,
know.
you got to think of it this way. Is time linear, and is it only a one way? I don't know. All right, because if you think X, Y, Z, the three dimensions we know, time is a fourth. Can you also move along the timeline or the time
Well, a
dimension?
lot of people have written nice
Oh.
science fiction about that, but
Yeah.
there's, it's never been proven.
Well, that's because we don't know how to do it yet. That's all I'm saying. There might come a time in our future where we could, hey, by the way, but then you run into the paradox, can you kill your own grandfather kind of shit. It gets crazy.
Yeah.
So who knows? Or it could be, and this might be crazy. Say there's a different civilization that's not us, but sometimes millions of years ago in the past, they were in our neighborhood for some reason. And they can travel from their timeline to our timeline, and it doesn't break any crazy laws because they were once in this area. You see what I'm saying? So who knows? Or maybe Planet X or Nibiru or whatever is actually real. Maybe at one time it was here, now it's gone, and those people are future. They're way ahead of us. I don't know. Who knows? I think you see what I'm saying, right? Say we had a neighbor that was only a few million years away or a few million miles away from us, a million years ago. Well, then they figured out how to go back in time in their thing, and they just come back and they're here. They don't have to travel anywhere. They just go back in time.
Yeah.
So who knows? And I see there's a UFO there on your screen, so it's following you. It's a red
There are
one.
several of them.
Oh
They're out every night.
yeah. Following you around, they frozen turkey. Yeah. Want some of that? All right. Well, I gotta bail because I gotta go talk to some guys at work. So I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Drive safely. See ya.
Thank What's up, Chaos? What's up, Ape? Good morning. Happy Saturday. We're on our half-hour break. Unfortunately, when I pulled forward, I exceeded 5 miles an hour, so we got to start over. I'm going to go grab some more coffee. I'll be right back. Monkey boy, you should get on. I've had a brilliant idea when I was talking with Hamster, and I could use your input. Hello, Ape.
Good morning.
Yes, it is.
It's
How are
too
you
dang early for a Saturday, though.
today?
Went to bed at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, and now I'm like, well, I guess I'm up.
Yeah.
Well, you had an early start today, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Where you
Had an
at?
early stop yesterday too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was overcome with the urge to defecate. So,
The truck stop burrito get you?
oh fuck, dude! I was in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, last night. No, not last night. Night before last. And I had to fucking have the rollers. I had to eat one of the fucking things off the rollers because when I went in to go use the toilet, one of the guys from the fucking chicken restaurant there in the Loves, the Chester's Chicken, was in there fucking taking a leak and still wearing his fucking food preparation gloves.
What? Oh,
So,
that's funny.
yeah. So I decided I didn't want to have chicken.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at this VW microbus. Sweet.
Somebody's got themselves a project, it looks like.
Yeah.
Man, when I was a lot younger, I wanted one of those 21 windows. Oh,
Oh, dude, that'd be worth $100,000 now.
that's stupid how much those things are worth. And if you got the, what is it, 21, and then didn't they have a 27 window?
Yeah, but that was the one that had the pop-up in it.
Yeah. And then they
Yeah.
had the Safari windows where you could push the windshields out, lean them out. They pivoted out from the bottom so you could basically have a tip out windshield.
Yeah.
My buddy he was in high school, he was driving his mom and dad's VW bus. It was a Westphalia camper
Yeah.
that they bought in Germany when his old man was in the Air Force in Germany. So they bought this thing in Germany and brought it over to the States, and it was powder blue with a white top. I wouldn't want to get in a wreck in one though. When your feet are sitting over the front wheels,
Yeah.
you get in a head-on, you're fucked.
Yeah, I had a Dodge van that was that way too. The wheel was underneath the seat.
Yeah, you go around corners, it's weird. Your feet are leading the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So where'd you get sick then?
Well, I got sick from eating the food in Pine Bluff, but it finally caught up to me by the time I got to Italy. Actually, caught up to me while I was in Dallas. I started fucking sweating,
Oh,
and then I was overcome with the urge to defecate, and I made it to the toilet, but just barely.
you know what?
You
If you would have had a shit bucket, you'd have been fine.
know. You and your
Your
shit
cab would have
buckets,
been
man.
stinky for a bit, but you would have been fine.
Yeah.
But you're so anti-shit bucket. It's unbelievable.
I am. I'm a bastard that way.
So you didn't eat at Chester's because the guy was handling his dick with his food prep gloves on. So where did you actually eat that got you sick?
Oh, I got the fuck. You know how they have those fucking sausages on the hot roller?
Uh-huh.
I had some of those.
Oh.
I knew better, but I did it anyways because I figured it'd be fucking better than eating somebody's fucking dick food.
Dick chicken.
Yeah. Dick chicken. That's a good name for it. I didn't want to eat dick chicken.
Oh man. So after you got rid of said roller meals, you felt okay then?
Yeah, I felt fine.
So you just had to evacuate.
Yep. It was actually 3 evacuations, but
In
the
rapid
first,
succession.
yeah, in rapid succession. But I'm certainly not trusting any farts today. That's for sure. But
Yeah.
I was talking with Hamster Man, and I think we hit upon an excellent troll.
Oh.
Hamster was telling me that most of the star systems in the Milky Way, anyways, are they have multiple stars together, like binaries and trinary stars. But Earth is the only one we know about that has life, and it's non-binary. So,
No, I see where this is going.
yeah. Anyways, so I'm thinking about putting a fucking web page together that is going to. I'm going to find somebody who died in college when they were writing their doctorate from the 1950s who was studying genetics. And I'm going to write a fucking fake paper uh, about how the natural evolution of the human species is leaning towards hermaphrodites, so that eventually we'll have one sex.
Oh boy, that went somewhere where I didn't think you were going.
Right? But that this paper was suppressed, and the author was killed. Right? So I figure anybody that knew this guy is fucking dead by now.
Okay. Yeah. That ought to be interesting. You can
You know,
you can say, see, it's happening. We're
right?
homogenating into a one sex.
The natural evolution. Well, I'm not done with the troll yet.
Oh.
The natural evolution of humankind is towards non-binary, right? So,
Mhm.
and then I'm going to write another, or I'm going to maybe write another paper, or get in touch with fucking Chronic and have him write it, since he's a fucking biology guy, about how we could use CRISPR technology to modify the human race to speed up natural evolution towards our predetermined uh, non-binary state, so that we can reach enlightenment as a species.
Oh. Yeah. That's, and then we have to mate by scissoring.
Well, no, man. We'll be able to self-impregnate.
Oh,
So I'm basically telling the whole fucking crowd to go fuck themselves.
there you go. You'll have some true suckers that'll bite.
Oh, you know it. Oh, there's people that fucking bought into the birds aren't real. They'll buy into this in a fucking heartbeat.
Oh wow. And you and the ginger hamster decided this or figured this
Well,
all out?
he sparked it with his comment on how most of the stars are not binary.
Oh, okay.
After that, it's all me. But I want to get a few people involved so that, if there's any holes in my bullshit that can be found out before I fucking start the webpage. And I haven't, I think that actually raising money using this thing would constitute fraud since it's all bullshit and we know it's bullshit. But
Hey, it's not fraud if it's your truth.
right, but we can, we can have a YouTube channel and, go in and I can solicit letters from people and read the letters out like Strong Successful Male does on this subject.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
And if we're doing it for entertainment purposes on YouTube, they're not going to cancel us.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised what YouTube does.
Right, but until the fucking until the troll is revealed, how are they going to know?
You're gonna have to come up with some fake documentation from the 1950s studies.
Right. All I have to do is write a fake scholarly paper and use this guy's name. So if anybody searches for it, they can find this guy's name. And he was a genetics student at some university, and he died while he was in graduate school.
He died trying to fuck himself.
Yeah. We can claim that he was killed by the government. Look at that fucking whole mess that's around the water engine, right?
Yeah.
That won't ever go away. The whole thing about the moon landing was fake and the flat Earth. These things they take on a life of their own. And to have something like that's, for people in the know that everybody, will understand that it's bullshit. And I would be fucking tickled to death every time somebody would cite this or try and call up for an interview or anything like that. Hey, Johnny Midnight, what's up?
Well, in the header you could say, "This is an interesting study in a paradoxical." You could put parody in the title, but you'd have to just disguise it a little bit.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're finding too much spare time on your hands to create mischief.
Well, why? What else is there in life,
Troll gonna troll. Well, that's what they're trying to do anyways. They're trying to create one freaking unisex, but they ain't going to be able to reproduce.
Right, but we'll claim that that with the proper genetic modification that they'll be able to reproduce.
Oh man, you imagine all the zipper tits and cut off dicks they're gonna be so excited.
Yeah.
Making me a nice coffee. I just hit it with the blender.
Yeah.
Got 2
The guy behind.
tablespoons of coconut oil and a big old pat of butter in it. Now she's whipped up into a frenzy.
Ooh. A little butter in your coffee.
Mm-hmm. That'll make you poop.
Oh, I bet. Smoothly.
Comes
Although
out like so.
if you really want to poop, go down to fucking Pine Bluff and have a fucking roller dog from the.
Well, I don't think I have that problem because while I was talking to you, I took a nice big dump, a stealth
good.
dump.
Yeah. Well, it's not stealthy if you tell about it.
Well, it's just you and me. There ain't nobody else watching you.
Johnny Midnight's on here. He knows now. Johnny will tell everybody that you shit live on air.
That's
But
all right.
since we were talking shit, yeah, it's okay.
It's relevant.
Yeah. And Johnny, why don't you get on, you fucker? Or you just,
Yeah, if you could get
you only
Chronic
get
on
on.
there to write out a note about, he could use a bunch of the big medical words and science word and really give it some teeth.
Yeah.
You could title it "Zipper Tits and No Dicks Unite." You're not going to need testicles to make babies. You could get yourself
No, you're going to have to have.
a spinal tapper. They'll go into bone marrow and extract DNA and be able to make a baby.
No, you're going to have both. They're going to have both fucking nuts and ovaries.
Oh,
You know, it's got to be fucking self-sustaining since it's the next fucking level of evolution. You know.
yeah. They're going to have to figure out how to keep people from fucking themselves daily because they're going to end up getting pregnant all the time.
Well, you know, we're experiencing a population decline right now, so.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we have red rhino, but here they've got blue rhino delivering some propane.
Yes, sir. They've got that all around down here. But you know what sucks is that they're 15-pound bottles. You know, a propane tank used to be 20-pound.
Yeah.
All these blue rhinos are like 15 pounds. So you go pay full price for it and you grab it, hook it to your grill, and you're like, well, this motherfucker's a 15-pounder.
Yeah. Well,
I think
you
I'm gonna
know,
go
they fuck
I
you.
think I'm gonna go get me a 40-pounder for my camper.
Do you
I just
have
can't
a
mount it.
Tractor Supply store anywhere near you?
Not Tractor Supply. I'd have to go to Rapid City. I
Well,
have,
Tractor Supply fills your propane bottles
yeah.
at a discounted rate compared to fucking the bottle exchange places.
Yeah, I know the one place here in town that does propane. If you fill it, holy crap. I filled a 20-pounder one time and it was like, what the hell was it? I can't remember how much it was, but it was pushing like $40.
Oh, well,
And you could go get you could go to Walmart or any of the places that got propane and you can switch one out for like $29.
yeah. Well, the Tractor Supply, it's like almost half of what you pay for the exchange.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang.
At least the one in Fort Scott, Kansas is. Because I had the propane heater for the tent
Mm-hmm.
when I was living out there, and you know, big savings.
So where are you headed today? I didn't talk to you yesterday, I don't think.
McAllen, Texas.
Okay.
Let me look
What you
real
taking
quick.
there?
Hopefully I don't drop. All right, I'm back. Just reminding myself of the fucking highway I got to get off on. Drive to San Antonio, and then I can take 280 or 37 south, and then take 281.
What you delivering?
Frozen turkey. It's on its way to Seoul, Korea.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. When I was working out on the road for my company, I was up in Gillette, Wyoming,
Yeah.
and they had tipped over a couple of car haulers full of brand new Fords.
Ooh.
And they get a big Caterpillar dozer and they drag them out on their side, and then just put them up in a line. And there was F-250s, F-350s, and then there was a whole row of brand new Lincoln Navigators, and they were like 75,000 a piece or something like that. And they were all decked out the exact same color, big wheels, every option, and they were all going to China. Because I could see the window sticker. You couldn't see the price on them, because there wasn't like a final price, but there was a sticker. And I looked at all the options and everything, and they had them in a row. There was like 6 or 8 of them in a row. And so I'm looking at the window sticker, and I'm looking at destination, and it was Zhaoxingding, China. And I'm like, they're importing Lincoln Navigators all the way. So that had to be government vehicles and somebody that was extremely wealthy.
Yeah.
To buy a fleet of those, they were all the same. To go over to China, I was like, oh, they're going to be pissed because they can't. Once that car is wrecked, it's considered totaled. So
Right.
And some of them didn't have hardly any damage. They had a little bit of body damage, and one of them had like I think it was the right front tire kind of ripped off because it hooked something inside the car hauler, like on the train, because they have ribbed struts, reinforcements for the sidewalls. But some of them were like it wouldn't take that much to get them done. Well, that guy was nice, just cutting out in front of you like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. You gotta love the 4-wheelers. What the fuck they're doing here in the, and there's more of them coming too. What the hell they're doing up here in the fucking truck shit? I have no idea.
Lot lizard and
Yeah. Coming in through the, as you can tell, exit only.
yeah.
But yeah, it's a 4-wheeler for you. Rules for thee, not for me.
Well, just don't get too cocky about the 4-wheeler comments. I'm a 4-wheeler.
Nah, how many wheels you got on the train, man? I only have 18.
Well, you figure 4 wheels on each car, 120 car, 4 locomotives at 6 apiece. Yeah, there's a few. So, are these regular turkeys on board, or are they jive turkeys?
Oh man, I didn't know what they were like when they were alive, but I imagine that the Koreans would only pay for the jive turkeys.
What you talk about, jive turkey? Well, I go at 1 o'clock today. I have to be up at my house that I'm trying to purchase to witness the house inspection. There's a guy coming up to do that, and then tomorrow there's a company coming up to run a camera down the sewer lines, make sure there's no tree roots and stuff burrowed through there, because if
Right.
there is, I have to pay for the inspection, but the home seller has to pay to have it all rooted out.
And repaired. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, rooted out.
So getting closer. I wasn't planning on buying a place, but it's the same as it'd be the same as living in this apartment.
Without building equity, yeah.
Yeah, without building any equity. And by the time I pay myself back my 401k loan, I will have paid myself back in like $17,000 in interest, but it's going right back into I'm paying myself. So the
Right.
bank, I'm putting 40% down.
Right.
So by the time I retire, I'll have this paid off in 8 years. Hopefully eight to 9, and I retire in just over nine. So actually less than that. I'm 51. I retire at 60. So by the time I retire and everything, if I want to leave, I can cash out my 401k, sell this house, which will be worth more than what I bought it for, and then I'll have my retirement also. So
hey, Fleming,
I can retire
to the road.
I could retire with a nice little chunk of change.
Yeah.
So, and I'll have a 2-car garage, and I got a fenced yard that the hound dog can run around in and create havoc.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm only a couple blocks from my mom, so she's pushing 70. So if something's wrong or happens to her, at least I'm right there instead of 20, 30 miles away. So it makes me I have like a 20-mile commute.
Oh, you'll have to get up a little earlier to drive in, and it'll really suck in the wintertime.
Yeah, I normally get to work at this time right here. It's that's 1:45. Holy shit. 6:45 is when I get to work. This is what time I'm out of the shower and getting ready to make breakfast when I'm talking to your dumb ass. But and I have a built-in dog sitter that's 2 blocks away.
Right.
I drop the puppy off in the morning and I pick her up, just like having a kid.
Yeah.
My mom says, well, that's great because Thursdays and Fridays when you're on your weekend, you got your dog and I can go do the things I need to do. And I said, you're the one that bought a dog and wanted to take care of my dog that you bought. She enjoys her though. She's
Oh, yeah.
quite attached to that pup. Boy, is that dog getting pretty. Oh man, her colors are coming in. She's got her summer coat, now, so she's got all the fluff, getting all the fluff off of her, and wow, she's really turning into a beautiful dog.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe how fucking white the white on her is.
Yeah, when she lays on her back and you're rubbing her belly, her white, it is pure, bright white on her belly. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
But her collar around her, because she's starting to get that mane, that collies get, that she's getting that little bit of scruff around her neck, and she's a
Yeah.
tricolor, but it's not really, because she's like brown, black, and white. Well, the mane is almost a gray because of the white and the brown mixed together a little bit. It's a really pretty color. It's really unique. So, and she's all healed up from her surgery, but some of those stitches didn't dissolve, so she's still got a on her belly. It looks like little scabs, but I think they're actually the stitches that were sitting outside of her skin. So I imagine eventually they'll just fall off. They're not bothering her. She doesn't itch them or anything, so I'm not going to try to
Well,
pull them out or anything.
right. Yeah.
She's got this little thing now where she runs around the yard. I guess I haven't seen her do it yet, but mom goes out there and says she's going to get her, she'll start running laps through the yard. And when she turns left, she likes to growl. So she'll growl real aggressive, real tough.
Right.
Might have to get her a new frisbee. She's chewing this one up pretty good.
Well, I've seen those fucking like they have a soft edge to them, almost like a Nerf edge, but it's covered with a fabric that's like tear resistant.
Are they made for
I've
dogs?
seen a lot of people using those. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I might
you can
look into
probably
that
find
because
it at like PetSmart or something like that.
yeah, because
Because that way,
she
it
goes
doesn't
and
hurt their
snaps her
mouth when they
teeth
catch
in
it and
there.
all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that'd be a
Yeah,
good idea because she likes to snatch that thing out of the air pretty aggressive.
yeah. And it'd suck if she
I do.
broke one of her teeth off just playing.
Oh yeah, playing for it. Well, she has these Nyla bones, and she'll want to go fetch those in the house. And my mom threw it the other day, and that dog jumped up out of nowhere and grabbed it. And it was like, oh, I could hear those hitting those teeth. I'm like, God, quit throwing that thing. She's never seen a tennis ball, so I need to get her some kind of like indestructible ball that she can't peel the skin off of.
Right.
And she's not going to know what to think when she has a house of her own.
Well, I doubt
In the
she'll actually know the difference. Whether
yeah.
your mom's house was her house, and now your house is going to be her house. No matter
she'll,
what your
she'll
mom says.
she's turning out to be quite a good little pup.
Yeah.
Boy, she's smart. Oh man. She knows what, she knows what outside is. She knows what frisbee is. She knows what potty and go get some water out of your dish. And, she's really picking up on language, and associating it with stuff. And so
Right.
you really got to watch what you say, because you say the wrong word, she's up and at the door, looking at you. You're like, shit. I said the wrong word. So why are they McAllen? Is that up by Dallas Fort Worth?
No, it's way down on the Rio Grande.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I was gonna say, why are they shipping turkey there to go to Korea? Where are they gonna
Because
fly it out of, or is it
well,
going
they're
into the
not.
Gulf?
It's going to go into some ship somewhere. I don't know how the
Okay.
fuck it goes after me, but I've got to take it there.
Well,
I could look.
McAllen's, it's not on the Gulf, right?
No, it's going to
No.
go deep into Mexico somehow. They have both a highway and a rail line that go to McAllen inside Mexico.
Yeah. So it's probably getting processed in Mexico.
Who knows what's going to happen to it? It's probably just going
Yeah.
to stay frozen, and they'll just, take it.
They're just distributing it out of Mexico.
Yeah. But in the
Thanks,
shipping
NAFTA.
documents, they got to have the yeah. Thanks, NAFTA. In the shipping documents, they have to have the final destination and the export paperwork and stuff like that. So
It's probably Canadian turkeys killed in
no,
America, sent to
Arkansas
Texas.
turkeys.
There are Kansas turkeys.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how bad that freaking one of those big turkey barns smells like? Oh,
Oh God. Well, just they have a turkey induction fucking barn that I had to drive right by, and one of the things they do before they unload the turkeys is they wash the fucking shit out,
mm-hmm.
and it's all automated. So these turkeys get all fucking soaked in water, because they're washing their cages out before they fucking get the birds out of there, so they don't
Yeah.
take any fucking shit into the fucking processing plant. Well, that's a fucking beautiful smell.
Oh, I bet. Because when you're butchering chickens and you dip them in that scalding water and the smell of a freaking hot chicken, wet chicken. Oh, last time I participated in any of that, I was at the in-laws and they decided to butcher a couple dozen chickens, and it was the morning after a really fun night of drinking. Oh, God. Wake up with a
Yeah.
whiskey hangover and then go butcher chickens. Blech.
That's country.
Mm-hmm. My friend Indy would be proud.
Yeah.
You ain't country unless you've almost puked butchering chickens after a bender. But
All right.
my ex-brother-in-law had a
There's
pretty good.
San Antonio on the horizon.
My ex-brother-in-law had a pretty good system. He
took his DeWalt drill and he took a PVC pipe and cut slits in the PVC pipe, and then took the big rubber bungee cords, not the ones with fabric or anything, but the hard rubber ones. And
Right.
he cut those into pieces, put them in the slats of that, and made his own chicken plucker.
Nice.
He'd turn the drill on, and then he'd run the chicken back and forth under those rubber slats, and they'd peel the feathers right off.
That's cool.
And then when he butcher them, he had a couple of 2x4s nailed, or no, he had two nails in the top of a round, log, and like a chopping block, and then just put their head in between the two nails, and it would hold their head and give them the chop. And then he had these little buckets that he got from the farm store that were just about big enough for a whole, they were just big enough for a whole chicken to go into, and he'd throw them down headless and first with their feet up in the air. He'd throw them right into the bucket, and they'd sit there and flop around in those buckets, but they wouldn't get out and take off on you. You didn't have to hold them.
Well, on the backside of the barn, we had this funnel that the hole in it was just big enough for a chicken's head and neck to stick out of. And what we'd do is we'd go and cut their head off and leave them in the funnel, and they bleed out right there, and the legs flopping around in the outside. Sort of the same idea, but they just went fucking right. The blood just went right on the ground. Yeah, didn't have to fuck with it.
Yeah.
Now the damnedest thing you ever seen is when you do that, and the fucking chicken legs an egg with no fucking head.
And you're like, hey, bonus.
Yeah, exactly. Because the first time I saw him do it, my grandma said, "You always got to stand close."
Yeah, you got to catch that egg.
Yeah.
Why the heck were you guys killing your egg layers?
Well, that wasn't the fucking intention, but sometimes it happened.
Yeah. They had got some chickens. I can't even remember what the breed of them was, and they were all basically all white. But those things from when they picked them up at the store to butchering I couldn't believe how fast they grew. Just in a matter of weeks, and they were ready for the chopping block.
Yeah. There's probably some pretty good tasting chicken.
Yeah, they weren't very old when they finally got the axe. They were, what the heck was it? 5 weeks or something like that, and they were full grown.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough time to run around a yard for, a year. Oh, in your study, in your troll study, you'll have to bring up the fact that like certain frogs, if there's not enough females to male ratio, they will actually basically hermaphrodite themselves and become the females and lay eggs and stuff. You'll have to put those in as as supporting science.
Yeah.
There's some fish that do that too. I believe sturgeon are basically not male or female until they get to a certain length, and I believe it's about 6 feet for the white sturgeon, and then they become old enough to reproduce. And I had heard, I don't know if it's a true 100% fact, but I had heard that once they reach maturity, their sex is determined by the actual male and female ratio. If there's more needed of one in that particular part of the river that they live in, they'll become that.
Cool.
But that's a prehistoric fish. It's been around for a couple 100 million years.
Right.
They look like a dinosaur. They're kind of like alligator gar, they've been around a long time.
Yeah.
I'd like to go down to Texas and go bow fishing for some of those alligator gar. That looks like a hell of a good time. I watched a video. One guy, he hit, I think it was like 160-pound alligator gar, and they were bow fishing. They had to put like 4 arrows in that thing. The thing was huge. That is a tough fish.
Yeah. I think they got those in the Brazos because I had some friends who would go fishing from a kayak in the Brazos River,
Mm-hmm.
and they were always talking about white bass. But a couple of times they were telling me that they got taken for a ride when they hooked onto one thing or another. I can't remember for the life of me what the fucking said they got a hold of, but.
Well, there's different gar species, and they're all over down in Texas, Louisiana. I think even into like Arkansas, and I think Alabama's got them too. They've got long nose gar, short nose gar, and then they have the alligator gar. But yeah, I'm sure if you snagged into one of them 100-pounders, they'd drag you around for a while. Do you see that video of that guy in Hawaii that's kayak fishing out in the ocean, and a tiger shark charges his kayak and basically tries to eat the whole side of the kayak as it goes by, and the guy's foot was hanging down in the water, and he actually kicks this tiger shark in the side of the head to knock him off the side of his kayak. Oh, it was crazy. And he's like, he's yelling at his buddy in another kayak, tiger shark, tiger shark.
Yeah. Not the
Somebody
time you
had
want to practice your recovery from a capsize.
Yes. Yeah, this shark come out of nowhere. It was crazy. It wasn't like it came head on at the kayak instead of coming up from the side, and it basically just sideswiped the kayak from the front to where he was sitting. And it had its mouth open, and it was just going down the side with its mouth open. And he lifted his foot up and kicked it right in the side of the head. He's lucky it didn't come from behind him or underneath of him and grab his foot.
Yeah.
Somebody had released that video that I had seen, and they YouTube shut it off. It just sits there in the circle of death if you try to watch it now. Of that Russian kid, that 23-year-old that got eaten by a tiger shark in off the coast of Egypt.
Yeah.
And I watched it again, and I was like, "Holy crap!" Because he's screaming "Papa," because his dad was on the beach, and this shark hits him once, and he starts trying to swim towards the shore. That was crazy. He was in shock, I'm sure, but he froze. He didn't try to fight. He didn't try to hit it or anything. It just came at him, and it would just take a chunk off of him or bite him and then circle back around, and he's screaming for his dad, and it would go. It was a heartbreaking.
Oh man.
And it was probably, I was looking, I figured it was a tiger shark because I saw the dorsal fin and then the mouth or the head as it come in, and it ragdolled him. This one didn't have that part where it grabbed him and actually flipped him. His feet came out of the water, like it flipped him completely over in the water. And yeah, it finally got. He was crying for his dad, and it come up and got him like on the left shoulder or something, and then just started almost like a death roll, like an alligator.
Right.
And then he went under, and he never saw anything else. It looked like it was probably between the tip of the dorsal and the tip of the tail, probably about 6 feet. So it was probably a 9-10 foot tiger shark, and it just wrecked him. But what's crazy about those, I watch that guy that does all those shark attacks, through history. The tiger shark will eat you or kill you to eat you, but a lot of them will just swim along, bite a hand off, bite a leg or an arm, and then they swim off. It's like, there's a snack, and they bite the lower part of somebody's leg off, and then they swim off. They don't stick around to finish the job. This one was actively feeding on this guy. It decided that's lunch.
Yeah. And if you believe
That
Discovery Channel, it's always the human's fault.
Well, and they say, oh, most shark attacks are mistaken identity. You don't think that a shark swimming around doesn't see people? If it's near a beach, it doesn't see people. You know, a lot of these surfboard attacks, they attack the board. The person just happens to have their arm or leg hanging off the side, or their body, and they get bit. But a lot of them, especially they said with the great whites, this guy's has developed some theories, and he says a lot of these attacks, I don't believe, they're not mistaken identity, but they're territorial. If you're surfing in an area that this shark is actively trying to feed in, it sees you as competition. And so they come up and they bite the board, give it a quick bite or something, and go from there. What in the hell is going on here? What do you got going on?
Well, there's a bunch of people wanting to go to I-410 North, and I'm going to I-410 South, so I'm fucking kind of being a douche right now. And I'm bypassing. There's a guy with a crane who's having a hard time fucking merging because he's huge, and nobody's letting him in. So I just kind of went around him. And now I've got a whole trail of people following me because they thought it was a good idea.
A trendsetter.
Yeah.
Follow me.
You can see the guys going north are they're all stopped.
Yeah,
right?
Oh yeah.
You look up here on the highway, they're moving about 3 miles an hour. On this bridge we're going under, that's everybody trying to go north.
Boy, that's a narrow little road they got right there.
Oh yeah. That's fine. We didn't want to have to fucking stand in line.
Well, it looks like you passed the Dochi on the left-hand side. And you dropped. You dropped out. Are you back?
I'm back.
Okay. You went under that bridge and everything went still.
Yeah, that happens.
You didn't even hear my good joke, did you?
No, I didn't.
I said when you were doing that, you were past the Doce on the left-hand side.
Ah, yes. Oh, that was a shitty fucking song.
I couldn't understand it. Were they talking about dope? I have no idea.
I remember something vaguely from watching American Bandstand one morning when I was hungover, and Dick Clark was interviewing these guys, and they said it's the fucking side B of a 45 record. It's how that's called in fucking wherever the hell they were from in the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
But you could barely fucking understand them. It was English in name only.
Right.
And you could tell Dick Clark was just smiling and nodding, going, "Why the fuck did we book this act?"
Yeah.
Well, he lived a long time, didn't he?
Yeah, especially after his stroke and stuff too. I wouldn't have thought he made it as long as he did.
Yeah.
Well, you sure could tell though when he would do the New Year's Eve thing, you could tell he was cognitively pretty wrecked.
Yeah.
And then they bring that stupid ass Ryan Seacrest in.
Stupid ass Ryan Seacrest.
He was bitten by a shark, and I was like, damn, I wish it would have took his leg off.
Yeah.
I remember when they made a big story about that. Ryan Seacrest attacked by a shark. I'm like, oh, right. And then it was like, yeah, he was walking along in like knee-deep water, and he kicked a little lemon shark or something, and it bit him on the side of the foot. I was like, wow, that ain't no story.
Well, I wouldn't want to be bitten by a shark. You know,
Yeah, but
actually, I wouldn't
wasn't
want
like
to be bitten by anything, really. That's why I
I had
didn't
a
let my second
Pomeranian.
wife suck my dick, because she was a biter.
Ooh.
So,
Well, if she started to bite, you just stick your thumb in her mouth and pick her up like one of them big mouth bass.
oh, did you watch Dak's video where he's cussing the fish when they're fighting him, trying to get the fucking hook
Yeah,
out? That's
yeah.
fucking great.
Oh, you little bastard.
Oh, don't you be moving around on me now. He's fighting us.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
They call pike jackfish up there for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was talking one time about being up there lake and ice fishing. Yeah, we caught a couple jacks. I'm like, what the hell is jackfish? And a pike. I'm like, oh, okay. We've got some big ones at the lake up here that actually I'm going to be moving closer to. Usually in the wintertime, somebody catches a really nice one. But I saw a picture of this gal holding one that there was no ice or anything. And it was probably, that fish had to be probably 40 inches long.
Wow.
It looked like it was probably 18 to 20 pounds, pike.
Down around where my homestead is, the biggest fish we got is spoonbill. I guess if you go into the rivers, you can get some big channel cat, but
you guys have spoonbills down there?
Yeah.
Where in the hell are they coming out of? Are they coming out of the Missouri?
Fuck if I know.
Because I know they're in the Missouri River has them.
Yeah.
Huh. That's an ancient fish too.
Yeah.
The only way you can catch them is snagging them. That's like the only fish I know of that's legal to snag.
Well, they're bottom feeders. They shovel the dirt up and catch everybody that's like hiding in the dirt.
But they don't really bite. They won't bite a lure, you know. You have to snag them with like treble hooks.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're all in the ponds.
That is crazy. I've never heard that. I thought they were only in certain rivers.
Well, you'll drive along and you'll see these fucking fence posts. People cut the heads off and put the fucking spoonbill on the fence post, and you know, critters come along.
Are we talking about
fucking...
Are we talking about the same fish, the spoonbill? I'm talking about a paddlefish.
Look, we always just call them spoonbills. I don't know what the fucking their real name is, but look up spoonbill, Kansas, if you ever get a chance to, Google it.
Well, I'm sure it's the same fish because that's what's up in the Missouri River, like up in the headwaters of the Missouri, and goes down through like Glendive, Montana. They're paddlefish, and the only way you can catch them is to snag. Yeah, and boy, there's some big paddlefish caught.
Oh, they're not small with the fucking bill included. You know, if you get a full grown one, it's going to be 5 foot.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've never eaten them. I imagine they're somewhat like a sturgeon, probably a white meat.
Yeah. There's no fucking bones in them either. That's a good part about it.
Yeah.
That way, when they fucking dry out on the top of those on the top of the fucking fence posts, You have almost a whole fish head.
Yeah,
As you just slice them from you use the gill line.
right. Cut steaks.
Yeah.
So what we did with sturgeon, we'd either cut steaks right through there because the only thing they have was a backbone and their skull and their tail. I mean everything. There was no ribs. Everything else is pretty easy. But we would cut them up, and then we called it tiger stripes, but it was a fat layer, and it looked like brown tiger stripes, and you wanted to cut that off of the meat because if you cooked it with that, it it rancid the meat up. So you just take a fillet knife and just cut that thin brown fat off of it, and then you had just pure white meat. And if you blanch it, put it in some boiling water for like 30 seconds, it gets some of the oil out of it because they can be an oily fish. And then batter them up in panko or beer batter or tempura, and then deep fry them. Oh man,
I never tried the tempura, but that sounds good.
yeah, it would be good. It is good. Doesn't look like traffic is actually really too bad where you're at.
No, I just sliced across the southeast corner of San Antonio. So now I'm heading out of town now, and I'm going to take 37, which is the road I'm on now, um, south till we get to 182.
So how far are you from McAllen then?
Oh, 200 miles or so.
Another 5 hours then.
Yeah.
Isn't
I should
McAllen where
get there.
that? Are
I
you
should get
dumping?
there.
Are you dropping? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm dropping. Yeah, I'm dropping in McAllen, but it's, I should get there around noon. That's my goal, anyways.
You don't have to go to that dirt lot, which is full of potholes and
That's
nobody
exactly
wants
where
to.
I'm going.
No shit. And that's the one you got to pay the drop fee too, huh?
Yep.
Or
120 cash.
no, you don't. You can't use your card.
Nope, cash only.
Yeah, they're paying illegals to empty those trucks.
Oh,
They're
you
paying them
know it.
cash.
Right. And they're probably only paying them half the fucking cash I give them.
Oh yeah. If every truck has to pay $120 in cash, they're paying those guys $10 an hour, and they're pocketing $100.
Yeah. Well, they might pay them a little more than that because I can feel them that they're using forklifts. So they're, a guy that can drive a forklift probably gets more than a $10 an hour job. Now, the guy stacking boxes in the warehouse, he's probably the $10 an hour guy.
Yeah. Well, it depends on where you're at. There's some places a forklift operator makes damn good money.
Yeah.
Nobody drives Riggs's forklift because he farts in the seat all night.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
He claims it as his own.
Job security.
That's right. Nobody can get even near it.
Well, they could, but they don't want to.
Correct. What the hell was all the stickers on that car?
Yeah.
That thing was loaded up. Was it like a radio station car or something?
No.
Huh.
Somebody that had a message for everyone. I didn't read it, of course. I read a study once where it said that the more bumper stickers people have, the more angry the person is. They found a direct correlation between, political bumper stickers and stress levels.
I would imagine that would be 100% true. You'll see somebody like with a Trump sticker, and it's like one. But you see some of these left wingers that, holy shit, and they all have that stupid coexist sticker on the back,
Oh, yeah.
which has got
Or the picture of
a
the
hammer and
fucking,
sickle, and
or they've got the thing with the fucking alligator spelling Darwin eating the fish.
yeah.
Those are angry people too. Because alligators are angry because they never go to the dentist.
Well, they got all
And the
them teeth, and they
mom,
can't go to the dentist.
mama said, "Well, your mama's a moron." Wow.
There's something with your mama's. There's a problem with your mama's medulla oblongata. No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. That's one of the funniest lines in a movie.
Oh yeah.
And he pile drives that dude into the ground.
That movie, that
when
whole
they
fucking movie's a great movie.
when they did the stunts for that movie, they were hammering people. God, those guys would be jumping across the line, and they, whoever was the stunt man that was hitting them, man, they would put some hits on some people. Holy shit. Of course, it's Hollywoodized, so I'm sure there's pads and everything underneath the camera that you can't see. But still, you get clipped in the middle of the air like that by somebody going the opposite direction. That can't feel good.
No.
Adam Sandler actually made some pretty funny movies.
Yeah, he made it quite a good run of it back in the '90s.
Yeah. When Bob Barker whips his ass out there on the golf course, I laughed so hard when I saw that. God.
Yeah.
The price is wrong, bitch.
Oh, the movie that I laughed.
You cut out.
All right, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You cut out when you said the
All right.
movie I laughed.
The movie I laughed the most at from that era was the first time I saw fucking that Mike Myers spy movie, in
Oh, Austin Powers?
Austin Powers, and the fucking five dick jokes about the fucking rocket. It just kept
Oh, man.
going and going and going. You remember that?
I hardly remember
When
it. It's been a lot of years since I watched that original one.
yeah, that was, just fucking over and over and over again. They do the sentence and not quite say penis or dick and balls or whatever.
Was it in the bloopers, or was it actually in the movie?
One after another, because it was the big boy with these fucking uh, fuel tanks and a rocket engine on the bottom of it. It looked like a fucking giant flying penis.
Oh yeah, the Big Bob's Big Boy rocket.
Yeah.
We had one of those restaurants when I was growing up. You'd drive by it and you'd see that the big boy standing out there with the hamburger on the platter.
Yep.
One of the restaurants I miss the most, and there's one in Boise, Idaho, is Sizzler.
Yeah.
And the salad bar they have at a Sizzler now is unbelievable. I mean, it's got hot tables on it. You can make your own tacos, burritos, a taco salad. It's got soups, chili. I mean, it was amazing. I was like, holy crap. I remember Sizzler when I was a kid having a big salad bar, but they had like 4 tables of that. And it's like you don't even need to order anything off the menu. You can just go in there and graze. Ruby Tuesday has a pretty good salad bar too.
Yeah, they do. And if you go to a full-size McAllister's Deli, they usually have one too.
I've never been to one of them.
Yeah, they might just be a southern thing. I don't know. But
Yeah, I've never heard of them.
they also have these fucking if you get a full-size sandwich in McAllister's, most people can't finish it. It's going to
Yeah.
be, so big you don't even want sides.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was getting the first time I went in there, and I had a fucking Reuben. You want a half or a full? And everybody's going, get a half, but I was hungry, so I'll have a full one. And this thing comes out, and it's the size of a fucking hubcap,
And you're like, bam, that's going to be an epic shit later. That's going to be a flash before you flush.
Oh, God, yeah.
I was thinking about that yesterday at work. I just busted up laughing, just thinking about it.
Oh, Larry Flint was a fucking genius.
Well, I told people that, they said, well, how come you don't have Facebook? And I said, because all I would do is take pictures of my dumps and send them to everybody every morning. Good morning, thinking of you. You don't want me on social media.
Yeah.
I'd be a
Well,
trolling
yesterday when
son
I
of a
let that
bitch.
fucking turd loose, my fucking ass hadn't even hit the seat yet, and it fucking
Oh.
splattered up against the back of the wall. It was a Play-Doh. The initial fucking, it was a Play-Doh one. A big old chunk of Play-Doh fucking stuck to the back wall of the toilet. I imagine the next guy to go in there after me was like, ugh. I even gave it the courtesy flush, and it was not coming down. Hey, good morning, JR.
Morning, JR. How are you?
Oh, that explains why my nose started running. Got fucking fields and fields of fucking goldenrod.
Wasn't that a James Bond movie? The man with the golden rod.
Yeah.
And there was Golden Eye. There's 2 golden James Bond movies.
Yeah. Then Goldfinger.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Golden Gun, Goldfinger, and Golden Eye. I'm sensing a pattern.
Or maybe Ian Fleming just ran out of fucking ideas,
Maybe. That's weird that I didn't see. I'm in the comments now, but I didn't see any comments come up on the home screen for anybody to come up. That's weird. Usually the chat, it shows you that somebody makes a comment. Boy, that's an expensive trailer right there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Holy shit.
Those are about 40 grand.
That's one of the ones you unhook and then the nose comes down so you can drive up on it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't see any fucking articulation on it.
Really?
Yeah.
So what in the hell are they putting on that thing?
Something heavy.
Shit, fucker's low. That's a lowrider, man. We had trailers like that. Our lowboy drivers would you disconnect, and they had tracks on them. The trailer had train track running down it, and they would have to line up perfectly on the tracks, and then you just drive equipment right up on the tongue of it and down the trailer, and then get the boomers out, chain them down.
I know that a couple of times I've driven past railroad tracks and seen guys like that stuck.
Mm-hmm. And usually when you get stuck real good, because they'll hook the side of the rail, and then you got to get a loader to come out and push it over.
Yeah.
We have they call them scorpion cars, and it'll be you can move a whole gang. It'll be like 16, 18 of these rail cars, and they have tracks running down the middle of them. And then the end of it looks like a scorpion's tail. It has an articulated ramp that folds in on itself, and it curls up, and it looks just like a scorpion's tail. And you unfold it, and then it lines back down, and it lines the tracks of the car right onto the railroad tracks, and then you drive equipment up on there. That's how they move a track gang, is with these scorpion cars. And man, when something goes wrong on those scorpion cars, it goes wrong. I was working with a good friend of mine, or guy I worked with there, and the scorpion car, it didn't fold up right, and it broke one of the hydraulic rams, the mounts. And you're talking about 2-inch plate steel.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And it
That's
broke.
a lot of fucking shear force.
Yeah. And he goes, well, looks like I'm going to be welding on that. I said, I'll hit everything else. You weld on that. And he welded on that sucker for probably 3 hours and finally got it. It's an inch and a half, 2 inches thick, where the pin would go through the eye of a cylinder. I think it was 2 inches. It was thick. Yeah, when it broke, it sounded like a 12 gauge going off, because they were trying to fold it up, and we were standing there, and we were working on something else, and I hear this boom. And I was like, shit, I'm looking around to see. We weren't in a good neighborhood. I was like, holy shit, are we getting shot at? And then you see hydraulic oil squirting, and then you see the end of a cylinder that shouldn't be pointing in that direction. Like, oh shit. I've seen some interesting stuff working out on the railroad. I've been to a lot of different states too. I've gotten to travel where I normally wouldn't have gone to, Texas and stuff like that. And so it's been good to me.
World's shittiest neighborhoods.
Some of them, yes. I've seen the underbelly of Tulsa. I know where the shitty neighborhood is in downtown Tulsa. I didn't realize that the homeless, the mission where they all go to get their free food, didn't realize it was a block away around the corner. I was like, where are all these bums coming from? Grinch is in here. Good morning, Grinch.
Hey, Grinch, good morning. He's changed his name back.
What was it before?
Postal Marine.
Oh, that's right.
Because he was a Marine and then he worked for the post office, so he's a Postal Marine.
I'm still moist. Moist.
Have you heard Grinch's good news?
No.
His cancer is in remission.
Oh, that is awesome.
So, yeah.
He says, oh no. Well, it comes up his name there, but when he comes into a stream, it probably still says Postal Marine.
We'll change it to something new today. Don't worry.
You don't even have to do it.
Yeah, just wait for Hemi to get here. It's his turn. So, we're passing a Halliburton truck.
Oh, nice.
And
Wave to
Grinch, I'll
Dick
let you
Cheney.
in
I'm sure he's driving it.
Yeah. As soon as I get around this guy, I'll let you in, Grinch. But the road is a little bit bumpy, and I'm catching some wind off of that guy.
Is it a long and winding road?
Hey, Hamster's back.
Yes. Cranky as fuck too, by the way.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hamsters float like poop. Good morning, floating like poop.
I'm a poop floater.
Well, you're grumpy today there, Hamster?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was up at like 3 o'clock because I had to deal with some work. Yeah. Fuck.
I was wondering why you were on a stream so early. It's my Saturday morning, and I woke up at 4:45.
Yeah. Well, gotta work through different time zones occasionally.
So they sent up the hamster signal up into the sky?
Yeah, exactly.
You must have been talking to the Euro.
Don't give too much away there, Brandon. Don't do that. Don't give too much away, Brandon.
Mhm.
Don't dox me, bro. Don't dox me. Mm-hmm.
And then he goes silent. YouTube got him.
Yep. He's Zoom toasting. Zoom toasting. Yeah. Where the hell has Tim been, by the way? He never shows up anymore, man.
I saw him a couple nights ago, or was it last night?
It's your Saturday. What the hell are you doing? You gonna drink beer and be stupid, or what?
No, I went to bed early last night, and I woke up early, and I gotta go. I'm trying to buy a house.
Oh yeah.
At 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock today is the home inspection, so I gotta go do that. I gotta do the domestic chore.
The home inspection. Yeah. Do you?
I'm buying a cheap house.
Fix it up a little bit. Be happy. Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, it's move-in ready, and it's got a stove, refrigerator, and washer and dryer all ready. 2-car garage.
Got a toilet. You're ready. All right.
It's got a toilet, and it's $65,000.
You're in Wyoming?
Nebraska.
Oh, Nebraska. Okay. Well, that sounds like a pretty good deal.
Yeah, where the town I live in, that house would be pushing 90, 95 probably. And it's 65. It's 1924, so it's almost a 100-year-old house. But as long as it passes the inspection today, it's you can't go wrong for the price. It's the same amount.
It's like
that I'll be paying for my apartment that I'm in.
That's like half the price of your motorcycle, right, Hamster?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the only caution I would have is obviously you know what you're doing, but electrical stuff, right? If they haven't updated the electric, that can be a pain in the ass. I don't know about Nebraska, but
yeah, it's not hook and tube, but it's old, but it's not hook and tube anymore.
Nothing you got to worry about on the older ones is aluminum wiring.
Yeah. But it's getting a full house inspection today, and then tomorrow a company's coming in to put a camera down all the sewer pipes and make sure there's not tree roots growing through everything, because the seller would have to pay for that to be
yeah, all that happy shit. Yeah, I had to oh God, I'll have to tell you the whole story one of these days, Brandon, but yeah, I had to go through that when I sold my last house. Yeah. It was not fun. I had to pay a lot of fucking money. Let's just put it that way.
You had a bunch of little hamster pellets plugged up in the sewer?
There was a lot of different shit. Yeah. The main one is that I had to dig a new well. So.
Ooh, yeah,
that was pricey.
Yeah.
I had a house when I was getting my master's degree, and this was a property that was subdivided, but it was there was two houses, and they just split the fucking property line down the center and said, okay,
Yep.
this one's for sale to one person, the other one's for sale to somebody else. And the neighbor's fucking septic system fucking leach lines were under my property. And they had a fucking problem, and it started fucking oozing fucking shit. And I said, hey, you guys need to get this fixed. And a month goes by, 2 months goes by, and I was like, okay, fuck this. I'm not going to fucking deal with this anymore. And I planted a bunch of that, what is it, Pima grass or something like that? The fucking really tall, fast-growing grass.
Mm-hmm.
And it also puts fucking roots down pretty deep.
You bastard.
And they grow real fast, too. And, as soon as those fucking, those grass clumps got fucking established, I didn't have any more problems. And they had to fucking get all kinds of they had to hire people come in, dig their shit out. And
oh, yeah.
Of course, when they fucking put in their new lines, I wouldn't allow them to fucking dig up my line and put their fucking leach field back underneath me.
Yeah.
So.
Use your own property, you fucks.
Yeah, well, when the system was originally put in, it was all one property because it's like some parents and they had the kids move into the house next door and shit like that.
Right.
I figured you were going to pay to dig up that septic tank and then throw it on their yard.
Well, get this. Before oh, dear God. Before I bought the house, I put the bid in and whatever, and blah, accepted it. Well, then they had to go through the inspection, right? They have to go to the county, and they got to do all that happy shit, right? Well, they had just put a new septic system in, which was nice. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Except they didn't follow the code.
Uh-oh.
So they had to dig the whole fucking thing back up and redo it.
Mm.
That was a really
cost, or did you?
At their cost. Yeah, no, they had to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it cost them a pretty penny because they just put it in, and it was just And here's the fucking trouble with all this stuff. This was a divorce situation, and I actually worked with the guy, and his wife worked at the same place, and it was just it was a fucking nightmare, right? Because this guy got kicked out of his house. You know the game, right? Same shit. So they had to sell the house because she was. Oh God,
little awkward around the water cooler.
Well, I didn't work with him directly, but I mean, I knew who he was, and
Oh, okay.
Because I found he apparently he must have literally got tossed out of the house because there was a bunch of shit that was still there that she hadn't taken that I found, and it's like, hey, I can't remember his name. Call him John. Hey, John, I found this shit at your house. Did you want it back? So I gave him some stuff back. It's like, this is yours. I don't have any use for it. But yeah, they had to dig the whole fucking septic, the whole thing up again and redo it.
Dang.
Unfucking believable. Yeah.
Hey, there's a dick-nosed monkey in the chat.
And the crazy thing is that this was all inspected, and you have to pass your water test. It's a well, right? So they have to go and they look at the nitrates and all this other shit. Well, I don't know how they got it through because the well was broken when I bought it. So I don't know how the hell that happened.
Oh, well.
And what happened was but the I don't know what the hell they call it, but they put this pipe down into the ground, and I think it's made out of metal.
It's called the well liner. It's called the well liner sleeve.
Yeah.
Yes.
and it was made out of metal. This was put back into I think it was the original well. And over time, it just rusted away, and it was allowing groundwater to get into the well, and that's a big no-no. So yeah, so I think that cost me like $15,000 to get that redone, something like that.
Wow.
Not only that, but they did it at the time of the year where it was spring, so it was muddy and wet and shit, and they tore up the fucking driveway, destroyed the driveway of the house. So I had to fucking pay for that too. Jesus.
Dang.
yeah.
Wow.
Was this down in Missouri?
No, Iowa.
Oh, Iowa.
Yep.
Mm.
So,
Wow.
yeah. So that let's see. Probably cost me out of pocket 20, it's probably almost $40,000. Actually more like 50.
Dang.
Just to get the roof had to be replaced. The AC heating had to be replaced. I had to drill a well. So I lost my ass. I think it's
You bought a lemon.
I did. Yeah. I did.
Did you not get a home inspection, Hamster?
Oh, I had all that. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I did. Not only that, but there was some other shit. They turned I don't want to give too much away, but they turned a garage into a room, right? So it used to be a garage, but they put another garage there, and they turned the garage that was attached to the house into a room. Well, here was the problem. Apparently, they actually used it as a garage at some point, and they didn't really do the right thing when it came to the walls. And so over time, the oil started leaking through the paint. And so it was just, I never even noticed it, never even paid attention. But when you started looking at it, you could see there were blotches all over the freaking wall. So I had to have all that repainted. I think we put on the, whatever that shit is.
Kills?
Kills, yeah. Put the kills all over everything and repainted everything. So, yeah. Yep.
Were they doing fucking oil change services there or what?
What the hell they were doing, to be honest with you? I'm not sure. I don't think it was mold because it wasn't a wet kind of thing, but it was just they didn't do the paint right. They didn't put the kills on, and they just kind of overpainted whatever was in there. I don't know how in the hell you would do that. Maybe the garage had the sheetrock, and they just said, let's make this into a room, and they painted it all. I don't know. So, yeah. So, I mean, paint is cheap, but still, it's just, come on, guys. How hard is this? Just do it correctly, you know?
Yeah, paint's a lot cheaper than drywall and redoing everything.
Yeah. And so that's always the thing I say if you watch these home shows and all this shit. Oh, my, I don't like that purple color. Here's an idea. You go down to Menards, you get 2 gallons of paint, you paint it over. That's easy. That's the easy part. You know, when you get the roof is falling apart and you got fucking mold and you got to dig wells and air condition, that's the expensive shit. So the paint, So.
Well, hopefully the roof on this place doesn't look like it's very old at all.
Good.
And the guy that's doing the house inspection did the one that on the house that my mom just bought, and he's really thorough.
Yeah, well, I thought the guy that did mine was too.
Yeah,
but he apparently missed a couple things. But I mean, the house inspection, the well thing was illegal. You have to go get it tested legally before you can sell it. So I don't know how in the hell they got by with that. Who knows? But maybe they didn't do it correctly. I probably could, but how are you going to prove it? How are you going to prove how to prove that the well was broken when I moved in?
Is a water test required for all sales, or only if the buyer requests it?
No, the county where it was requires you to get a water test.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, up here it's at the request of the buyer, which is pretty much standard. Most agents written in when you conditional upon water tests, but If a buyer was not wise enough to ask for it, I could see how it could not be done.
Yeah,
But
no,
if
it
yours is mandated by like some type of
mandated by the
legislation
county.
or something,
Yeah.
yeah, then yeah.
And here's the more fun part is that since it was a septic as well, there's a test required that you have to put some hundreds of gallons of water or something through the septic, and it has to do what it's supposed to do or whatever, right? I'm not sure exactly what it was, but well, the well broke, so it didn't have any, so it couldn't do the septic test until I got the well dug, and it was just a fucking nightmare. Yeah. I mean, the septic was new, right? It was 5 years old. So, I mean, there was nothing wrong with it. But you still have to go through and you have to run through 200 gallons of water or whatever the hell it is. So,
The worst cage you've ever owned.
Once
yeah.
a month.
No, there was a worse
one.
one, but this one was pretty expensive.
So this was the second worst one you've
The
ever
second
owned?
worst one, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
What was that, Brandon?
I was just saying, once a month when you got septic, you gotta flush fucking Rid-X down it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely did that. And
Some a cup of yeast, dry active yeast.
essentially, that's essentially what it is. Yeah, Rid-X
Yeah.
is basically. Yeah, drop a box of that in there once a month or so. Yeah. No, never had any trouble with the with the septic. It always worked fine. There was no issue there. But.
Well, I feel better
Water
because
tastes a little funny.
Well, you see, I should. And here's the funny thing. This is when you notice things after the fact. But going into the house initially, they had all the Culligan water things, right? And why she even pointed it out, I didn't even notice it, right? She pointed it out. Oh yeah, well, we just like our water purified, and that's okay, yeah, sure, it makes sense. Well, that's because the well was fucked up and you couldn't drink the water. I found that out because if you tried to drink the water, it tasted like leaves and rotten organic material and raccoon shit and whatever else was in there, right? So.
Possum droppings.
The water, you could not drink the water. Yeah, the water was undrinkable.
Ugh.
Yeah. So I also too had to bring in. I didn't have a Culligan, but I just brought gallons of water from the grocery store. So, and there was a filtration system which helped. It had a water filter like in the refrigerator or whatever. Actually, it was under the sink. They had a filter under the sink, so it was tolerable, but it wasn't good, right? And so the next thing, what I had done is, if I ever do that again, to get the whole house water filter. If I ever live out in the country again, just get that and just get it whatever reverse osmosis or whatever the fuck they do, filter it all out.
This place is on city water, city sewer, and everything, so I don't have to worry about that. And the water is actually really good in there because I've had it at my mom's place. I thought, man, this tastes a lot better than the town I live in. And she goes, yeah, it doesn't smell like a swimming pool.
Yeah,
because we have seven. We have seven wells that supply water to this town, and we have 3 big water towers. And one time they were doing the inspections on the wells, I guess, and one of the wells had a dead dog floating in it.
Oh, jeez. Oh, boy.
I do not drink the city water in this town. I have bottled water, and I have a Culligan machine, but I don't like it. It smells like chlorine. It smells treated,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the water worked fine for toilets and whatever at this house, but you couldn't drink it. It was it was not good.
You had a nice earthy aroma when you took a shower. You got out and smelled all manly and stuff.
Well, that was another thing, is that there was a lot of rust in the water, and so you had to really, really be careful, right? You had to wash up, clean your toilets and the showers and shit often. Or else it would get all crappy and gummed up, and the clothes never turned out quite right. They were always kind of nasty, yellow looking. Yeah. Yeah. Quite an experience, quite an adventure.
And that wasn't the worst one.
No. The first one was probably the worst. And the reason was it was on a really busy street. And the cars, it was a residential area, but the cars would drive by 24/7, 365, 40 miles an hour.
Oh,
Always, constantly.
yeah.
And it just never let up. And I complained to the police, and they kind of laughed at me and says, "It's not our problem," you know. So that was the worst. That was almost a mental breakdown type situation because it just never ended.
Yeah.
And the windows were shot on this house, so they were single pane. So all the fucking noise would come right into the house. Oh God, I hated that fucking place. I fucking hated it.
About the worst thing for my town and the one I'm going to be moving to is that the railroad tracks are in close proximity, so you get to hear trains. But I've lived around them now for almost 30 years. You really don't notice it unless something really, really odd happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, at least it's a train. It's fixed. You know, you probably have some idea when it's coming, so it's not going to bother you that much. But you can't control the public, right?
Yeah.
So you got people all the fucking time with their loud pipes and their music blasting constantly. It's just, oh God, I hated it. And plus, the house was a piece of shit. I mean, it would have been a decent house if it wasn't located there. That was the worst thing was the location. You can't change that, right? You're stuck. So I learned my lessons.
You take care where you put your cedar chips now, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's maybe in part why this whole thing with my mother's house, right? My sister's going all crazy and ape shit. It's like, dude,
with the fucking sinkholes and shit.
It's a sinkhole. It's a fucking loser. Walk away from it. Take whatever we can get. Oh no! I can fix it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then when the house gets swallowed up by the earth, you're like, oh.
Well, it isn't even that. You can fix it. It's still got a stigma, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a car that got totaled. Yeah, you can fix it, but there's always a chance that frame is not quite straight. It doesn't quite do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a salvage title is a salvage title, no matter how much lipstick you put on it.
Yep. And so that knocks off, 10, 15%, 20% of what people will pay right there. It's like, I don't know. That's a sinkhole. I don't want that. So
it's amazing how much of that stuff is that house is down in Florida.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many are having problems with stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, in this part of the state, what they did was back in the 70s, there was a big rush to build houses, of course, right? Everyone wanted to move to Florida. And so this particular development, my understanding, it was built on not a sinkhole, but a garbage dump. And so it used to be a landfill. And what they did was per requirements, they covered it up and they put the right amount of dirt and all that shit in there. But it's material rotting under the freaking ground. Eventually you're going to get somewhere,
Yeah.
And plus the Florida takes a lot of water, right? And so my understanding is sometimes what happens is the water gets sucked out and there's not enough replacement, and so you get caves. Like limestone caves underground, and it just can't hold up the weight. So that's another problem. Yeah,
there was that one guy that I don't think they ever did recover his body. He was laying in bed, and a sinkhole just opened up under the house, and he went into the hole, and they never did find him. It's like, how deep a hole is that?
Well, it goes down to the again. You'd probably drown in the water table, I would guess.
Yeah.
It would open up and suck you right down underwater. It's like, oh God.
Or it'd fall in, and then more shit would fall in on top of you, and they'd never
Right,
find
something
you.
like that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Just collapsing on top of you.
But I mean, that's more of the rare exception. I mean, that does happen, where suddenly a big sinkhole will open up and swallow houses. In this case, and in a lot of cases, this is around Central Florida, like around Zephyr Hills and that area, like Eastern Pasco County out there. It's just little parts, like a quarter of the house will be sinking, right? So your foundation will crack, and your roof will crack, and all that. So it's not swallowing the house; it's just slowly breaking the house. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, you could do mitigation. You could put cement pillars underneath. You can do all kinds of shit, but it's not cheap. It's expensive. So.
Yeah, and what happens if another hole on the other end of the house comes
in? Bingo! Bingo!
So and that's why we don't have basements in Florida.
Right, right. Well, yeah, not only that, but sometimes, even if you have a mitigated sinkhole, the insurance companies won't cover you. They'll say, nope, sorry. So that's another issue that the buyer has to be aware of, is that you might have to pay $10,000 a year in house insurance or whatever because of that risk. Oh, it's not unusual at all, actually, in Florida. Yeah. It's very expensive.
Well, I was looking at the property taxes on this place, and it's $1,030 a year.
Nice. Nice. My property taxes on my ranch is about $1,800 a year. Not bad.
The Hamster Ranch?
The Skinwalker Ranch?
Hamster
Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah. So, yeah, when I'm looking around at houses, and I'm kind of half looking now, I have a pretty good arsenal of shit that it's like, nope, that's a no-go. Not happening.
Rodent Wrangler.
If there's any fucking road anywhere near where this house is located, nope, not going to happen.
Hamsters will be the Scrotum Skin Ranch.
The Ginger Hairy Skin Ranch. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, well, good luck with the house, man. That's good. Good news.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I'm going to put 40% down because I'm borrowing it against my 401k to put 40% down, but I'm paying myself back my own interest. So
good.
I'm using my money to work for me instead of all on the bank, you know.
Did your 401k people say, "Oh my God, you shouldn't do that"? Oh no.
Well, I did it like 14 years ago. 13 years ago, when my ex-wife and when I bought that house, I borrowed 20 grand and I paid it off in 8 years. They just take it out of your check every 2 weeks. They take a set amount out, and I paid myself back 25 grand. So it was just $5,000 in interest. Well, now it's a $32,000 loan. And by the time I'm done, it's $49,997.
Whoa!
So it's like 7.5% or something like that. It went from 4% to 7%. They don't want you doing it. You can do it, but they're trying to discourage you. But it's
they really don't want you to do it. Oh no,
yeah.
no, they don't want you to do that.
But I could have took the money out, but then I'd be paying. By the time everything's said and done, I'd be paying probably 40% taxes. Because it's all pre-taxed money that's in my 401. So they get you on the back end.
They get you somehow.
Yeah.
They're always going to get you.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I'm they've raised the interest rate on my own money, paying myself back. But that's okay, because when I'm done, in 8 years, I'll have the house paid off, and I'll have that loan paid off. And I'll have given myself back 50 grand.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea.
I'm using my money instead of their money. I'm still financing, but I'm going in-house in this bank.
Right.
And my credit score got me a pretty decent loan for interest rate for what's going on now. I mean, the housing market's going crazy with interest rates, and it's fixed for 7 years. Well, I plan on having everything paid off in 8. So,
right.
I think I'll throw about 3. I think I'll throw 3 payments a year extra on. And
yeah, if you can do that, that makes a huge difference. Obviously, you know that.
Yeah, if you're going with the bi-weekly, that's a great idea.
Because you're making what, 26 payments a year instead of 24, so you get 2 extras, or not 26. Jesus, what is it?
Yeah,
26 payments. Yeah, 26 instead of.
I'm thinking about trying
24.
to get them to take the house payment out of each check. So every 2 weeks, I do a half a house payment.
Mm-hmm.
Because that'll knock down that interest faster.
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't know that. I think Brandon, obviously, and is you get this. The first 5 to 7 years is just all interest.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
and all that kind of shit.
Yeah. I went through that on a property years and years ago. That's like, holy crap.
Because the bank wants to get their money up front, boys. Imagine that.
Yeah, so I think just every month I'll throw 1 or 200 extra just to the principal only, and then like I said, try to get about 3 extra payments a year. It's a 15-year mortgage on the balance, and I told her, I said, I'm going to have it paid off in 8. And she goes, yeah, that's no problem. Yep. And so I think I can knock off several years. I can cut it in half.
Yeah, that's good.
But I'm really looking forward to having a nice 2-car garage.
Oh man, that's beautiful. I just want a garage where I can actually do some shit, right? Work on the car or whatever. Put a motorcycle in there.
Yeah, I've got 2, a small pickup and a full-size pickup, and my motorcycle, and I've got 2 other motorcycles sitting in storage. And I'm like, I don't think I can get all the motorcycles in here, but I can get the one that I ride, and I can get 2 vehicles in there. And I'm going to have a full-size refrigerator in there, so that'll have an extra freezer and a beverage refrigerator for the garage.
Oh, that's the other thing. I think I told you this, you guys, this before. The place in Iowa, the old lady had him tear down a Morton building where he had tractors and cars and shit.
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus!
A big, beautiful building. Like a big, at least 2 or 3 stall. I mean, it was big. But he tore it down because he's a beta simp fuck cuck, and it gets in the way of my view, is what she said. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? I couldn't believe it. My goodness.
And now the price to put up a Morton building, and especially if you put it on a slab, that metal has gone up.
It was on a slab too. The whole thing, everything.
Nice.
It's like, Jesus, what the fuck? Because I discovered this because I was looking at the satellite pictures of the place, right? Google Earth and all that. Yeah. And I was looking one day. It's like, there's the house. Wait a minute, what the fuck is that? This big Morton building. It's like, oh my God, are you kidding me?
And you were in Iowa?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it doesn't ever hail there. You could have had all your vehicles, put everything in that building.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that they could have gotten maybe another $40,000 out of the freaking place. If you had that man cave kind of thing. But
if it
women
was
think differently.
Put a tractor and stuff in that.
Oh yeah, it was that big. Yeah, it was that big. You could put
I didn't buy this place, but when I moved down to Texas, I took a look at this one place, and they had in the root cellar, the guy had a fucking rifle range. He had buried 4-inch fucking culvert. And,
nice.
It was like, it wasn't huge, but it was like maybe 100 yards.
Nice.
The guy had a rifle range.
Cool.
There's a house here for sale in town here that It was a retired lawyer's house, and it looks like it should be in a Bavarian village. You know, it's that type of house,
Yeah.
and it looks like a castle kind of. It's kind of a neat house, but I think they want like 680 grand, which would be like the most expensive house in town. But it has a complete. I can't remember how far it is. If it's a 20-yard, it has a shooting range in the basement, and it's a complete concrete encased culvert that goes to the end, and it where your targets and a light is set up, and it's underground, and that thing goes towards the alley, and it's completely underground shooting range in the basement.
Nice.
Yeah. But nobody has bought it yet, so I'm sure the price is going to have to come down.
Well, here's the $1 million idea, guys. Speaking of shooting ranges and guns and stuff, figure out a way so you can easily get the material out of the shooting range, like, you know, wherever the guns are shooting, where the targets are, or whatever.
Yeah.
Figure out some system where you can just hit a button and it pulls up all the lead and the copper and everything,
Kind of like
and just recycle
one
that
of those automated cat litter boxes.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think that's eventually going to be very valuable because, you know, we have a lot of lead and copper and shit, but dude, we're going to run out at some point, right?
That's why I collect it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a guy I used to work with, he went to the, this is before things got crazy. He used to go to the tire shops and just, they'd give him
all
tire
the
weights.
lead weights.
Yeah. And he'd cast bullets out of that. But that was before, well, there was a certain president that was elected. You know, things kind of got crazy.
Well, now the United Nations is trying to put a bill out that will ban ammunition. They can't go get our guns, but they want to get the freedom seeds.
So they've been talking about that for a while. They want an individual serial number on every bullet in California, or some method to determine which gun shot the round or something. They've been talking about that for years. Yeah.
They want a serial number on the end of the firing pin, so that when it hits the primer, it indents in the primer a micro stamp, so that they can find out who shot that bullet.
And I mean, I wouldn't be necessarily against such an idea, but it's going to be very, very expensive, right? Somebody's going to have to pay for all that shit. You know what I mean?
It's very, very hard to do, too, especially in the biometric handgun shit that California is trying to pass. That every gun's going to, you know, you got to put batteries in your gun, and it's going to recognize your fingerprint only, and all that other bullshit.
But again, they're attacking the wrong target, though, aren't they? Well, it's not legal gun owners. It's the people that are not legal. They buy a 38 special on the street and they go rob some people. I mean, come on now.
How about the 100 people that got shot in Chicago over the Juneteenth celebration in Wisconsin?
That didn't happen, you racist Nazi. You know that. That's a lie. Yes, very odd, isn't it? Get 100 people shot. That's not a mass shooting. No, see, it was individual shooting, so it doesn't count. Oh,
well, hell, there was that one.
My question is, why the fuck are we celebrating bad postal service? You know,
bad.
What? That's what Juneteenth is celebrating, because it took like 2 years and change for fucking the mail to get someplace in Texas.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was thinking about that the other day, Brandon, because even though that's true, I mean, it's really true. But the Emancipation Proclamation in the Confederate States didn't matter. It was only in the United States, not the Confederate States.
At the time the Emancipation Proclamation was passed, the Confederate States were part of the United States.
That's not true. That was 1863. I might be mistaken. Let me look that up.
I think you are, because I think that's what caused the vote for secession.
Nope. Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation January 1st, 1863. It was the second year or third year of the Civil War. Yeah.
Right. And when did the Confederacy become a Confederacy?
It was 1861.
Oh, well, I am mistaken then. I bow to your superior rodent knowledge.
No, I mean, because I was thinking about that just the other day. That I mean, Juneteenth, yeah, celebrate it, great, but it was Texas who was a part of the Confederacy, and so it really didn't matter. Let me look it up here. Hold on. Juneteenth. Okay. I'll put on my radio voice and read it for you.
Oh.
Freedom's Eve of January 1st, 1863. That was when the Emancipation Proclamation. Emancipation Proclamation made effective in 1863. It could not be implemented in places still under Confederate control. Correct. As a result, in the westernmost Confederate state of Texas, enslaved people would not be free until much later. Freedom came finally June 19th, 1865, when some 2,000 Union troops arrived in Galveston Bay, Texas. The Army announced that the more than 250,000 slaves in Texas. That's fucking crazy. Wow, I didn't know that. They were freed by executive decree. The day came to be known as Juneteenth. So, yeah, cool. But I mean, would it have mattered if they got the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863? It was a different country, right? The countries were at war at the time. So, okay. But it's good. 250,000 slaves in Texas in 1865. Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of cotton.
That's a lot of people being enslaved. Oh, I didn't know that. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Wow.
We breathe like
I
rabbits.
think there was a total at the end of the Civil War. There was a total of 11 million people.
11 million people.
Yeah.
Wow. But there were slaves. Let me look it up. I really had no idea. Wow. Number of slaves. End of
Somebody
Civil
back
War.
there had a almost exact looking replica of the ZZ Top car.
The Eliminator?
Yeah.
At the end of the war, Civil War, 1865, 4 million African Americans were slaves. 4 million.
Well, my Civil
Wow.
War history is absolutely fucked then.
Not an English teacher nor a history teacher.
Well, it says here, it looks like there were 31 million people in the United States. 31.4 million people in the U.S.
Brandon is 0 for 2.
4 million were slaves. That was in
0 for.
1861.
I'll call you Ofer.
Ofer. Oh, man.
Brandon, 0 for True Blood.
No, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I had no idea.
Well, still, that's 4 million fucking people. Jesus Christ.
4 million people were enslaved at the end of the Civil War. Jesus Christ. Wow. But anyway, the Juneteenth
That's
thing,
only
though,
one out of 4 of the population of the United
it's only
States.
25%. What? No, it's 10%, right? 10, 12%. Yeah. But still, Jesus. My God. Oh, I guess all black people in the South were slaves. Jesus. Can you even imagine that? That's
Well, no,
fucking
not
crazy.
all of them were slaves, though.
Not all, but I would say most, probably.
Yeah, most.
Well, my great-grandfather grew up in near Lubbock, Texas, and picked cotton. So where's my reparations? He happened to be Scottish-Irish. I guess he could have said he was black Irish, and we'd be getting us some money.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with California, is California was never a slave state.
Mm-hmm.
Never had slavery. except Chinese slaves. But that's
Yeah.
that's a
The
different story.
the Catholic Church in California was the largest slave owner on the North American continent, and they had
Is that right?
Yeah, Native Americans.
Oh yeah.
Brandon's going for 0 for 3. Prove him wrong, Ginger.
No, I think he's probably right. I would say it's probably not wrong. Because California was founded by the Spanish, and I'm sure they had slaves, and then eventually it became part of the country in 1849.
No,
Something like
49
that.
was the gold rush.
That was the 49. Okay. Well, now we got to look it up. Gee, what are you doing to me, Brandon? I'm trying to work here.
Okay.
My grandfather told me a story when he was real young, and they were putting railroad tracks up in Washington State and going through the Cascade Mountains. And he said that they had Chinese, he had heard this when he was a kid. They had Chinese workers, and they would work them, and you got paid once a month. And there's a story of them working a bunch of Chinese people, and then they were blasting out a cave, and so they were going to make a tunnel. Well, they got it about 3/4 done, and they took the Chinese people, put them in that cave, and blasted the hole shut and killed them, so they didn't have to pay them.
Jesus Christ!
And then
Wow.
there was more people looking for work. But he told me that story. He said it was supposed to be a tunnel, and then they decided it was more cost effective to go around the mountain, and so they put everybody in the cave and blasted it shut. Jesus. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I wouldn't put it past the railroads back in the 1800s.
I wouldn't either. I would not either. Yeah.
There was a lot of people that died on the side of the road with a spike maul in their hand.
Mm-hmm. California was admitted to the United States of America as the 31st state, September 9th, 1850. California entered the Union as a free, non-slavery state by the Compromise of 1850. So, there you go. Right after the gold rush.
So, California owes black people money because they weren't slaves.
Yep.
Apparently.
I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
that's a San Francisco
of the social stigma.
Yeah.
And the systemic racism.
Right.
They don't talk about all the Irish slaves that were brought to America before the African slaves were.
Well, they were white, though. It doesn't matter.
Who's a shit about them?
Texas entered the Union December 29th, 1845.
Ginger slaves don't make good slaves. They get fucking heat stroke. Garbage slaves. Those ginger Irish slaves.
Delaware, right? What are you saying? Why?
You want a slave with a good dose of melanin. He can work the field all day. Fuck those ginger guys. They just got sunburnt, passed out.
Grinch says first non-Native American to own a slave was a black man.
I've heard that.
It's an inconvenient truth to when you bring up that who were the people that were enslaving these people in Africa? They were their own people and sending them over in ships.
Why
do
you hate?
The whole thing about men going or white guys going in there and doing it was a myth written by Alex Haley.
The Roots guy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. First state was Delaware, by the way.
I was not aware.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We need us the sleepyhead who won't get up for another 4 hours down there in Alabama. That's right.
Well, if you want him to come in, you have to say the magic word, hamster.
What's the magic word?
Munging.
Shadow Raid Legends?
Munging.
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 Munging. And he will come.
A moist butt crack. Yes.
Moist munging.
So I didn't know this. Pennsylvania was the second state. Did you know that? New Jersey was the third.
He's from Pennsylvania.
Georgia was the fourth state. Connecticut was the fifth state. And
Sergeant-
Massachusetts, by the way, kind of the original Plymouth colony, they were the sixth state. Go figure that out. Crazy.
Sergeant Grinch says here Arabs enslaved more whites than whites enslaved blacks.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yes.
They used to go up and raid the Irish. They would take them slaves, and England. Colorado, of course, was the Centennial State, 1876. Right.
Whatever you say.
The last state admitted to the Union was anyone?
Alaska.
We have Alaska. Anyone else have a guess?
Hawaii.
Either Alaska or Hawaii. I think it's Alaska.
Alaska was
It's
1950.
Hawaii, August 21st, 1959.
So I'm over
Yeah.
3 now. Yeah.
Over.
But who was
Brandon?
the 48th state admitted to the Union? Do you remember?
The
Idaho.
what state?
The 48th.
No idea.
The 47th was New Mexico.
Utah.
48th.
Can I phone a friend?
Arizona.
Oh.
Utah was admitted in 1896. Wyoming, 1890, along with Idaho. And Wyoming, by the way, had the first female governor in the country.
Red Pill Rhino is in the chat. Good
Red
morning.
Pill Rhino, dear
Good
God.
morning, Rhino.
Now, Nebraska there, Ape,
Mhm.
March 1, 1867.
1867.
Mhm.
When was Washington?
Washington State is 1889.
Oh.
West Virginia was admitted during the Civil War, June 20th, 1863. Probably didn't know that, did you?
That one I actually did know, but not the year.
Yep. West Virginia decided to stick with the Union, and so they made their own state.
West Virginia Mountain Mama?
Take me home, Frankie, blow my load.
Oh my.
In
is
the morning
Frank? We
hours,
haven't-
calls me.
We haven't called Frank this morning, so I'm going to put out the first one. Bah, bah. He's like Beetlejuice.
Say his name 3 times, baby. Do it.
Candyman.
Bah.
Candyman.
Candyman can. The Candyman can. Let's see, what other goodies do we have here? Minnesota, 1858. Hey. Let's see, when was Canada admitted to the Union? Oh, hasn't happened yet. Oops. And there's Andrew Jackson and his nasty bastard ass. Florida, March 3rd, 1845. Just 9 months before Texas.
Could you imagine how rough it would be to be in Florida or the Caribbean during the old pirating days?
Oh.
Well, I mean, Florida, St. Augustine, I think, is the oldest city in the country, if I'm not mistaken.
Of the lower
Augustine
48, but isn't
Beach,
Puerto
right,
Rico the oldest U.S. territory?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oldest city, United States. I think it's St. Augustine.
St. Augustine.
Yeah. Founded in 1565.
Damn.
St. Augustine is the oldest continuously occupied settlement of European and African American origin in the United States. 42 years before the English colonized Jamestown and 55 years before Plymouth Rock. How about that?
Mr. E's in the chat. Hello, Mr. E.
Hey, Mr.
Great
E.
name.
Mr.
So,
E.
Hamster, what year was Schoolhouse Rock founded?
Oh no.
1970.
You're probably not too far off.
Hey, I used to watch that.
I
It was ABC's Schoolhouse Rock, right? ABC TV.
I'm only a bill. I'm living on Capitol
Only
Hill.
a bill, living on Capitol Hill. Exactly.
But my favorite was I Hanker for a Hunk of Cheese.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
think that was Schoolhouse Rock.
Wasn't it?
No.
Oh, well, when my 10-gallon hat's feeling 5 gallons flat, I hanker for a hunk of cheese.
Oh, you so funny. Third oldest city in the country, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 1607. That's kind of crazy. That was Spanish territory, I would guess. Yep. Santa Fe remained in Spanish hands until Mexico declared its independence in 1810, and then became part of the Texas Republic when it pulled away from Mexico in 1836. Wow.
Brandon,
Who
that
knew?
lowboy trailer in front of you is the one that passed you like an hour ago.
Yeah, but he got caught in the traffic lights, so. Yeah, that or he pulled over to fucking have some donuts.
He might have made a trucker bomb. Speaking of that, I wonder how that lot lizard liked putting her piss sandals on.
Mm.
She probably didn't even notice. It's probably improvement over the smell of her cunt.
Oh, smell her good.
Ooh, my.
10th oldest city in the United States, Weymouth, Massachusetts, 1622.
Dang.
I mean, that's the funny thing is that, you talk to Europeans, it's like, what? Your oldest city is 400 years old? What the fuck? That's nothing. Our cities are a little older.
Well, and
Yeah,
you
well,
look at some of the castles over
they
in
don't
Germany
hold
and
up.
everything, and they're 1,000 years old.
Yeah, but those cities are new compared to like Cairo or
True.
Alexandria.
True.
Yeah.
Yep. 30 oldest cities in Europe. Let's go look.
How old is Toronto?
Volterra, Italy. Inhabited since 725 BC.
Dang.
There you go. Syracuse, Italy. 734 BC. Palermo, Italy. Also 734. Yerevan, Armenia. 782 BC.
Rick. Paying attention? Good.
I'm surprised, like Athens and shit's not.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. These are the newer ones. Let's see here. Messina, Italy. Circa 800 to 700 BC. Let's see. Malta, Medina, Malta, circa 800 to 700 BC. Wow. Malaga, Spain, also 800 to 700 BC. Apparently, us humans had a lot to do in that time frame.
Well, the weather was nice, and the olives were ripe.
The weather outside was frightful. Let's see. What is the number one? I'm sure it's got to be Athens or something, right? How could it not be?
It's
Rome,
probably somewhere in
Italy.
Afghanistan.
Rome. Let's see here. Rome was inhabited since 1000 BC. Pretty impressive. Zadar, Croatia, 1000 BC. Nicosia, Cyprus, 1050 BC. Wow.
Mr. E is asking, doesn't Baghdad go back to Mesopotamia?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but it's not
absolutely.
Europe.
Yeah, these are just the European countries.
Oh yeah. Those are rookie numbers, Hamster. Rookie
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah, and all the earlier ones were Greece.
Yeah.
Well, while we're here, then I got to get back to work. Oldest cities in Canada. Eh?
Probably Quebec.
Charlottetown.
What it says over 100,000 people. Let's see here. Oldest city, St. John's, Newfoundland.
Yeah. And be out on
Was
the East Coast.
1497.
St. John's, Charlottetown, something like that.
Montreal is the second. Founded in 1642. York,
And when York, which is now Toronto.
1793.
Yeah.
Let's see, Trois-Rivières. Is that how you say that?
Three Rivers.
A Three River. Okay, 1634. Quebec City, 1608. Longueuil,
Young
1657. Winnipeg,
is that York?
1733. Go ahead.
That York is what's known as Toronto today.
Right.
Right.
When
Says,
did the Canadians have flip top heads? Does it say that?
Oh, I think it was when we painted the White House black.
Was that under the reign of Terrence and Phillip?
Yes. Yes, it was, Guy.
Hamster, when you get back, I will let you in on how the troll we were talking about earlier has evolved.
Oh boy.
All right.
So enjoy your work, be productive, and then come back for a giggle.
Come back for some sunflower seeds. Have a good one.
See you later.
See ya.
We have a troll.
Well, there's going to be a. I'm going to, if I get enough fucking motivation to do it, I'm going to start a troll. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna troll someone. Okay.
Yeah. A whole bunch of someone's, hopefully.
Okay. Cool.
I'll tell you all about it when Hamster comes back. That way I don't have to.
I'll wait.
Mr. E, don't call me buddy, friend.
Call me friend
Don't
guy.
call me friend, pal.
He put in there, don't call me guy, buddy. Singletown Bachelor's in here.
Meep.
Now Hamster is talking like Arnold. Oh.
You know, Singletown Bachelor's going to have to change his name to Out in the Country Bachelor.
Yeah. Out of town bachelor.
Yeah, Out of Town Bachelor.
His own town bachelor.
Jonestown bachelor.
A city of one.
Don't drink the
Just
Kool-Aid.
don't drink the Kool-Aid.
That's right. I used to play rugby, and every year to raise money for the rugby team, because we weren't an officially recognized extracurricular activity, we would have a Jim Jones party to raise money, and it was Everclear and Kool-Aid was the drink.
Oh, you were making purple passions?
Yeah.
That's macabre.
Grape Kool-Aid and Everclear is a hell of an elixir.
Singletown says, what about Out and About Bachelor? Out and About Bachelor. That sounds Canadian. Out and About.
Out and about.
Yeah,
It's out we're out and about in a boat.
Out and about in a boot. In a boot. Put your boots on, going in a boat.
And what's this sort of boot?
What's this boat all about?
Well, I have something in common with you, Brandon. I used to shoot marbles out of my backyard over the next city block at the rugby players with my wrist rocket. we had these big old meatheads that would be playing rugby, and they were big dudes. And they would be, when I was in high school, our house sat facing
In the
east,
middle of the street.
and then there was an alley, another row of houses, and then across the street from that was a city park that was about 2 square blocks, 3 square blocks. It was a good sized park, and these guys would be out there playing rugby, and me and one of the neighbor kids would sit in the backyard, and I had this Marksman wrist rocket that had like 8-inch arms on it.
Yeah.
That would go out, it wasn't just a normal wrist rocket. This one really launched them, and we'd sit in the backyard, peek over the fence, and then launch marbles from my block over the next neighborhood and into the park. I never heard anybody scream, so I don't know if I ever actually hit anybody. But it was good, clean fun.
Oh, yeah. Well, that guy had to drop a deuce.
Well, I'm glad your colon's taken care of, because you sound like you were in distress earlier.
Yeah, I was. Last evening, yeah.
Yesterday, at the end of yesterday's stream, he was puckering to keep it in.
That sucks when you.
I barely made it to the toilet too.
He put a chip of shit on the back of the bowl that couldn't be flushed.
And it wasn't small either. And it was like a Play-Doh consistency, and it just bunk, hit the back of the wall and stuck. Like if you had Play-Doh water.
It looked like a Hershey's Kiss.
Call that guy in that cleans out concrete trucks with his chipping gun.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that meme that has Pennywise, the clown, down in the gutter going, "I have your ex-wife down here," and then the next scene is a cement truck filling the hole, and they're putting. I can't remember who put it out. I think Frost put one out, and somebody else, maybe Based Chris. I put a comment on there. We're going to need a bigger truck. But there shows the truck filling the hole in the gutter, and then a guy smoothing everything out with a trowel. I thought that was a pretty funny meme.
I think it really played into the fear of clowns everybody has now.
I think people have been afraid of clowns, though, since clowns became clowns. But that didn't help. It definitely, the one that really made me hate clowns is
Gacy.
Well, yeah, he did a good job of it. But Poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
When that clown doll snatches that kid from under the bed.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I hated that.
Carol Ann.
Yeah, the kid peeks under the bed and that clown wraps around him. Ah! I remember watching that when I was a little kid. Like, shit.
I was a little older than you. I was more interested in watching Mom get banged.
watching her flop around in her panties and her t-shirt on the ceiling.
Yeah. With fucking tits all going everywhere. That was very interesting. That's the whole reason I like the first Star Wars too. Fucking tits are flopping everywhere, man. That's Princess Leia in that white outfit was the best part of that movie.
Yeah, she didn't have a space bra on.
No, there's no bras in space because most of the time they got no gravity, but they had some in the movie.
Mm.
You know, because the Death Star was so big.
It's a trap.
Well, they didn't have a problem running around on the Millennium Falcon either. They weren't floating. And it's always a trap.
It's a trap.
Yeah.
I wish I would have took a screenshot of that meme that somebody did a perfect Akbar. They drew it with a permanent marker on the inside of a shitter stall, and it said, "It's a crap." And they did a fine job. I mean, they had some artistic skills.
Admiral Allahu Akbar.
If I would have been in that bathroom trying to take a dump, and I'd just start laughing, man. I'd be laughing hysterically. And they drew it so it's looking right at you if you were sitting on the toilet, and it's screaming, "It's a crap!" What's the temperature down there, Brandon?
It's actually, I don't know at the moment because I've got myself in fucking passing. Oh, it's 84 degrees.
It's 62 here.
Yeah. Well, these guys are looking kind of weird to me because they've got the little skinny tires on one side of their house trailer and the regular normal size tires on the other. So passing these guys has got me a little freaking. And plus, he's fucking wiggling all over. And I'm just
It's a log cabin on the road.
Yeah.
It's a mobile home.
Exactly. He needs to get the fuck over is what he needs to do. He's supposed to.
They had to have a deck and everything.
Yeah.
It even had a fucking dryer vent on the side of it. So
It's got its own laundry.
yeah.
No tiki, no laundry.
You don't have to pay any taxes. You just move it around from county to county.
Singletown says, "Allen Snack Bar."
It's 71 degrees here today.
JR says going to be high 90s where he's at, and the drought is hitting quick. We've been getting rain probably about.
I'm just passing over Dick's Hollow.
Dick's Hollow.
Hollow Dick. There's another house.
Dang, there's another home.
It's moving day.
Yeah. You know, but you know it's a fly-by-night company because they don't even have the get the fuck back car anywhere.
No escort vehicle, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe he's like 5 miles up the road.
Who knows?
Wow, you passed him quick. Your screen went from just getting even with him to you're in front of him.
Speed of light,
House
speed of light.
is the only thing. House is the only thing Brandon can pass.
That's
well,
true.
he can't pass up roller dogs at the gas station, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I can certainly pass them quite quickly.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
You know, that first fucking turd coming out of there was a fucking gas charged one, and it just fucking shot out of my ass like a cannon. Wow.
Like a 12 gauge full of chocolate pudding.
Yeah, that's right.
Compacted by the air ride seat.
And Brandon, as soon as he touched it off, he said, "Alakablam!" Well, I gotta get some laundry going and get some stuff going before I gotta go to that house inspection. So I will catch up with you a little later.
Bye, Ape.
Happy Saturday.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh man, starting early. That blackout was brought to you by a telemarketer.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, usually they don't start until after 9, but I guess they're getting a early bird special going.
That one's a real keener.
Yeah. My best one so far has been when I had the fucking breast cancer people hang up on me when I asked them how I could donate to the Prostate Cancer Foundation. Somehow or another, they just didn't give a fuck about prostate cancer.
I guess they're boob guys.
Yeah. I'd like to see what the new numbers are for the amounting funding for breast cancer versus the amount of funding for prostate cancer.
Wouldn't it be wiser just to put it all together as cancer funding and just
Yeah.
take care of all cancer?
Well, that'd be wisdom, but fucking, they don't do it that way. It's all a fucking scam, anyways.
Oh yeah, they don't want a cure.
Are you caffeinated enough to do a Google search?
I'm not caffeinated at all, but I will Google search. What do you want?
Oh my God, get caffeinated.
It's brewing. It's
Okay.
probably ready now, but what do you want me to look?
Well, look at how much funding breast cancer has in the United States.
Like government funding or how much they raise in
Uh,
do
I don't know. I don't know.
okay.
Yeah.
It might be hard to find that number. Okay.
I'm going to switch ears. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, it's straight up pot o'clock, by the way.
Right on. I'm finding a hard time finding figures on that. I'm seeing articles about some of the most prevalent types of cancers get the least amount of funding. Uh, that's kind of concerning. Uh, Fucking, I hate these articles, man.
Yeah.
Oh, this is. It's about this one here is about a 64-year-old former Bell Canada employee who's a best breast cancer survivor. And, she was diagnosed as, then she realized the likely cause of her cancer was due to her work environment. She figures the cause of her cancer is due to the electromagnetic fields from the computers, as well as electric cables, phones, fax machines that surrounded the women.
Right. That
Which
there's absolutely no fucking scientific proof that
there's
that's
no
anything.
scientific proof of that stuff, and
Yeah.
and 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 honestly, they surround themselves with devices, even not at work, like right. So
It's somebody fucking fishing for some money. Let's see if I can find it. I hope I don't drop.
I thought you were still driving. You're parked. Good.
Okay. The National Cancer Institute has a research funding data site. So it's nci.gov or cancer.gov.
There you go.
Okay, breast cancer in 2020 is what's the multiplier? Okay, it's in millions. So breast cancer got $514,700,000 in fucking funding.
Okay.
Okay. Prostate cancer got 209,400,000.
Okay.
Okay, above prostate cancer, they have pancreatic cancer, ovarian cancer, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, multiple melanoma, lung cancer, liver cancer, leukemia, Hodgkin's disease, head and neck cancer, colorectal cancer, clinical trials, cervical cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer, and then the top funding was AIDS.
AIDS is with the cancer fucking group?
Apparently there's some AIDS-related cancers that are out there, and they get more funding than anybody else.
Wow. Okay.
So it works out. We'll do this by group. We have faggots, everyone, women, everyone, women, everyone, men, everyone, women. Because
There
the
you
last
go.
one that they list is uterine cancer, and that's only 13.6 million.
Wow.
But third from the bottom is prostate. So,
Well, they blame that on us too anyway. Like in
right.
here, it says the reason why is because men
Yeah,
don't
the
talk about it.
HPV is what they blame it on, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's your numbers for 2020. Who knows what it is now?
Yeah.
No, I'm not taking a dump, hamster. I had to look up funding comparisons. And if you add all the women ones up, because it's a whole bunch of them for women, it's easily 20 times the amount of funding that they have for men's cancer.
Good morning.
Cancer, women most affected.
But I find it surprising that the AIDS-related cancers get more funding than any of the others.
Yeah, because I wouldn't think people still get AIDS. Like, is it still even really a thing in 2023?
Not really, but the funding goes
I
on.
didn't think so. Yeah. Like I know it still exists. I'm not ignorant, but like just I didn't think it was like an epidemic like it was
Well, they've got
before.
disease or drugs out there now that can
Right.
stop it in its early stages, and
Exactly.
people just fucking live with it now.
Mike, Magic Johnson drugs. That guy's been living with AIDS for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Hey, Grinch is back for a limited time.
Welcome back, Grinch.
Thanks.
For a
Yeah, I
limited
didn't
time
think
only.
HIV was a big topic anymore. I thought it was more surgical related to all the people having addictomies done or
Uh,
lopidectomy.
AIDS is an eating disorder. A lot of people got it from something they ate. This joke was not brought to you by Scientific Fact.
I thought AIDS was really only a thing that was like, it was a gay man's thing, right?
That's how it started off, but then it got to
Right.
everyone.
And that's what caught the politicians' attention because they're all a bunch of gay men. We better nip this in the bud. This is going to spread to all of our bathhouses and parties.
Well, isn't HIV still very prevalent in Africa?
Oh, yeah. They had a huge fucking problem with it because the truckers would go out and fuck these prostitutes,
travel
catch
around
AIDS,
with it,
and then drive around and fucking spread it to everybody.
spread it everywhere.
And for a while there, they didn't have any fucking truckers because they all died.
They have a mentality over there that if they have sex with a virgin, it will cleanse them.
It just costs you money.
No, they're out raping virgin girls to try and fucking rid themselves of their AIDS. It's crazy.
Well, is it recently California got rid of that notification law that if you had HIV, you were supposed to inform
you
your
had
partners?
to notify your partner? Yeah.
Yeah, and they got rid of that.
Yeah. Well, up here, it's funny. Up here, there was a guy that went around and purposely infected people, right? And they charged him. But in a place like California, he would be, that's his privacy.
Was he related
you know,
to Justin Trudeau?
nah, your medical privacy when you've got a sexually transmitted disease, but you have no medical autonomy or privacy about your vaccine status. Like, what the fuck?
Well, you expected consistency? Are you crazy?
A little bit. When COVID came out, they said it came from a bat, right? We all heard that, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So I wasn't dreaming, right? But do you remember when AIDS came out, what they said it was from?
Monkeys.
Yeah.
People having sex with the green monkey or something like that, or
I thought it
eating
was a Colorado
bushmeat. No, it was like, okay, well, here's the thing. It's probably been memory hold now on the internet, but I swear to God, my memory was like, they said it was from monkeys, like people fucking around with monkeys, eating them and doing dirty things with them. Seemed pretty far-fetched to me, but
And what we just have, monkeypox was the supposed latest scare, and that got rabbit holed pretty quickly when they found out it was only going to homosexual men, and one dog got it, and
poor dog.
that these guys were just having that dog fuck them, and that's how it got it.
Poor dog.
Speaking about dogs, did you hear about the Penn State professor last week?
Yeah, we were talking about that a couple of days ago.
Yeah, the engineering professor got caught banging his dog in a state park.
In a park or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he asked
Call
the cops
the
to shoot
wild.
him. He didn't want to face the music.
Oh.
Yes, it's going to be kind of rough on him in prison.
Wait till those inmates get their paws on him.
Throw him a bone.
He's going to be wagging his tail for a few years.
Yeah.
Make him beg for it. Beg. Roll
Well, I
over.
hear that makes him, makes people sit up straight.
Well, Chloe just rolled over and she wasn't happy with those jokes.
She's where's my treat?
She was
I
not
did it.
happy.
I did it all. Come on. Where's my reward? That's too funny.
I
Banging
guess
his
you found
dog.
that dog
Eh?
rather fetching.
Ah.
We're gonna have to muzzle this conversation.
Maybe.
It's getting a little too moist.
Yeah. Well, I guess when he told him to come, he meant it.
Yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god, that one was bad. The other ones were like innocent and cute. That one there was like, oh.
Oh man. The depravity of human beings is endless.
Sure is.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Oh my God.
It sure is. Poor fucking dog.
Why the fuck would anybody think it was a good idea in the
Was
first
he,
place to teach a dog to have sex with a human, let alone fuck you in the ass?
so
You
was
know
the
they're not.
dog giving it to him, or was he giving it to the dog?
He
I
was
doubt
giving
the
it to the
dog.
dog.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought the dog would sit still for that.
Yeah, I would think like that too. I think the dog would be like, fuck that. Fuck that noise. Like a female dog, she doesn't want to be touched unless she's in heat. Like even by a male dog. Male dog tries to mount her when she's not ready. She wants nothing to do with it. She'll fucking bite at him. Arr, fuck off. But maybe he bred that out of her. Who knows?
No.
Jeez.
I guess he must have had an Irish setter.
Hey, results got a good one. What do you call a dog with no legs?
Nothing. It won't come anyways.
It doesn't matter. It won't come when you call it anyway. Like I don't know. To me, that type of crime belongs with the fucking like the pedophilia crimes, like ultimate depravity.
It's
Fuck
wood
around with
chipper.
that. Like it's I see it. I don't see a dog as a person, but I see it as an innocent. Like it can't be part of this. Can't be a willing participant in this shit. It's
Yeah, they can't consent.
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, the dog can't be on board with your depraved plan. Like it's doing it either out of fear or because you've been commanded it so or whatever, right? Like,
Trained with treats or something like that.
yeah, yeah. So that's what to me where that's like, oh, that's a major violation, right? Like it's
Yeah, but you're just discounting the fact that it might have just been puppy love.
oh.
I avoided using that one.
I didn't.
Yeah, Brandon went there.
You've been giving us a pack of jokes, Brandon.
Well,
What kind of dog did he have? Obviously, it wasn't a little 5.5 pound Chihuahua. He'd split that thing open.
Well, it depends. It might be like Riggs.
Uh-oh.
No, Riggs has confessed to sporting a half-eaten Tic Tac.
Where is Riggs? Riggs should be in right now.
Yeah,
Nope.
I haven't seen him.
'Cause
Avoiding you.
He got off work supposedly at 6. That's when he gets up or gets on usually. Between
Yeah,
6 and 7.
he's probably still salty about your cat comments.
Oh yeah.
And you picked at that fucking scab the other day again, so you probably
I
brought up
know.
all those old wounds and reminded him. Right, yeah, fuck that guy. Well, first coffee is done.
So, screen froze.
Well, I bet you it was pretty through here about a week ago. The whole bunch of sunflowers ready to harvest.
Ours don't come until like August.
Mm.
Are you still on your way to Houston, Brandon?
No, I'm on my way to McAllen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Doing it this morning, unlike that guy from Penn State who was doing it after 12 because it was a dog day afternoon.
Oh my God. Just won't let it go. You're like a dog with a bone.
Yeah. But when he was done, you know he was dog tired. Woo! Bye.
Wow, he's in a hurry.
He's hauling ass.
I think he was exceeding the speed limit down here at 75.
What the
He's
hell kind
going
of car was that?
He's going 100. It was a Mustang.
Okay. We'll see him pulled over by a road pirate in the next 10 miles, 5 miles.
Possibly. My God, we had a lot of them yesterday in Arkansas. Jesus, they were going after the truckers hard. There must have been one every 10 miles a truck pulled over.
Revenue generating.
And I got a fucking inspection yesterday in Arkansas.
Yeah.
And after I stopped the truck, I took a picture of the fucking inspection sheet, sent it to my boss, and he writes me back and said, "Congratulations, you passed. That's $100 bonus." So
Fantastic.
I didn't even know about that part of it. So
Good job.
I want to get
Nice.
inspected every day.
Yeah. Pull over and knock on the next inspection station. If the lights aren't on, just pull over and knock on the door. Can I wait until you guys are ready?
Yeah.
Did you
Will you guys
guys
be
see
ready?
the video of the Arkansas State Police trooper that pitted a pregnant woman on the highway from 2020?
Awesome.
He pulled her
And
over because he thought she was speeding, but it was a
yeah.
2-lane highway with barriers and there was nowhere to stop. So she put on the flashing lights to let him know that and slowed down to 45 miles an hour looking for an exit. And he pitted her saying she tried to escape. Flipped the car over 3 times and she was pregnant.
Well, there's no way you'd know that ahead of time,
Yeah.
but
That's
still,
what I was gonna say.
he
How do you
shouldn't
know?
have fucking done it because the guy, if she was slowing down like that with her blinkers on, they ought to fucking, that was lawsuit time, I'm sure.
Yeah, I haven't heard if there was a settlement on that one. I keep searching for it, but
I'm sure
so
there
I
will
try
be.
to stay out of Arkansas after I seen that.
Yeah, but really, that's any of these fucking adrenaline junkie sons of bitches.
Well, the reality is that the level that he's going to go to apprehend somebody for a crime is minuscule as speeding. That's like she wasn't running from an armed robbery or a, like fuck. It's a ticket. A couple $100.
Yeah.
Like fucking really. They followed OJ for how many miles? They didn't pit him. He was wanted for murder.
Oh, Jesus. Somebody has redone a couple of old mobile homes and called it a micro hotel.
There you go.
And these places look fucking rough.
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 Micro hotel because they're all full of microorganisms.
Yeah. And bed bugs.
Mm-hmm. That's the continental breakfast. Did they have a pool?
No.
Oh, what kind of hotel is that then?
I thought there was a pool with a handle.
That's a whirlpool, but yeah. Every room equipped with a jacuzzi.
Results. I want to buy. Results says I want to buy 5 single-wide mobile homes and build a Pentagon.
But I'm glad they caught that guy from Penn State. I'm sure those cops took a bite out of crime.
Rough. He got interrogated by McGruff. I hear you're fucking with one of my friends, huh? I take a bite out of you, son of a bitch.
He got caught by those nosy kids.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Ruby Roo.
I wonder how they bust. Like, what'd they do? Hear the dog fucking yelping or something?
They heard the squish.
We hear a dog screaming in the woods. Go investigate. Found some guy balls deep in his fucking German Shepherd.
Oh.
Morning results oriented.
Gee, that place looks like it could use some rain.
Say that again?
That place looks like it could use some rain.
Yeah.
So brown.
It's Texas this time of year. The whole thing will turn brown here in the next month. It'll stay brown till next spring. Or until the next hurricane hits it. That's why none of the trees here are more than like 15 feet tall. They get some hella storms down here.
Hey, Brandon,
Yes, sir.
do you know much about submarines?
I know the basics. I don't, you know.
Well, I know a little bit about them from reading up and watching a former. I'm sure you've seen the video about the submarines. What is that?
He probably just got a phone call.
I got blown up.
Yeah, he probably just got a phone call or something. His mic switched.
Yeah, the screen went black.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be a telemarketer. Or Mama True Blood again.
They want to know if he wants to make a donation to the Breast Cancer Society. Have you ever taken the Chihuahua to Chipotle?
No, you can't take a dog into a restaurant. Are you mad? Oh.
Hey, guys, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, you're back. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, I can't do anything about the camera. Maybe I can, maybe I can't.
No. Anyway, we can hear you.
Anyways, what was your question about submarines?
Well, the missing submarine, where they're looking for these 5 people that went down to the Titanic.
Right.
Well, they built that experimental submarine out of titanium. Well, the U.S. Navy doesn't build their submarines out of titanium because they found that exposure to deep pressure and constant cold makes the titanium brittle.
Right.
So why, if that's a known fact that why the Navy doesn't do it, what engineer would think that would be a smart thing to do, to take it 2.5 miles below the surface multiple times?
Well, the Russians build their submarines out of titanium.
Yes. But the downside, from what I read from the engineers, is that when you take a titanium hulled vessel to its deepest level of safety, every time you do that, it can't go as deep because of the way the titanium interacts with the cold water.
And I don't have a good answer for you on that. Since I was in aviation,
Yeah.
my experience with titanium is all for high temperature applications. So I don't know shit about the cold with titanium. So I don't have an answer for you on that. But if you want to do a Google search on it, if you type in thermal embrittlement titanium, it'll give you the answer.
Well, let's take a look here.
Yeah, but the phenomenon you're talking about is called thermal embrittlement.
IM.
EM.
EM.
All right. Metal-induced embrittlement.
Thermal embrittlement.
Heat treatment of titanium alloy. Embrittlement. The phenomenon of thermal embrittlement. Here, embrittlement of titanium alloys by long time exposure. Oh, this is long time exposure above 800 degrees. So this is with heat, not with cold.
Low temperature hydrogen embrittlement. Let's see what this says. Okay, could they make the font any smaller?
If you hold control and scroll your mouse key, it'll make it big.
I'm doing it on my cell phone.
No, they must have found somebody's ex-wife there.
Well, it says here that the titanium alloys at temperatures from -80 to 20 degrees centigrade have shown that embrittlement can occur at levels of internal hydrogen within the limits of the standard specifications. So basically, the hydrogen inside the metal is exploding. Nice.
Well, it's sort of. What the hydrogen does is it congregates along the grain boundaries, and then you have a grain boundary shear failure.
Yeah, that's what it says here. Of particular importance is the experimental observation and theoretical prediction of a maximum in crack growth rate at about 100 degrees centigrade below room temperature.
Right. So it's got to get pretty goddamn cold for it to happen.
So, yeah, that's not a good metal for building submarines that are going to be in 23-degree water for long periods of time.
Yeah. And it's sort of appropriate, though, because it was thermal embrittlement of the cast iron rivets that sunk the Titanic.
Wasn't the iceberg?
Well, it was the iceberg, but
Like
What
I
they
thought it
what
was
the
the big chunk of ice it hit.
well, it was that, but they had if they'd have had steel rivets versus cast
Okay,
iron rivets,
right.
they would have survived. But they had steel plates for their hull and cast iron rivets. And in the cold
Okay,
water, the cast iron becomes brittle.
pop.
So,
Well, it also helped if they would have had more watertight doors.
well, yeah, but if you don't let the water in the first place, you don't really need the watertight doors. But that, because with the rivets popping, you didn't have you lost your watertight integrity on the steel hull.
Did you see the video about the fire that was at the dock before they launched the Titanic?
No, I have not.
They proved that there was a fire in one of the coal bunkers,
Okay.
and they still they never put the fire out, and they set the sea. Well, I can't see how having a heated section of the hull would be good.
No, that would ruin your heat treat.
And it just so happened to be the same side that collided with the big ice cube.
So all kinds of bullshit.
But that's okay. Ismay got away.
And that's weird that they wouldn't put it out because the standard practice on coal-fired ships was just like if you got a coal bunker catch on fire, that's why they had them all down below the water line, is so they could flood them because it wasn't an uncommon occurrence. It's unlike wood. If you put water on coal, once you drain the water off, it'll still fucking burn. So,
Yep. They just had a litany of mistakes that cost people their lives.
oh yeah.
No. I have to go take the clothes from the washer to the dryer and the dryer to be folded. So I will step away, gentlemen, and talk to you later.
Bye. Another one of these motherfuckers passed me. I'm gonna put him in the guard room, in the fucking hub. All right, that guy backed off. Everybody's got to pass the truck before you get in the construction zone. Not that they're not going to get stuck behind the truck ahead of me. Have a nice smoke.
I did. It was delightful. It's the reason why I wake up in the morning.
Oh, I think there's more reasons than that. Got 4 really good reasons to wake up in the morning, Hemi.
Oh yeah, well they're not there all the time.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this stonework, dude. Fucking I'm going to bed at night and I'm sleeping like a fucking baby.
Yeah.
My head hits the pillow and I don't think 10 minutes passes before I'm out.
Right.
Reminds me of roofing, you know. You're roofing out in the sun. Fuck. At the end of the day, you're just gassed.
Yeah.
And every time
I've
I
never
do
done
a roof,
roofing, but I've done concrete work.
same thing. Yeah. You got to work quick.
Yep. I was a fucking mason's helper one summer when I was in high school.
Bet you that made you fucking strong.
Oh God, yeah. You get that, you know, they give you this fucking like 2 foot by 2 foot piece of plywood with a handle on the bottom of it, and you go get the mortar. You climb the scaffolding. You grab the empty one from the fucking mason. You climb down. You go get another one. You climb back up. Oh God, damn. Jesus, that sucked ass. Oh, and you bring bricks, but the bricks were done by the throw method.
Okay.
So you know, it's guy on the bottom throwing up to the guy on the top catching, or if
Yep.
you more than 2 stories, more than a story up, you had a relay.
Sure.
Boy, that helped my baseball though. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Throwing bricks.
Well, you can't even get a job like that anymore. They fucking do child protective services on you. Because I was maybe fucking 14 or 15 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, they would. Like child labor.
Yeah.
These special little snowflakes must be protected. Keep them inside playing video games. It's going to keep them safe.
You know, they worked the piss out of you, but they treated you good. You know,
Oh, you got paid.
you got paid. They fucking shared their beer with you.
Yeah. Yeah, you worked hard and you got paid good though.
I
Any
don't
of
know
the
if
kids well, no, any of the
you know,
kids that I knew that did any type of trade work in the summer,
yeah,
they
it
always
paid
made
better than
more
mowing
than
lawns.
they always made more than the lifeguards or the summer camp or whatever other type of teenage jobs were available. It's like, whoa, you're making decent money, man. You know, a fraction of what the brickie makes, but still good for a teenager.
it's
Teenagers.
unskilled fucking labor. What more do you expect?
That's right. And as a teenager, it's like, whoa, hey, I got more money than my friends. Now I'm exhausted every day, but I got more money.
Yeah, but you're so fucking tired at the end of the week, you can't fucking spend it. That's the
That's
thing.
right. That's right. Yeah.
I lost my girlfriend, and I should have fucking understood what was going on because I was fucking too tired to go out. I could take her out to dinner, and then I'd fucking fall asleep. She wanted to go to a movie, I'd fall asleep. And I
Yeah.
finally just like, hey, I'm just too tired, man. We can't go out.
Yeah.
But I didn't know Brufelt's law back then.
No. Well, most don't. Even guys today don't. Nope. Now she's got a husband. She's probably complaining about works too much.
Yeah.
You're never home. You're always working. Because you're always spending. Ugh. Ooh.
People are starting to put up their fireworks stands.
For the fourth.
Yeah. Oh, I remember the worst part about that fucking that concrete job was they'd lay down a field of gravel and compact it, and then we'd have to come back through and fucking dig out the trenches for where the water lines and the fucking electrical lines that were going to be underneath the slab would be.
Yep.
Digging out that fucking compacted gravel. Oh
Yeah.
my God, that was a fucking pain in the ass.
All digging sucks.
Yeah.
They hand you a shovel and say, "Get acquainted. This is gonna be your best friend." Fuck.
Yeah, they gave us a spade with a 4-foot handle. I'm glad they didn't give us a fucking shovel. I just imagine what it'd be like trying to dig in that shit with a fucking flat blade. God damn. It's horrible
Oh,
with
no,
a
you need
fucking
a
spade
pointed.
with a point on it. You know?
Yeah. That's how you know your boss doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Damn it. This changes everything. Wow, that's fucking good news.
What's that?
Well, there were some flagstones at the bottom of the stairs. And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm going to dig those out. I'm going to dig down and I'm going to put the new pavers in. Well, there's a reason why they were humped up. Apparently, they were sitting on a concrete pad. So there's like a, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 foot by 6 foot concrete pad here. I'm going to have to bust out.
Wonderful.
Fuck.
You can't just,
Yeah.
it's not going to be deep enough that you can just put a little sand over the top of it and call it good.
No, because it's still going to be raised from the like I'm trying to shoot to a driveway level here on
Right.
this lower landing. Right now, it's got a goofy little, I don't know, maybe a 3-inch height, and there's the reason why it's got the 3-inch height over everything else is because of this old concrete underneath here. Like I pulled up the flagstones and I'm scraping off the like the limestone screening underneath that they had, and
Right.
it's just nice and smooth. I'm like, what's this surface that's so smooth and hard that I'm scraping up? Oh, it's another concrete. Fuck. This is why I don't like quoting stuff too, because 9 times out of 10, there's always more than meets the eye. You know, it's like I didn't expect this, but now I have to deal with it. So, and the customer be like, "How come this is taking so much longer?
Yeah, you're
How
not
come
even
this
going
is
to get a
costing?
blowy out of it.
How come this is costing so much more?" It's because it's like unforeseen fucking shit, dude. My X-ray vision glasses that I ordered out of the comic book when I was 12 still haven't come.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and not even getting a blowy out of it, which is fine with me. I don't want that, but I'm all in favor for easy jobs. I'll work harder than I have to. I'm inherently lazy. More coffee.
Yep.
Hey, one thing about living on a lake, you don't have to look very far where to dump your fucking gravel.
No.
Bloop, 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 bloop. One duck sitting on a pile of eggs.
Nice. Good for her. I take it nobody's been collecting the eggs for eating.
The ones that she's brooding on right now, no, they're trying to hatch.
That'll be cute.
There's
Ducklings are so sweet.
They are. They're like, they're funny, man. They little personalities and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they follow you around and.
I've never had ducks or raised ducks. But I've been watching a bunch of duck videos and putting them on Shinobi's Chickens and Ducks channel.
Yep.
You know, and it's amazing some of the, things the ducks do. I always thought they were kind of stupid, but they're not.
No.
They're a lot more personable than chickens.
Way more. Yeah. They're friendly, and chickens don't really give a shit about you. Just feed them. The ducks are like, they're almost like a dog.
Yeah.
They live a long time. I think they can live like 12 years or something like that. They're fascinating creatures. I like them. Now, they're messy, but so are chickens. I think ducks are a little more messy because they have to have a water element,
Right.
where chickens don't. Chickens can be dry and dusty, but ducks, they need the water, right? So that just adds another layer of complexity to the mess that they make.
Yeah.
But if you got a pond or like you are at the homestead with a lake, it's not so bad.
Yeah. Well, I'm worried about that because we've also got bobcats and foxes.
Well, you have to.
And coyotes. Yeah.
Of course.
I got to teach them how to fucking. I got to teach them how to fucking come into an enclosure at nighttime.
Well, they will. It's not hard to teach them that. You do it with their food, right?
Yeah.
Just when you want to lock them up at night, you pour them a bowl of food in their hut or whatever, and they come. They're coming, and then they, within a week, they're trained to come to the hut at night. We lost about 3 this year to fox and coyote.
Yeah.
So it happens. Like they'll attack right in the middle of the day, but for the most part, the ducks, if they have access to the lake, they just go out in the lake and they're safe.
And I guess I'm gonna have to get a terrier while I'm out, or when I fully get to the homestead too, because
Rats.
we've got snakes and rats.
Yeah. Well, your little Dachshund will be a
I
ratter.
guess a
Snaker.
Dachshund would be all right, but Dachshunds are fucking lazy. You know, when they find them, they'll go after them like nobody's business. But they're not going to go look at them.
They don't go
Whereas-
hunting for them.
Not really.
Okay.
You know, a Dachshund would much rather fucking lay on your lap. And, whereas a Terrier is going to get up and go fucking running around.
That's true. But yeah, seriously, ducks at the homestead, I wouldn't worry about the predators right away. As long as they have an enclosure at night, you know, you got a dozen of them. Yeah, you may lose one or two. Not a big deal. Hopefully it takes one of your drakes, not one of your hens,
Yeah.
you know. But yeah, ducks are awesome. Big fresh eggs every morning. Well, and through the summer months. The winter months they'll stop laying.
Oh, it was so funny. That winter I was out there watching the fucking coyotes go out on the ice trying to catch the geese. Because there's wild
Oh,
geese
yeah.
too.
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking coyotes all fucking slipping and sliding around.
Yeah,
Yep.
totally.
And the geese would let them get right up on them and then all of a sudden fly off.
Fly away. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, they were just fucking with them.
Just fucking with them. You hungry, huh? Huh? Fuck you. And if you're going to have a donkey on the homestead, that's going to keep the coyotes away.
Yeah. But, you know, they can only be one place at a time. Although I could get a female. They say to get the females. Get the Jenny.
He can only be one place at a time, but he can cover a ton of ground quickly. And
Yeah.
probably just the scent of them being around is going to be a deterrent too. You know, the canine and the donkey are like mortal enemies from biblical times. You know, like they do not get along. Donkeys hate dogs.
Yep. Unless you get a puppy and introduce the donkey to the puppy when it's a puppy.
I read something too that you can't have more than one donkey because if you have two, then they'll want to run away.
Yeah. I've read that as well.
Yeah. One will stay with your flock. Once you have two donkeys, they're like, fuck this shit. Let's get out of here. Okay, let's go. You know,
Yeah.
they organize.
But I've also heard that, like, when you have, like, goats or sheep or stuff with the donkeys will fucking control them.
Oh, yeah. They'll herd them.
Yeah.
They'll herd them up. They'll keep them all under their purview, so to speak.
Yeah. And sometimes...
Yeah, they're lovely creatures.
Yeah, sometimes, though, like if you have lambs or you know, what do you call it? Kids? Baby goats?
Kids. A baby goat.
Right, that the donkey will fucking reject it and pick it up and carry it and put it over on the other side.
Put it over the fence?
Yeah.
Get out of here. You don't belong
here. Yeah. So you got to go out and watch that really close. Make sure your donkey doesn't get...
Right. And if you got a donkey, if you got one, every Christmas at the Christmas pageant, you can play Joseph.
Yeah, there you go.
and ride into town on your donkey. You see that video on the internet of the dog getting it from the electric fence, and the donkey on the other side just laughs his fucking ass off at the dog.
Yeah, I've
That's
seen that
awesome.
one.
That donkey's got a
Have you
sense of
seen the
humor.
one where it's the fucking there's some chick with rollerblades on, and she's like straddling the donkey, and it's running along the highway, but she's got her rollerblades on, so she's not really
No,
sitting on it. That's fucking
no,
hilarious.
I've never seen that one.
Because this donkey's hauling ass, and she's just hanging on to him, and
Hauling ass, literally.
literally, yeah.
Yeah, I like donkeys. They're fucking cute. Funny. Oh, too bad I didn't have a teenage son to come dig all this shit up.
Yeah, too bad. You don't want it to take 10 days, do you?
I'll supervise. It's funny. He talks about, oh, I want to do summer jobs. I want to make some money. He's money hungry now, right? But his laziness is stronger than his fucking thirst for money.
Yeah.
So I want to do something for money. It's like, well, what is it you think you can do? I don't need you to play Call of Duty for me. So I think he wants me to like pay him to level up my character or something.
There's actually a couple of games out there where people will play you to pay you to grind.
This is true. Yeah.
World of Tanks. I know that there was people that did that.
Most of those MMORPGs, man, people
And
will
then
grind money, grind
what was
gold.
that one fucking spaceship game?
Spaceship.
Its nickname is fucking spreadsheets in space.
Sounds like a great game.
Well, it's been a decade since I played the damn game, but it's just a game where it's not only do you get to fucking improve your ships, but there's also manufacturing and shit like that you can use to make lots of money, and you need money to buy the better ships and blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking involved. I can't remember the name of the goddamn game though. It's an old game, but it's a lot of people still play it.
Is it like Eve Online or something like that?
It's based out of Iceland. It's
based
where
out
the
of what?
company's from. I can't remember the name of the fucking game though.
Iceland. League of Legends.
No.
Dota. I'm trying to think what it might be. Eve Online? No?
Yeah, Eve Online. That's it.
There you go. I am a wealth of useless information, Brendan. Many things stored in my memory bank that don't need to be there.
Yes.
Oh, fuck, it's starting to get hot. Time is it? Starting to feel the heat already. 20 after 11. I'm going to have to rent a demo hammer. Break this up.
Yeah. You don't have a fucking sledgehammer?
Oh.
Surely you jest,
do.
Brandon.
I do. What I don't have is all the energy required to break this up with a sledgehammer. See, because it's right on the ground, a sledgehammer would be hard. If I could get it up and get an airspace underneath it, then yeah, sledgehammer would be no problem. I think my impact of my blows is just going to go into the earth. I could probably run the concrete saw up it a couple of times and create some weak points. That
There
might
you
help.
go. You bought that saw
fuck
for a
off.
reason.
All I hear is you making me do more labor.
To be strong. Strong like ox.
Like an ox. Strong like bull. We need strong back, weak mind for this job. It's turning out nice though. I don't think I'll take up a career in hardscaping though, that's for sure. No thanks.
Yeah.
Kudos to you boys that do this stuff for a living. Holy fuck.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. My hats off to you guys. You're savages.
Road Pirate's got another one. Let's see if it's our buddy in the Mustang.
Is it the Mustang?
Yeah.
We can't see. You'll have to tell us. Your camera's
It
still
looks
black.
like he's got him to pick up.
Ah.
Yeah. No, it's an SUV, but still.
Not a Mustang.
Nope. Mustang Sally made it past. I guess he must have slowed that Mustang down.
Oh. That first cup of coffee has made its way to my bowels. Will you make McAllen today?
Oh yeah, I'm maybe an hour
Okay.
north of it.
You started real early today. 3:30 a.m. my time.
Yep. I've got 3 hours and 54 minutes left on my clock. I'll get there with about get unloaded and back to a fucking truck stop. Have about 2 hours left. I'm not going anywhere else today. I'll take a nap this afternoon. Try and keep it to 4 hours or so and be ready to drive tomorrow morning.
Hopefully they give you another job.
I hope so too. I hope it's not another fucking deadhead.
You get paid less for them, I
Yeah, you
assume.
get paid, but it's better with a load.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna go dump a wheelbarrow in the lake.
Yeah.
Watch out, fishies.
So is my camera still blacked out? Hey, Hemi, is my camera still blacked out?
Video killed the radio star.
Is my camera still black? Can
Good
you see
morning,
my picture?
JLM. No,
Hemi,
no
can you
picture.
see?
No
Okay.
picture, Brandon.
It never came back. Okay, I'm
It-
gonna back out. I'll be right back. How about now?
I can see now, but your audio is on like speakerphone or something. Your audio is fucked up. A lot of wind noise. I think you're on speakerphone. Oh, test.
Okay.
Much better. 100%.
Okay. My fucking Bluetooth headset unpaired for some reason. So, what did you change my name to?
I didn't change it at all. It's still
okay.
motor bacon.
Okay. Okay. I thought you had changed it. I know I had changed it this
No.
morning, but
No, I didn't. So your Bluetooth headset unpaired, eh?
yeah.
It's a female. It has trouble
Well,
pair bonding.
yeah, that's
Maybe.
true. Well, I've got the sun coming in on the driver's side right now, and sometimes it has some problems as well, getting fucking hot and turning itself off and shit.
Oh, okay.
But I had to switch it over to my left ear because it compresses my ear over the top of my glasses, and after a while that fucking hurts.
Starts to hurt.
Yeah.
You should look into laser eye surgery. Why is it that you have to wear glasses? Nearsighted, farsighted?
It's 94 degrees.
You didn't hear me. What?
Yeah.
Why do you have to wear glasses, Brandon? Are
Oh,
you nearsighted or farsighted?
actually, I got astigmatism. Yeah.
Astigmatism.
Yeah.
You should get your eyes done LASIK.
I'm afraid of that, actually.
Are you really?
Yeah. I've worn glasses my whole life, so it's no big deal.
Really, eh?
I'm
I
used to
couldn't.
it. I don't care.
Wow. Now, can you see somewhat without them, or are you
Well,
like totally blind
it's
without them?
I'm not totally blind, but it's fuzzy. I can't read.
Okay.
You know, I can't
No.
fucking. You know, I can't even like tell what. I can sort of tell how fast I'm going on the speedometer, but I
Right.
can't fucking see the numbers.
Okay.
You know.
So like when you wake up in the morning, you can't read the time on the alarm clock or something like that.
Right. Right.
Okay.
I can see that there's fucking numbers there, but I can't read them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've so taken my vision for granted. Yeah.
Now I've got a combination of fucking nearsightedness and astigmatism because I'm old.
Getting old. Need the trifocal.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
you know,
Jesus. One time I was fucking in playing baseball, and I was looking over at the fucking second baseman, and a line drive comes and hits me right in the side of my glasses and broke my nose. Jesus Christ, that hurt. Oh, my God.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't. You know that LASIK's been around for a while, eh?
I know.
It's not like some surgery.
I know, but I'm a pussy about some things. I
I
don't
get
want
it.
anybody fucking with my eyes.
I'm bad at it too. Like trying to put eye drops in me was like brutal. I've had so many things picked out of my eyes. You know, go to the hospital, sit on the slit lamp. Oh yeah, you got a metal sliver stuck in your eye or something like that, right? But
Yeah.
you try to give me eye drops and I fucking squirm.
We had really cool fucking when I was working as an A&P mechanic, we had really cool fucking safety gear. We had, I guess they were miners' helmets originally, but they fucking blow air in.
Okay.
It's a hard hat with a fucking face shield attached, but the hard
Yeah.
hat's got this fucking blower with a filter on it,
Okay.
so it'd keep you fucking cool, and you wouldn't get shit in your eyes. So
Brilliant.
it was fucking great.
Oh,
I took a
were they
look
like?
at those.
Were they
I took a
battery
look at
powered or something?
yeah, battery powered. Back
Okay.
then the ones we had were fucking the batteries would only last you about 2 hours. You know,
Okay.
so you had a great excuse to take a fucking break.
Go get a new
So,
battery.
yeah, because this is back in the day where it took fucking D-cell batteries to run the damn thing.
Those
And you
would have
wear
been
the
expensive.
yeah, well, you wore the batteries on a belt, right?
Okay.
And then the belt ran up to and plugged into the helmet.
Those would have cost a fortune back then.
Oh, I'm sure they did, but it's aviation. Everything costs a fortune.
Right. Right.
I went. I was thinking about buying a wood lathe, and I saw some
Okay.
guys on YouTube that were using these things, and I priced them out, and
Okay.
they're like fucking $1,200.
Yeah. Buy a metal lathe. You can still use it for your woodworking, but after metal stuff with it too. You know, the lathe is the only machine that can build itself.
Yep.
There was no machine more single-handedly responsible for the increase in man's production than the lathe.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a very interesting machine. Like, wow. And it was a Frenchman that made it.
Well, there's a Frenchman who made the standardized lathe. But yeah,
Well, it got us the level of precision that we have now, right?
right,
Lathes were around, but they weren't very precise.
right. Yes, before then everything was all fucking freehand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Vukasan. Fascinating.
Another thing I was thinking about getting was a pot lathe, because there's a huge market for fucking copper cookware, right? Handmade copper cookware, and those are all made. You start out with a fucking flat sheet of copper, a flat circle of copper, and you turn it down, but you don't you don't take metal away. You just fucking bend it while it's spinning.
You stretch it out. Yeah, turning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're gonna make moonshine stills, are you? Holy fuck. This is the fucking job that just keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Oh my god, now I found more buried treasure.
Can you hear me, Hemi?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Sometimes when I get those fucking telemarketer calls, you can't hear me afterwards. We had one the other day. Fucking, I was trying to talk and Bob was on, and you know, and I was thinking Bob was like just talking over the top of me, so I'd fucking mute him and I'd say, "Hey, can you guys hear me?" And of course you
Yeah,
couldn't, so I backed out and came back in. But
and muted Bob.
yeah,
That's okay. We encourage that.
he and Ike were
I'm all
starting.
for.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
he and Ike started some new game last night, and I
Shark.
watched a little bit of that.
A shark game, wasn't it?
No, it's not the shark game this time. They were in
Okay.
some fucking. They were on some asteroid, but there was a sea of blood, and they had to do something in the sea of blood. I don't know what the fuck
Oh,
they were doing.
you went all robot.
Yeah.
Oh.
But Ike apparently hates that fucking shark game.
Oh, now you're back. You went all robotic there.
Yeah.
Ike hates the shark game, does he?
Yeah.
Last night I was introduced to a new brother. Um, pooping, pooping while standing introduced us to his friend from Turkey.
Yep.
So we met a brother last night.
I must have a really shitty signal. You're roboting.
Yeah, you do.
And I'm sure it's on this end too.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I gotta go to the lake and make another dump. Check you in a minute. Oh, so what I was saying is pooping while standing introduced us to a new brother last night.
Oh, cool.
He's from Turkey.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's where your daughter's at, right?
Yeah, she's in Turkey. She's in Ankara.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we got to talk to him last night and learn all about what it's like over there for a 26-year-old
Yeah,
single male.
Turkey is fucking nice. If you want to go fucking visit a country, it's a great country to visit. The food is awesome. The people are friendly.
Have you been?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Several
what do
times.
you do when you're over there and you have your craving for pork?
Well, after after there's all kinds of shit to do over there. Istanbul is probably my favorite city there. Uh, yeah, there's the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. It's been in continuous use since the fucking Byzantine Empire.
When it was Constantinople?
Yeah, back when it was Constantinople. Yeah. I hate that fucking band. We might be giants. They, I think I hate them worse than fucking Bon Jovi. But Constantinople wasn't its first name either. It was something else before that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Apparently, Constantinople had another name before Constantinople.
What was it?
I don't know.
Oh, how about you had a joke there or something?
But they named it Constantinople after the Emperor Constantine when it was part of the fucking Eastern Empire when they split Rome in two.
Right.
And he was the Eastern Emperor, and Rome fell, and while he was Emperor of the East, and that's when they became the Byzantine Empire versus the Eastern Roman Empire.
No, you were 0 for 3 on your history this morning, so
Oh no shit,
I'm a,
that was
I'm a
awful.
bit wary. I'm a bit wary about taking English or history lessons from you, Brandon.
Yeah,
Not
you should
gonna
be. Nobody in their right mind would.
lie.
Although, in my defense, when I was doing the English stuff, I always fucking got a textbook and just fucking used the fucking textbook and the workbook and shit. Some
Oh,
of the
you're like
guys,
every other teacher.
yeah, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, so I just used a textbook. I got no shame in admitting that. The only thing they
Good.
wanted out of me was to be a native English speaker.
A warm body.
Yeah. Like at my last job, my primary fucking duties were to make sure that
You said
they,
duty.
yeah, was to make sure that people weren't sending the fucking stupid sounding stuff in English in their emails and on the fucking websites they built.
You were the proofreader.
Yeah, pretty much. Although they called me, I was the director of English facing content.
Okay. Well, they gave it an official title.
That's a nice title for proofreader. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like sanitary engineer. What would you rather be called? Sanitation engineer or garbage man? Oh, all this digging. I'm going to learn Portuguese or Italian by the end of this.
Yeah. You better stop and have a little smoke.
I like how you think. Your mind is beautiful. No homo.
Yeah, it'd be a terrible thing to waste.
Also a terrible thing to taste. Brr.
Oh,
Ugh. Those old commercials. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Always made me hungry for an omelet.
yeah,
You got the munchies, right, when you're high, and then they're showing you this nice, yummy fried egg.
right.
Had the opposite effect.
Oh, fried eggs are delicious.
Oh, they sure are. No eggs, no eggs.
Empty egg carton.
You don't have any eggs. You know, as rudimentary as that thing is, that shit gets in my head and I can't get it out.
Oh, there's worse songs to get stuck in your head.
I guess.
I love you. You
Oh
love
no.
me.
Stop it. Stop it.
We're a happy family. Are you too young
Jeez.
for Barney?
I was a parent when Barney came around, so
Yeah.
yeah. I did my best at keeping my child Barney free,
Yeah.
but
Then there's the
devilish
alternate
purple
version of that
dancing.
is I hate you, you hate me, we're a dysfunctional family, which is a more accurate description of my family.
Mine too.
25 miles to the drop. I'm going to make it before noon. Yay! I told my boss I'll get there about noon. He says, I'll give you till 1 o'clock. Thanks, man. Prison area. Do not pick up hitchhikers.
Pop 30.
Feeling better? Feeling better?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Good, 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 good.
That coffee, it gets me moving. Gets me going.
There were lots of fucking sheriffs going by. The last two cars that passed me were fucking sheriff cars.
I'm the sheriff around here. And don't you forget ye. Remember old quick straw McGraw?
Oh yeah.
His little fucking burrow friend. What was his name? Bowie or something? Oh, fuck.
Dude, you're going fucking 50 and a 70, and you want to get over in the middle lane? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Come on, man.
Baba Louie. Yeah, that was quick straw McGraw's sidekick.
Yeah, this area of the country is the only place I feel like a speed demon because they drive so fucking slow around here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. A much higher than normal percentage of people drive slow. Now, everywhere you go, you're going to find somebody that's going to drive slow. But around here, it's like, oh, 5%.
Safety first.
Just enough people to piss you off.
It's a good thing you're not paid by the hour.
Yeah. If I was paid by the hour, I doubt I'd get pissed off. Because it's, when you're paid by the mile, it's the slow people that piss you off.
Right.
There's a funeral on the other side of the street.
My condolences.
Bunch of people driving in a convoy.
Convoy.
Yep.
God damn, those hinges need oil. As Outlaw would say, I need some WD-30. I always thought that was like just the Dollar General version of WD-40. WD-30.
Yeah, I know. Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
They do that a lot up here, man. Like in the dollar stores, these spoof products they look so authentic, but then you're like, oh, it's Cold Date, not Colgate. Ah, fuck.
Oh, if it's Thursday already, and I'm in Texas, I
Yep.
should buy tickets for Constantine.
Yeah, your lotto. Your lotto.
Yep,
When's the draw? Friday?
I guess so. I don't know. I think so.
Oh, yeah. Is that one of those Powerball lotteries? Like the obscene amount of
Yeah,
money? Yeah.
yeah.
$300 million. So much money that small countries are coming to you asking for a loan.
Well, Ben Franklin said that lotteries are a good way to tax people for being stupid.
Yep. Stupid tax. I'm sure the winner would disagree.
Oh yeah, but the only one who really wins in a lottery is the people running the lottery.
Well, yeah.
Oh, 35 miles an hour. I think we'll stay in this lane since we're going to actually do the speed limit. We don't do corners very good in this thing. That's the bad part
No.
about the truck.
Pulls a lot of G's. What's the skid pad numbers on that Cascadia?
Sorry, I'm concentrating on my driving. What'd you say, Hemi?
I asked what the skid pad numbers are on that Cascadia.
I don't know.
Does it do the slalom well?
I ain't gonna find out.
You know, you mentioned the other day that you found one for 30 grand.
Yeah.
When I looked online, there was none cheaper than 50.
Well, you know it had to have something wrong with it.
Yeah, I'm like, The cheapest one I could find was in the 50s, and there were a lot of red ones for sale. I'm wondering if they were all from your company.
I've seen a lot of red ones as well. It's possible.
Yeah, yeah, very
I
popular
know that.
color.
I know that they're fucking. The blue ones are mostly Swift.
Okay.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it's secondhand market from my company.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they probably only use them for what, 5 years or 3 years and then turf them.
Because my company, they use the freight shakers and the internationals are the two they use.
Okay. Yeah. What's the oldest tractor you guys run though?
I don't know.
No. They don't advertise it like all of our equipment is less than 3 years old or something like that.
They fucking tell you that you're gonna be in a, when you get your truck, it'll be less than 3 years old. But
Yeah.
that was
Okay.
bullshit because this is over.
What year is this model?
I think this is an 18 I'm driving, but it
Okay.
could be more. I mean, it could be less because
Okay.
it only had 152,000 on it, but I'm the fourth fucking driver for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
She's been
and
passed around like a doobie.
I've only got 10 more thousand miles, and I'll be at 252, which is where I started out at 152.
100,000 miles.
I'll have
All on you.
100,000 miles and 10,000 more miles. We're gonna have a
Wow.
10,000 mile stream.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean,
so. A little
the
celebration.
100,000 mile stream.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
See if we can get some heavy hitters to come on. We'll have to twist a little furry paw to get him to do the asking.
I heard you can sweeten the pot with a bit of Guinness.
Yeah, that's true. I could probably, I'll buy you a case of Guinness if you do that for me. He'll take me up on that, I'm sure.
I'm there. Sign me up. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Furry little rodent. Not sure if I mentioned how much I hate digging, but I hate digging.
Okay. I thought you said it was your favorite thing.
I like it as much as you like Bon Jovi.
Okay.
Just
Well, in
like
that
Bon
case, then,
Jovi's your favorite band.
yeah. In that case, high explosives are allowed.
Yeah. We're not digging, we're blasting, boys. And then I post one of those videos. Well, boys, I think I sent her a bit too hard, boys. Full send.
Holy shit! They got a couple of 737s down here. I didn't think this airport was big enough for that.
737 coming out of the sky. Won't you take me down the Memphis on a midnight ride? I wanna move.
Playing in traveling
Playing
band, are you?
traveling band. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to get you stand.
Trying to
I
get
can't.
hands.
I can't remember the name of the words.
Yeah, those are the songs you can sing when you're drunk, you know?
Yeah.
There's a bathroom on the right. Oh, no.
Speaking of bad moons, where's Frank?
Good question. Bah,
Bah, bah.
bah, bah.
How dare you?
Brendan, how dare you? How dare you, Brendan? No Riggs, no Frank.
Yeah.
Maybe, maybe they're off spending quality time.
You know, if this goes on for 6 more days, it'll make 1 week.
A week of what?
A week with, 7 days without Frank makes 1 week.
Oh, right, right. It does. No Frank makes dull Brandon a dull boy. He does that on purpose, though, eh? Keep you wanting.
Yeah. Always leave
Yeah,
him wanting more. That's what his
yeah,
mother told
yeah,
him to do.
yeah. He came in here every day. You'd get sick of him. Familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah.
Ah, I bred contempt. I got 4 kids with her. Well,
I can see my destination now.
yeah, I can see clearly now. Rain is gone.
There's no more obstacles in my way.
Do you just get to drop it, or do you gotta wait to be unloaded?
It's got to be a live unload, yeah. But thank God it's a bright, sunshiny day. Thank you. Holy fuck. Do you see the fucking holes they have here? With rebar sticking out of them, and this asshole is fucking standing there in his fucking truck parked crooked.
Don't drive into them. Who is this place that you're at right now? Is it like Tyson or something? Or
I'll be right back.
okay. You back now?
Well, Hemi, I have no idea how long I'm going to be waiting here, so I think we're going to shut the stream down.
Okay.
So thank you very much for coming along for the ride. Grinch, you too, JLM, Single Town, results oriented. Probably everybody else is gone. So no, down here, Single Town, they wouldn't have lot lizards. They would have lot iguanas.
Iguanas.
So, all right, boys. I'll catch you when I start getting on the road again. Peace out.